Searson, he did connect one, masks the drop with the shot, and it works. Quaking in their boots because it's Searson, and he's in form today. Hits them all, Searson! Absolutely gorgeous! For an ace. Yes, indeed, Apex. 4 provided. Shiro to come up clutch, and he's hitting everything as well. Planting now. Is he going to hold the plan? Zywu closing the gap. Shiro's ball! Plucks his head. That is magic. Another on a silver platter. Zywu's got the armor 50 and a couple of opportunities as he clicks his head, and maybe even a third. James so low. He knows his fate is sealed, and Zywu's the one.
Look at Masuda. He just pushed in.
Decided he's had enough. He's had enough of his own.
What is that?
3 kills from Masuda just walking in. So early.
Swing on this.
Yeah, he will. He's spotted out 2. He'll eliminate them both. More to come.
There's a smoke.
He escapes the molly. Beautiful maneuver and a greater headshot. Zywu, the multi-kill master. 4 in the previous and 4 again.
30 seconds away to the beginning of this match. Just to recap, Fnatic are going to be starting the first map on the CT side. I wonder if they're going to opt for double ults or if they'll even have the economy to do so. Or Fnatic shut them down as they did Gambit.
2016 saw Cologne host its third CSGO major championship in a row, and as always, the best players from around the world came to Germany to fight for the most prestigious title in the game, with Fnatic's star-studded roster not being an exception.
CT plays, but he's got 2 to find, then he's exposed to short as well. Down goes 2, jumping frag, and a headshot no less to take down Kiyashima.
Their solid performance and time brought them into the semi-final, where they now had to face the favorites from Team Liquid. The battle would be tough, but just when Liquid seemed to have it all under control, Dennis reminded everyone that you should never underestimate the Swedes.
There are still 4 Liquid players towards B. Dennis with a fast frag on the simple. Bomb will be planted, posting a defense by the APC now. Pops more heads. Is this guy done just yet? This is a very tough re-entry for Liquid. What? Dennis is getting in there again. And there might be one more, of course. Dennis with the ace to kick off the second half. Fnatic needed that, and Dennis delivered.
Josh gonna pick up one more. Triple for him. Oh, he gets the quad kill. Are you kidding me, Josh?
Shots, can you? Clutch, 26 and counting. Bomb
As a kit.
He's got an angle for it. He has to run it down. Covered once, needs the bullets, needs it. Done it! Done it! Shots, clutches up!
Why would they slow down? There's the flash. That's going to catch Crims out. They're going to push on through. MBK gets one, but Crims with a spray down. He gets himself the triple. And Fnatic are not done yet.
Can you believe it? What a spray down that was.
Apex is trying to stop them, but it's not going to happen. It will be overtime in the first map of the Grand Finals. Sheer confidence from Fnatic, sheer aggression being unanswered by Envious.
And look at the guns, 4 AWPs. Lifetime, he is destroyed.
Yeah. Let's go. Out of the cage, I'ma get them. All of my haters turn into a victim. Let off the leash, gotta sick them. They don't expect it, so we bout to hit them. Try to keep up with the rhythm. Never lose focus, cause we're on a mission. We're so determined, you looking for greatness, just the definition. Call them and tell them, get ready. Flow again, hold back and let me. You know who sit on the throne and who wear the crown. I hope you get the message. This gonna be one for the ages. Gotta put us on your A-list. I hope that you came prepared. Who ready to win it on any occasion? Yeah. Woo. Let's go.
Alu, 32 kills to his name's gonna add another one. Alu with 2. This could be all zero for Liquid. 20 seconds left. Alu 4. Eds have done it. They pulled off the upset. That is massive.
What's next?
He's walking around and just walking in a stacked Wonderland.
Yeah, right. Last man standing device. That draws speed. He's jumping and shooting. He gets one more kill. Looking for it. He's got him hunted down. Time is up. Oh my god. Garo, are you going to be kidding me?
We break all the rules with a defiance. We got it all from the small to the giant. Put on a show when it's electrifying. Guaranteed to show and prove. Ain't no competition, we can't lose. We got the hits coming summer to summer. 365 got the magic and wonder. Stay on top, we're never going under. Hey, whichever way you choose, yeah, it's going down and we won't lose. We won't lose. I promise we won't lose. Let's go. Woo. We won't lose. Hey, whichever way you choose, it's going down and we won't lose.
What makes someone a living Counter-Strike legend? It's not an easy question, but when it comes to Neo, it's not words that speak, but rather actions.
Oh god, 1 HP, 2 remain, Robin and Heaton. Jiggles and finds the head of Heaton. 1 more remains, he can't afford to take any damage, it doesn't matter, Robin's gone.
Plays like this have undoubtedly earned him his place amongst the best. However, what do you call someone who was able to recreate a similar result 11 years later? That's just what happened during IEM Katowice 2017, when during a match against Cloud9, he reminded us all that 1 HP is more than enough.
Rotating back into, they've just picked up 2 kills. Snacks, he's running wild, but unfortunately he just lost his entire team. Neo, though, with the flick shot on the Shroud. Unfortunately, he's down to 1 HP.
Gonna be playing this one aggressively. You know, you're facing, and that's the first frag. Unbeknownst to him, Snoodle's also there on 15 health. He's caught so many from this kind of a situation, and that's the headshot. Neo putting Cloud9 in their place.
Shushin started the sides towards a teammate, towards the back. It's Refresh with an ult to do now. Oh, Refresh, that's huge! A 4K out of nowhere, and that is exactly what they needed. It's 15 rounds for Heroic, and Refresh just unleashes.
But got met with the brick wall of the Fnatic stack out towards B then. And my God, 14-14, nerves, pressure, everything is now on the line for both of these sides. Fnatic won this done and dusted. They got the first map, they won this over with. Dignitas are fighting for everything now. Look how many players are here for Fnatic. Fetish has got his foot in towards the site. Pronax finds Zipnix, not the best of starts. Flusher gets Dupree. Bomb is going down. Device still kicking as Fetish waits and waits. Finds himself a little bit of smoke to hide in, but it's a 2v4. Desperately hard to hold on to. Device around the world we go. But the defuse is coming in. He's still going. Oh! Just about gets it as the flames come in. And look at the little dance of happiness. That is how to control your nerves in a situation. Dance it out, but my God.
Hoping that we live long enough to say we fly. Crushing all the walls, leaving what is wrong behind. 'Cause all we got is each other. Let's burn what we can, lightning into the fire. Let's burn what we can under the moonlight.
And now Tapson nipping at the heels, trying to get in behind the flash. It's so good for Santarin. 3 kills from Tapson. He goes back in for a 4K, and Tapson finds them all.
But with a USP, 10 seconds. Oh my God, they just have to kill him. Oh no! Truly don't believe it!
Where he is right now is Vico. He's been sick so far in this tournament once again. He's gone sicko mode with a double kill.
Device looking to come up clutch here. And Mac is the first, a second as well. Just the third. It's all onto Hadji now. Slow cleared. Device isn't anticipating this. He's just in time. NIP given a gift. He's Perfecto all on his shoulders. And just too many men. He's the first cleanly had. Nexus is next victim. And oh dear, Perfecto stepping well above the expectations. Amanek loud about this, stampeding in. And the spray is there. 1 versus 3.
That's what he needs. That's what he needs from the players around him there. Perfecto stepping up in a big way.
Nowhere to hide. Tomorrow we will. Tomorrow we will rise.
They come. Enters. Does. Catch 1, 2, and 3. Counts up for us. Bubsky partnered up nicely with Magisk, and the frags come easy again. Dastardly Dane in pit. Maybe there's some more to be said. Oh, and with the USP, it's their favorite weapon, it seems. Simple. I've seen this before. A 1v2 as he plants with low HP. I don't think Zipex is going to allow it. Bullets are in. He's found himself a weapon. He knows where they both are. Eagle knocks the head off of the shoulders of Zipex. Mantles. Oh my God! Clutch. Simple
Simple is still alive, but the trades should just come in, right? It is Simple. Oh, getting one. He doesn't know where the second player is. Vitality are doing a good job of wasting time, and yet still, Simple comes in. Both the kills found.
Simple, 1v3 in the bomb ticking. This is his environment, this is his dream, looking for another chance. He just doesn't miss. Amanek through the doors, closing the gap is Nexa, dancing with him, and it just looks so good.
Here they come straight towards the B side.
Obsky's not going to get checked, and he's going to get two before Simple connects. Simple rock hard place. Great shot, just Magis. Just the tip of his head. He pre-spotted out. Simple's doing it all. Some great shots to start him off. Oh, he's such a nerd. Simple with 4, looking for an ace clutch. And Simple collects. Magnificent play from the world's best.
Nice! Sorry, Валерчик, я пошел мимо.
Simple to break the record. No one has found 4 aces at a tournament like this, and here it comes, a record breaker from Simple. He takes all 5.
Popsky, he's not going to recover that second kill. Rez will trade, but Grim still stands in with the pistol. Oh my God! He's willing to risk it all on this deep angle, and it's given that first kill over. So now someone else has got to make up for this. Magis can do pre, might just be those men as they come in with a few kills apiece. Twist takes matters into his own hands, and suddenly FaZe Clan might be on their way to their first and only T-side round.
Rifles here for Fnatic moving into the second last round. They had a chance to break the economy of Liquid. They still have a chance going into the last round. But this one's not going to be easy. And surely we're going to see a fast play from Fnatic.
Look at this, Liquid want to get more aggressive in middle there. Not giving Elephant the space to breathe, but the spray now comes into play. It will be the Flames to finish off Olofmeister, but he's done. Crims and Dennis still stand, and they cannot be counted out at the moment as they are holding on to some pretty dangerous weaponry. They don't have utility to aid them in their eventual push, but what they do have going for them right now is time. They're very spread out at the moment, and Fnatic should be able to get engagements. What is that? Long-range shot connected by Crims. JW is history, and maybe there's a chance now for Fnatic in this round.
2 players now for Fnatic, just holding up again. They're waiting for the peaks. Who's going to be the recipient? It is going to be Hiko. That's a big frag. Simple is creeping. They've seen with the orb now, and a desperate play into B comes in. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the site. He's going to fall down again. What is this shot from Simple? Are you serious? What is that? You can't do that, Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major. He didn't even... He had one button on his mouse pad. He had one button. There was no zoom.
That should be the kill on Nitro here, but still, Elite will pull one back. 3 versus 3, and they're heading in toward the B side. Taco in the perfect position to get the 3-man straight out if they commit to this. Oh my god, he can't find the lineup just yet. They take him down. That's the B side open, and now Elite has to push through and find multiple kills here. Good for one, but that is it. 13-8. 3 rounds away from $1.25 million here. A historic moment at Counter-Strike is upon us.
Grand Slam. Yes, indeed. That is something you need to remember. Basically, the way this is going to be working is there are set events, ESL 1, IEM, DreamHack Masters, where you can win 1 of 4. You need to win 4 out of 10 events, and you get to pick up an extra $1 million in your back pocket if you do so.
The first-time winner of anything has a special place in history. The first team to get the Grand Slam, I think, will be remembered for a very long time. So it's not only just the prize, but it's the prestige, the badge of honor you mentioned, and they're going to go down in history.
My initial thoughts when I heard about the Grand Slam was that no one is going to win this one. I simply thought it was too hard to win.
Astralis, an all-Danish Counter-Strike team competing for the title of the best team ever. Reformed after the departure of a teammate to a rival organization, 2018 has been a year of unprecedented success for the Danes. They now seek to top it off by being the first team ever to win the Intel Grand Slam.
Everything started in Marseille when we won our first event, and that event was like finding the key to success. I think like we finally opened up the floodgates to actually be able to win more events, and it was like we knew that we were good enough to win, but it was really good to actually get the satisfying feeling and the acknowledgement of that we actually had achieved it, and that we were back on track, I guess we could say.
The auto shotgun is out, a fan favourite, and maybe a straight-up upper rush. Will the Alligator be able to find any food today? It will! It needs 3! It's been so long, it feels like, since these guys were world-class. But once again, they're rising to the top. This is the best form we've ever seen them in. Can they close it out now? He spots one. I think Mages takes back the man advantage.
That's a hell of a shot. He's going to double up onto Simple. Magisk pulling the rabbit out the hat for the third. He's trying to find a way to kill Simple, who simply will not fall. And I'm going to be pushing this one, and he's got the kill. Astralis are victorious.
They certainly have got the first leg out of the way in style. Spectacular start to their summer. You have IEM Sydney, that's Intel Grand Slam. You have Pro League Finals, Dallas, that's Intel Grand Slam. If they keep playing like this and the other teams keep playing like that, they're going to be so very close to that million in no time at all.
Dallas was one of the better tournaments for the team, but also for me individually. That was the first time I achieved my MVP status. So that was really great for me. So it's definitely an event I will remember.
Oh, it's going to be absolutely electric, whatever happens, Harry. Like, this is going to be a great final to cast. There is one team that everyone in the world is talking about right now, and that's Astralis. They just look way too strong. 2 versus 1. Goes for the fake barns. Let's see if that baits anyone out. Still has that smoke for another 6 seconds or so at this point. Taco's all the way down towards lower, just confirming it is an upper plum as the CT's made a commitment towards the bomb site.
Here he is, tucked away in the hut. He's going to get smoked off. They're on the bomb. They're sticking it. Taco's on it. Glaive goes through, and they line up for him. He has to win this fight out versus Device. He's going to try and get the bomb down. 3 players here. Zipex comes through. They couldn't do it back in Sydney, Henry. But they've done it now. They've done it on the stage in front of this North American crowd.
These guys are true champions. It was a questionable 2017, but the hard work, the dedication, the addition of Mages Boy has made them this world-class unit.
I'm happy to say, Alex, it feels like we're ushering in a new era of Counter-Strike, and Astralis are leading the way.
By that time, I started to think that this was maybe going to be a possibility. I mean, like getting 2 out of 4 wins already, knowing you're halfway is definitely satisfying. And I think Chicago was different in some way. Like we definitely felt that we won more as a team instead of being good as individuals, because the last two events that we've played, and especially in Chicago, I'm very proud of this. Like, the thing is, we also made a really good comeback against Fnatic. Like, we were definitely falling on our tails there.
He defused the bomb where we actually thought we had run the round, and suddenly it was 15-9 instead of 14-10.
I think Astralis is going to be able to find this, but it's unfair for them. Oh, he could do this. They don't realize it. JW, he's going to get it. He's going to put Fnatic on 15.
We were like, damn, we don't want to go out now. And we actually managed to make a really great comeback, and one of the best comebacks I think we've ever done. So
this could be the ticket for Astralis. These grenades could do all of the work for them. 3 of them going over the wall. 1 on Exist, 1 on Crims. Everybody's catching fire. Twist goes down, and there it is. They close it right out. Grenading their way into overtime. I don't see any other way out of this one.
We made the right calls, at least Glaive he did, and we ended up winning it somehow. I don't know how to say it, but I'm really glad we did it.
13 health left. They're defusing right in front, and there it is. Astralis picking up the win, and they're in the grand finals here at IEM Chicago. A miraculous comeback.
I wouldn't say we've been like a shadow of ourselves, but we've definitely proved that we have been playing a lot and winning as a team in that tournament compared to winning as individuals.
It's just Twist left with 1 health, and that bomb is so far ticked. He's trying to do it, but they're going to be out of time. I think he's going to get it, but nothing else left. 16-14, and your new Intel Extreme Masters here at IEM Chicago is going to be Astralis.
You are the #1 team in the world, which means you're in the prime position to win the Intel Grand Slam. You only need one more notch. There's 2 more chances for you to do it in the current setup. You can either do it in Denmark, again, you know, in front of your home fans, or at the major in Katowice in 2019, which I'm told is going to be the best major ever.
But in this tournament, there's been more pressure on them than ever before. All the talk about the Intel Grand Slam, the fact that they've never won on home soil here in Denmark, the fact that they could win back-to-back Pro League seasons. There's a lot on the line for these guys, and I'm sure the $1 million is the biggest one over their head.
I think what matters most to us about the Intel Grand Slam is the prestige about it. It's not about winning $1 million for us, it's more about doing something no other team has done before.
Nobody thought it was possible. We thought to be one of the hardest tasks in Counter-Strike. And if they're able to pull this off, if they manage to take this victory, they will cement themselves as the greatest team in Counter-Strike history.
Incendiary, smoke on top of it, he knows he can't throw it. The smoke's going to extinguish it, he's got to run faster. I don't think it's going to work. Magisk is on it. Nitro's trying to find him. Magisk, he's on it, he's got a knife. Nitro just barely pulls it back. Team Liquid are in favor right now, according to the community, and that was certainly not the case when this started. Glaive, my God, man. Clearly their most successful feat so far in this series. Glaive's going to confirm it. What a round from him. Oh, yeah, there he is.
That's absolutely massive to defuse as well. And here's Glaive getting it done. He sprays him down for an ace! Are you kidding me, Glaive? That's insane!
Double digits for Liquid would be incredible. Zipix has other plans! He's got better plans! He gets 3 on the ladder!
Nitro has not turned up in this final map, and Astralis are so close to this point. 1 kill's going to secure it, and that's it! The Grand Slam is theirs! ESL Pro League Season 8 as well!
And now, for the first time ever at home, Season 8, Astralis are the champions of ESL Pro League, and for the first time in history, the best of all time, Intel Grand Slam, it's Astralis!
Massive moment now, not just in Counter-Strike, but in esports. The first ever Intel Grand Slam champion winner. We never thought this might actually happen. Lots of people were saying it was impossible to win this amount of tournaments.
Look at these guys now. This has to be the top of their career. The kings of Counter-Strike.
People said that we couldn't win on home soil, and I think all of the Danish fans in the crowd, they knew that it wasn't true. They knew that we could do it. They believed in us all the way.
Yeah. Let's go. Out of the cage, I'ma get them. All of my haters turn into a victim. Let off the leash, gotta sick them. They don't expect it, so we bout to hit them. Try to keep up with the rhythm. Never lose focus, cause we're on a mission. We're so determined, you looking for greatness, that's the definition. Call them and tell them get ready. Flow again, hold back and let me. You know who sit on the throne and who wear the crown. I hope you get the message. This gonna be one for the ages. Gotta put us on your A-list. I hope that you came prepared. Who ready to win it on any occasion? Yeah. Woo. Let's go.
Alu's 32 kills to his name's gonna add another one. Alu with 2. This could be all zero for Liquid. 20 seconds left. Alu 4. Ends have done it. They pulled off the upset.
That is massive. What's next? He's walking around and just walking in a stacks Wonderland.
Yeah, right. Last man standing device. That draws speed. He's jumping and shooting. He gets one more kill. Looking for it. He's got him hunted down. Time is up. Oh my god. Garo, are you going to be kidding me?
We break all the rules with a defiance. We got it all from the small to the giant. Put on a show when it's electrifying. Guaranteed to show and prove. Ain't no competition. We can't lose. We got the hits coming summer to summer. 365 got the magic and wonder. Stay on top. We're never going under. Hey, whichever way you choose, yeah, it's going down and we won't lose. We won't lose. I promise we won't lose. Let's go. Woo. We won't lose. Hey, whichever way you choose, it's going down and we won't lose.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, 1xBet, DHL, Coinbase, US Air Force, and CSGO Hub, powered by Coil.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of match. It's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zest, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. And Charlotte's winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand final. It's Dolby! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
IEM Katowice. Pasha?
Stop. Pala, you are not ready yet to deliver the trophy. You need to pass test. This is Spodek Pala. Learn about it.
Learn about it?
Yes, learn about this.
Now?
Yes, go. Good job, Pala. Yeah.
For me?
Exactly.
Bro.
It's pierogi. You must eat them.
Can feel the Polish power from...
Yeah, it's exactly the same what I feel after pierogi.
That was so good, man.
Dobre.
Can I have some more?
No.
Hello?
Pala, come here. It's your final test.
The Golden Five?
Who are they?
Taz.
Dobre.
Neo.
Bardzo dobrze.
Pasha Biceps.
Big respect.
Snacks.
Yes.
Yali.
Yes. I'll be right back. 1 second, please. Congratulations. You passed the test. You are not my friend. You are my brother, my friend. All the best.
Thank you. Finally.
Go Navi.
Go Navi.
Go Navi.
Let's go Navi!
I'm cheering for Gambit.
Why?
Yeah. I think they are the best. They will win this champion.
Okay, they got eliminated yesterday.
Oh fuck.
Let's go Navi!
Let's go Navi!
Go Ukraine!
I like to want how to simple play, and I guess they win.
Of course it's Navi. I loved Navi. It's heartbreaking for me, but...
I'm wishing the best to the G2, of course, because I need to beat my friend, right? So, yeah, I'm cheering for G2 always.
Go!
Face Clan.
Face Clan
is the
best.
best.
Wearing two t-shirts, one is G2, one is Face Clan, but he's a fan of Face Clan.
They always change.
Face Clan! Go Face Clan!
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back into the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2022. It's already been a banger of an event. We're not stopping just yet. If you're just joining us for the first time, you've picked a prime time to do just that. But even if you aren't quite ready for today, just know that it cannot always be night. And of course, joining me is going to be that of Maniac and Kassad. We've got a semifinal in front of us featuring that of Navi G2 and a little bit of Heroic and FaZe right after. We're talking about a major grand final rematch right here, live and in person.
It's quite incredible to think that we are now 2 days away from crowning a champion. We only have 4 teams left. It would have been a crazy moment for Counter-Strike. We've had amazing games, and now we only have the best of the best, the creme de la creme, as I know you like to hear it.
I have to say, after all this time waiting for the arena, the first day of arena Counter-Strike delivered so much, even though it was only 4 maps. So many things happened in those 4 maps. We have a lot of things to remember.
There's a lot of moving parts and obviously some real marquee sort of plays going out there from a guy like m0NESY, for example, yesterday, really just blowing the server up now, wasn't he? He was just all over the place.
It was beautiful to witness. It was beautiful to witness this young guy, this rookie, just taking up to the stage, going in front of Spodek, the crazy audience, is just leaving his mark already. I think he was probably one of the
Kid
best
is an animal on the server.
It's crazy.
Poor animal on the server. Such a young, like calm, nice kid, right? Then he turns into this beast.
Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
And nonetheless, against the VP team, who is such a difficult to beat, he just delivered 40 frags.
Yeah, and just like that, that's where G2 find themselves now against someone that you might consider their final boss. The
I saw a beautiful
Na'Vi.
face right there. Just now, it was Nico all the way sitting on
unbiased opinion, of course.
Of course, unbiased. Now, I did mention that we did have Kassad and Maniac, and we do. That's these guys. Now, guys, big day yesterday, bigger day today, and the biggest of days tomorrow. So let's begin to sort of look at how we got into the situation that we're in. We're talking about 10 years of IEM at this point, but now we're looking to crown a new champion. Can Na'Vi do it again? They have to win today. That's the bare minimum, right?
Yes, I mean, I agree with you. I will take the flip side of that a little bit later on. I think I guess the theme of today is tenured rosters with Heroic and Na'Vi fighting off against new Flames and new rosters. Right? G2 and FaZe both with brand new rosters. Not even need to mention what FaZe had to go through. Kerrigan had to play basically puzzle Jenga with his cards and his players. And now they're here. And they have impressed us so much, both of these, G2 versus VP, FaZe versus Gambit, that we stand on the desk and we actually give them a fighting chance. Tenure should matter. Maybe it won't.
Yeah, maybe it won't. We're going to find out, especially with, you know, the sort of just crazy stuff that we're getting out of performances from individuals at this point. Everybody's just trying to grab that damn trophy, Kassad. Look at these brackets.
Everybody is pitching in, like, in every single match. I see FaZe yesterday. Nobody expected them to win against Gambit. I had Gambit all the way to the finals, at least.
So did that guy, the fan, who actually thought they were playing today. Well, surprise.
And then we saw Kerrigan just recovering against Na'Vi, you know, with the tough loss they had. Yeah. And then also, I mean, JKS stepping in instead of Rain in that crazy entry role that he had. After that, you mean, it's just, he just delivered a CCJ here, who is still not in the tournament anymore.
Yeah, and okay, let's just start right here. We're talking about an overtime that was multiple overtimes, in fact. You start to look at the numbers there, Maniac, what did they tell you?
I mean, it's such a beautiful stress test to get to have the first map of the first day in the audience go to overtime, because this is where logic just throws out the window, and this is where people are actually getting tested to their core, and this is why we're so excited about m0NESY, because in that overtime he didn't stop, he didn't falter, he kept on going with the aggression, he kept on taking the risk and being decisive. Look at this 45 kills. Yesterday was a great reminder that Counter-Strike and the audience
is the opening map of his first day at the stage at the big event, right? And Nico had one of the worst map in a long time,
the team at the time,
and he delivered 45 kills. And they won.
Yeah, and you know, for Nico, this is a guy that has been carrying the torch for the G2 lineup. We know him.
And for the FaZe lineup, and for the Mouse
lineup.
Yeah,
a couple different lineups in there. Big fan, by the way, right, Kassad?
Yes, obviously. I mean, Nico has been the one delivering for years right now. And he's going to do the same thing today.
And I think it was really important for G2 to be able to get such a reference win without Nico being at his normal level. And I really mean it by normal level. Not that he was absolutely bad.
Rating.
That's the thing. Yeah. He was the worst rated player of that series, and yet they were able to prevail. Can you imagine the type of confidence it gives you as a team? Because you know the next game, you know Nico's going to show up. If anything, it's an exception that he doesn't. So it fuels you with trust and confidence that you were able to do that even without your superstar fully online.
It's a wild scene. So if Nico's not going to carry the torch, maybe just, you know, we'll let m0NESY do it a little bit. Why not, right?
A little bit.
Speaking of carrying torches, I do believe we're going to get an opportunity to see Paula doing that. If it's Paula, I think it's Paula. He's talking about the backstage, showing us all the fixins. What do you got going on down there? Paula.
Hey, guys.
Bueller.
So I'm also with Chatty B. Chatty B, how's it going?
Paula P and Chatty B. It's a new television series here at IEM Katowice. Look, it's good. We're in the green room right now, everybody. You can see our colleagues looking sprightly for the day. The energy in this room. There we go. That's the energy we're looking for, but let's get to it.
Chatty, let's walk. Let's go. We're going to hopefully not make our cameraman trip over as we take everybody watching at home and in the arena through the backstage to the stage. Chad, what's it like for you to be seeing this event kicking off again, mate?
Look, when we were here back in 2020 and there was no fans, we were still within these halls, but it's a bit different. A lot of static. More life, it's feeling good. We got the crowd not too far away. But as we trundle through, as we come through the tunnel of fun, right, we got the players just coming up here on our left-hand side. This is G2's little green room in here.
Yeah, can we pop the camera They're in there. Look, the G2 boys ready and raring to go. Chad, can you feel the tension?
I'm an coach as well. A bit of an insight.
And as we come round the corner, we are in an iconic esports corridor. I know you have a lot to describe this, but this corridor, Chad, it's awesome.
I think when you look around, right, you can see Fnatic from 2009. There we go. Now we're pivoting, we're dancing. Like, these all teams that I watched as a teenager back in Australia at home. Like, these are the legends that have inspired generations of Counter-Strike players. And then as we move forward, right, we get to... Yeah, see, we keep on going. It's all the fun faces around here. Astralis, people might actually start to see some of these faces and know who they are. But these are the ones who have inspired so many kids at home to play Counter-Strike. And we just get to be in here every day. So we're pretty lucky.
Dude, I've been loving it so far. Semi-finals day now. And as we approach just the end of this corridor, what's there, mate?
This is the stairs, right? So the players, like, they have to line up here every single day before they go up to this stage. And these stairs are the last thing they see before they enter the arena and see the crowd, right? So we can flick around.
Let's flip-a-roo, spin around, and take a look at these stairs.
What does this say? Engrave your name in history. This is what it's all about, right? I keep talking about the history, I keep talking about that, but this is what Counter-Strike is, right? We have history. A lot of the other games don't have this, and all the players back there getting ready to go out, they've watched legends before play exactly here. And as we go up...
Chad, let's walk up, mate. Let's walk up.
What can we hear on the other side, Parla?
I think on the other side of these doors, there's a crowd? There's a crowd forming, Chad?
I don't know, it's pretty quiet out there. Is there anybody in Spodek right now? Can we hear you?
Chad, I really want to walk through these doors, but you have to earn that right, mate. I'm not allowed. I don't think you are either.
I don't think I was ever good enough to actually walk through these doors right here, but as I said, last thing they see before they kick things off, and getting this one underway today, lots of big teams, lots of good Counter-Strike. I can't wait.
Should we just feel it? Feel the energy?
I feel it in my bones, Paul. I feel it in my bones.
Everybody, thank you so much for tuning in and joining us here at IEM Katowice 2022. It's semi-finals day 1, and up next, it's Na'Vi versus G2.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
We had different eras, you know, Fnatic, Astralis, obviously. Like last year was Navi's year, really, and it does feel like this year the changes that the teams have been making, like a lot of teams just upgraded themselves, and it is potentially the most competitive year that has been. Does that motivate you guys a little bit extra, that if you can still keep being the best, like that will be probably the most impressive run we've had out of all these teams?
You know, I think like we can see 4 teams in the same lineup going to the playoffs. So I think the teams who stay in the lineup like previous year have some advantage right now because the new lineups need more time to find their game.
Who do you think is the most dangerous team with those roster changes? Which new roster do you think is the scariest?
Of course, individually maybe G2, but I think we need like 2 or 3 more lands to see.
Yeah. For you guys, do you have anyone that you guys pegged those roster changes that you were like, oh God, this team's going to be strong?
I think FaZe. Yeah, I think FaZe more so as well. I think the addition of Raps is super good, and like he's a very specific kind of player. He needs to play a specific role, but he also is getting that role in FaZe, and with like I don't know. I think for me it still depends a little bit on like Kerrigan and Rain because they need to open up the maps and create the space. Because I think like Brookie has been very passive for a long while. Now he's getting more into it and making more moves and more plays. But him, Twist, and Rups and like some of the mid-round scenarios is pretty scary. So yeah, I think G2 potentially could have a higher peak. Yep. But also I think like for the time being, I think FaZe has a little bit of an edge.
Yeah, I think so as well. Like FaZe have so many experienced players right now. And G2 need at least 3 months, especially with Monesi and Alexi as well.
Who do you feel is the kind of your biggest contender right now, the biggest opponent, or you can't really say because we're at the start of the year?
Last year, it's Gambit, and after I think it's Heroic, and yeah, these two teams.
I mean, for me, one part of the entire discussion about roster changes is like, everyone is looking at it as like upgrades. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, maybe, but there's also a reason why they changed. It's because they weren't good enough with the previous lineup, you know? We said last year that we were the team who could beat Navi, and it didn't pan out too good, you know? A lot of close losses and stuff, but...
you got to change that in the finals here, man.
Maybe. Yeah, I mean, not according to the analysts, you know?
Of course, for me, perfect CS career is like being #1, how much it's possible, you know? Yeah, Fnatic win 3 majors and Astralis 4, but you know, like CS is evolving, like I said before, and right now I think win a lot of majors in a row, it's more harder. But we will try our best, you know. I think everyone in our team is hyped and to win this, so I think we have all chances to do it if we will still work, like keep working, I mean.
Welcome back, everybody. We are ready to get it going live and direct from Katowice, Poland. We are looking at semifinals right in front of us. Navi v G2, the first one on the docket here, and again, a rematch from the major. For Navi, they've done a lot in the recent times. We're talking Grand Slams, we're talking Major this, and now they get to face up against G2 in a semifinal. A matchup that could have the same feel as a grand final itself. Of course, Maniac and Kassad are here to talk it over with you guys.
This is the most exciting matchup in Counter-Strike in recent history. Yeah. That's what this is. If you've been watching Counter-Strike when we were back on LAN, this is the matchup that's exciting you. This is the matchup that makes you wake up in the middle of the night to watch it if you have to, sit in front of you, TV, and just enjoy yourself. That is the matchup that reigns supreme in Counter-Strike.
Is that a Carlos I see there, is it? Interesting, okay.
Support his team. No, that is the match, and that is the matchup.
Yeah, okay.
The match
Tell me about
Navi,
that.
G2, and the matchup is obviously not Nico and Simple. It's Monesi against Simple.
Well, let's start with that, okay? So it is an interesting idea that you're bringing to the table right here, because on one hand, you talk about an experienced, tenured player in Simple, and then on the other hand, you've got Monesi, who has just one arena match in his hands, and he kind of blew it out of the water yesterday. So let's start with that. Let's start with the Undertaker versus the Prodigy, and I'm looking at you, Kassad.
Funny little stat for you there, Trace, is that Simple has 95 series in the arena, and Monesi has 1.
That's 1. That's just 1 series for Monesi.
How about that?
But he knocked it out of the park yesterday. For Simple and company, it's never going to be a day where you say, hey, you know, we're going to get them today. I don't think that anybody could possibly say that in their right mind, Maniac.
No, absolutely not. And this Monesi versus Simple matchup is so interesting because, of course, they come from the same region. And it's very easy to imagine that Monesi...
Well. Yeah,
Monesi probably grew up watching Simple. You know, trying to be like Simple, trying to get close to the reference that this guy is. And when G2 picked up Monesi, we all thought, okay, in a few months, there's going to be this crazy matchup between Monesi and Simple. And then suddenly, the young kid just shows up on the stage, destroys everyone, and have us think, hold on a second, what if tomorrow is already the day that we were waiting for? What if tomorrow is when he delivers against his role model, which by any logic should be impossible, but who cares about logic right now?
So how are we going to just have 2 Undertakers in the server? Like, what's going on here with that?
The thing is, like, is it Undertaker against the Flash?
He's real quick with it. He's real quick with it. Monesi stats up on your screen. You're going to read them out. There's sniper kills. There's a whole lot of them, Maniac.
There's something we have to talk about when it comes to Monesi and his playstyle, and I can tell you this because I also used to play next to a lightning-fast AWP. If he has a good beginning of the game, his playstyle will be exponential, and that's when he'll be uncontrollable. Because of the fast flicks, because of the risk-taking, because of how in-your-face he is. He had just that on Mirage in that first map. Nico said it in an interview. He had a good start of the game, and he got the ball rolling, and he was gone. When a player with this playstyle catches on fire, he becomes uncontrollable, absolutely uncontrollable. And we have that see today.
Yeah, we've got it all kind of laid out in front of us almost. Let's talk a little bit and maybe perhaps even look at some of the history between these two teams. We ran it back. We talked a little bit about Stockholm. Now we could talk a little about Cologne. Obviously, that grand final really did go the way of Navi. If you recall in the summertime, that was when the champagne was flying around. Now, you will note Amanek down there, and as we've learned, he's going to be standing behind G2 today. But head-to-head, when we looked at him in Cologne, we looked at him at the Major. What are we seeing here, Maniac?
These numbers from Amanek are the reason why the changes happened. Remember, G2 had a great year, but they couldn't beat Navi. They couldn't get past the last hurdle. They couldn't lift a trophy. They lost all of these grand finals. The logic behind the change was that they needed something else. They needed something plus. They needed an input, a sniper, by essence. That's m0NESY. And now we can actually start to see it happen.
I mean, they look for a real op. They look for a natural op instead of a hybrid one. They got one. He delivered. They're in the right spot to, to finally beat Navi. We also forgot about the final in Katowice in 2020, right? On LAN when everything started, right? And then they beat them also 3-0. That was with Amanek, Hunter as well. And Nexa was there, and I think Jax plus... I can't remember who was the fifth one, but it was a 3-0 overall there as well. So they had a progressively better games against Navi.
But there is something you can't deny. And that is Navi only having lost one BO3. Like, what is that? Who wrote this script, guys? Tell me about that. What is it that is just making them untouchable, Maniac?
It is quite impressive. I mean, first of all, they have one of the deepest roster we can find at the moment. I mean, 3 of the very best players in the world. Done #1, obviously Simple being that man right here on our screen. But I just think that if you're Navi, and when Counter-Strike came back to LAN, you started winning and winning and winning, you build up such a bank, such a huge resource of trust and self-confidence that any time the game comes to 12-12, actually a financial bank as well. Whenever push comes to shove, Trace, whenever it's 13-13, 14-14, all these wins, all these trophies come and they matter because then they know how they're going to win it. They're not afraid of winning it. They know how to fight back. And this is why every single tournament that goes on where Navi wins, they become harder to play against because of that confidence.
I mean, it's the same idea of a snowball rolling downhill, right?
Absolutely.
It's gaining momentum. It's also gaining speed and size. And for the inertia that Navi can exert here, it's kind of scary when they get out in front of things and out in front of teams. For us, we need to talk maps and start to take a look at where this best of 3, the semi-final, puts us. Any immediate crossovers? When I start to look at you guys, I want to know, what are we going to be seeing today?
I mean, definitely it has a little bit of a different paths. Like overall, I think that we got the vetoes before.
And I was a little bit surprised.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised that we got Navi picking Mirage and G2 going for Inferno. That's something that we didn't really expect. I personally expected G2 to go for their own Mirage, and Navi going for Nuke.
I thought G2 would go for Inferno. It probably is one of the few maps where Navi have looked mortal at times. But Navi not picking Nuke, that to me is a surprise because, again, if we attack this m0NESY versus Simple angle, if you want to try to neutralize this threat that m0NESY was, think about how he showed up on Mirage. Think about how much confidence he got from that first game. We know, we talked about it with Yenko, it's a map that suits his playstyle, whereas on Nuke, he's the lowest rated player for G2. So they're not trying to neutralize m0NESY by allowing Mirage, that's for sure.
Navi had a really bad game against Anson Nuke, if you remember at the beginning of the event, and they just lost 16-3, 16-4 was it. And then G2 had a great game against Fnatic, which wasn't their pick. It was 16-2 on that first map. So maybe that comes into play a little bit. Maybe Navi doesn't feel so confident on it anymore, so they want to go in a route of Mirage, which wasn't really good for G2.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a turbulence right there, but ultimately got everything back underway. For us, we begin to look at the plan of attack. What does this matchup look like in the server? We're going to find out with Mahoney.
Hello and welcome back. I'm going to go over the key tendencies and strategies that can be found preparing against G2's Inferno. Starting off on the T side, we want to look at the key positions and who plays them. We should be expecting Nico to be the lurk towards Banana and Hunter to be the player towards Apartments. The first and most important tendency to be aware of is that whenever G2 physically take mid brackets control with bodies, they've shown to always end A. This brackets control is more often done in the latter stages of the round, so for the CTs holding middle, the key will be identifying when G2 takes brackets control with actual people and not just utility. The second thing to watch out for is G2's A take with smokes. This is a strategy that G2 will tend to do once or twice per half, and it usually involves smokes at the arch position, the library position, as well as a smoke that lands next to site, providing protection from pit for players wrapping the A site from long. The key detail for the CTs to know is that the main push usually comes from long, so we'll see how that affects their setup when they see these smokes. Now over on the CT side, we also want to be aware of who plays which positions. We should be expecting Alexi B and Nico to be holding down B, Jax as the Halls player, Hunter as the A site rifler, and Modesty with the op towards A. The third thing to look out for is G2's aggressive window peek towards second middle. They ran this once in each of their past 2 matches against Astralis and Furia. Will we see it a third time in a row? That's going to wrap it up. See if you can spot these tendencies and tactics in G2's next match on Inferno.
Hey everybody, right now I am here with Jax. Jax, j'ai un petit question. Non, trois petites questions. Yeah, oui. Oui. Okay, Jax, I actually want to talk about your child, your kid, your baby. Of course, I'm talking about Ilya, I'm talking about Monesi. Yesterday, he managed to show an amazing performance on the big stage. Do you feel like it gave him the needed confidence boost?
Of course, yes. When you play like that for your first arena against a good team and against front of this crowd, and you deliver this performance, for sure it's a boost performance for the next step.
Well, right now he's only 16, but at the age of 14, he actually got invited to FPL, and there were some people that were kind of skeptical and like were not happy with it. Do you think that with yesterday's performance, he kind of managed to silence all of the haters?
Yes, for sure, but you all know the community of CS. One day you are good, everyone is behind you. One day you are bad, and it's the opposite. So you just need to feel the moment present and to play his Counter-Strike.
Well, today you're going to play against Navi, and in one of the announcement interviews, Ilya said that he is coming for Sasha. Does he feel excited to actually play against the best player in the world?
Actually, he don't really say something about that, but I think inside of him, yeah, he really wants to prove to Navi he can beat them and can be a really strong opponent to Sasha.
Okay, then good luck and merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Well, Modesty is going to get that Mirage Trois, of course, in the second map, because Inferno being first, now we get to talk about, and we'll actually go down to the commentators. These guys are ready to go. They're out there with you all in the Spodek, and I want to go ahead and bring them in now. It's going to be that of Moses and Sadakist. Good morning, good afternoon, and take it away.
Dzień dobry. Yeah, it looks awesome to be here, Trace, right now. Back in one of the absolute temples of our game, the Counter-Strike stage, the Spodek. So incredible, and I think we've got something very special. Major final rematch, 2 teams, one that's been #1 for a while and the other that's reconstructed themselves just to go after them.
Yeah, and some really cool pieces of this G2 team. Obviously, Modesty, what is his ceiling this early in his career? What can he show us at such a young age on this big stage? And also, when you go over to Nico, he's not the best player in the world, but in moments of time, he's had stretches. Sometimes it's a month, sometimes it's 2 months. Those small stretches of time where he has performed as the best player in the world. And they need one of those moments in time to be today, because obviously at the center of it all is the undisputed greatest. It's simple.
Yeah, and look, let's face it, Navi's under some incredible circumstances, but no doubt about it, they're going to bring us something special on this stage. Simple's going to be behind it. You absolutely know he's going to be playing with the greatest motivation possible, and I think it's going to be so exciting. I think you're absolutely spot on. Modesty versus Simple, that's a whole battle in itself. You also have to look at Bit a little bit as well. Bit of a sophomore slump going on. Maybe he needs to step it back up. Maybe getting into this situation will reinvigorate him for what we saw last year. But there's so much in this game that's going to be absolutely incredible. We've mentioned some of them, but here's some players that you guys need to watch in this matchup.
In order to reach the final, 2 silent heroes have to face each other. Hunter, powering the engine of G2, his clutches ensure the progress of the team. But is the always second able to step out of the shadows and claim his first trophy? Electronic, the star rifle remains a constant force in the Titan of Navi. His ambition doesn't stop him from showing great team spirit, but will he eventually own the spotlight? One wants to maintain the era of his team. The other is living up to his name to bring home the prey. Who will dominate this encounter?
Players getting situated in the tunnel. You can see it right there. Doesn't even need a description. Of course, for G2 and Na'Vi, a big one right here. We jump into a semifinal, and I don't know that you could have as much weight on a matchup as the one that we have in front of us, Maniac.
I know, and I'm just thinking about all the talent that is in that tunnel right here right now. So many players we could take time and talk about. The commentators rightfully mentioned Nico, the best rifle in the world, no debate at all. Not really present in the first game, but I feel like he's going to have it in his heart to make the difference today, to be that piece that G2 needs, because let's not lie to ourselves. Nico is a player that needs to show up at 200%.
There is no stare downs at all. They're just looking straight. I want to see some stare downs, some trash talking, something before the game, right? A little bit.
Like when
you said, like Nico, I'm going to be looking at him, especially at the first map on that banana. We have like Nico, who is the absolute king of banana. So long forgotten Freiburg is not there anymore.
I was going to say Freiburg might have some words for that. We are just about out of words. So without any further ado, a semifinal is upon us.
It's only Split left over. That is ridiculous.
Feels amazing. It's always nice to be back in arena, especially in such arena like Spodek. Many great memories has been created here, and it's just always a pleasure to play in this arena. I'm definitely looking forward to bring my performance up. I know I can do much better, and I know that I will. I'm not really sure what to expect, which Na'Vi we're gonna get, but no matter what Na'Vi we face tomorrow, it's not gonna be an easy game, and we are really gonna have to give more than 100% in order to win versus them.
Hat gewonnen, 40.000 €. Da kommt eine Granate zum Sieg und Mouseboard ist der neue Champion. They've had to go a long, long way. They've had to overcome the biggest teams in the business.
Bomb site is up against 4 from Navi. Surely they're going to kill him, and Navi will win the Intel Extreme Masters Season 4.
Here, they all know that this stadium makes legends.
These guys are on top of the world. Fnatic is coming. One of the most impressive clutches you will ever see. They have one goal. Kings of Counter-Strike.
Right then, Katowice. Who's ready for day 2? Oh yeah, do you know what?
I'm legitimately, outrageously overexcited for what's about to happen today in this building at the Intel Extreme Masters here in Katowice. Why? Because we're about to play Counter-Strike in front of you. Are we ready? I love that sound. Now, yesterday, it was the first day back in here after 3 years, after 1,000 days. And do you know what? For a host of reasons, it was emotional. We felt our way back into it slowly. Today, we go ham. Are we ready? I love you guys. Now, it is semi-final day today, and I'll let you into a secret. As you walk up the stairs, just coming through those doors where 2 teams are waiting to walk up, it says, engrave your name in history. That's what it says on the stairs. Why? What does it mean? It means to engrave your name on this trophy, this silver heart of a trophy, to engrave your name in history, to be one of the winners of this fine, massive esports tournament. And that's what we're about to see. 2 semi-finals, a place in a best-of-5 grand final tomorrow is what is up for grabs. Now, our first semi-final, I can taste the excitement. I know you're ready for it. Should we get the teams out? I said, should we get the teams out? All right, well, the first team to come out of these doors, we know they're the best team in the world. We know in their ranks, we have possibly the greatest player to ever play this game. Understandably, the question is, how will they manage playing today? Spodek, everyone here, please welcome to the stage right now, it's Navi! Just listen to that, listen to the cheers. Simple says they want to be the greatest team of all time. Today is another step on that path. But it takes 2 teams to make a great semi-final. So, taking them on here today in a few minutes' time is a team where yesterday we saw one of the greatest players ever on this stage. And I'm not even talking about Nico. I'm talking about a 16-year-old who stood up to the biggest stage and showed what he has. Will he do it again today? Will they take on this team? Let's find out. Please welcome to the stage, it's G2! They are a lineup built to win trophies. They want this trophy. And wherever you're watching this right now, I can tell you can taste the excitement in here. Let's have a show of noise of who we think is going through to the grand final. Who is winning this matchup? Is it G2? Is it Navi? Man, that was close. One more time. Is it G2? Is it Navi? Man, this is gonna be good. Let's have silence in the Spodek. Let's raise the roof. Are you ready? Let's get it on, baby.
Well, there you got it. Teams on the stage. The Spodek is ready to rumble. We've got the scene set and a semi-final upon us. G2 Navi now. We're going to have Heroic Phase thereafter, and only 2 of those 4-mentioned teams are going to be jumping into that grand final tomorrow. This game right here between Navi and G2, even just on Inferno, it packs a punch.
Absolutely, Trace. I cannot help but think that whoever wins today right now might just lift the trophy in Katowice in the grand final.
Oh, okay.
I said it.
Big words.
I said it. I think the winner of the event is on the stage already. That's how I feel about the quality of that game.
I see what you've done there. But how do you think about that, Kassad? Give me something to go with here.
Well, I'm gonna take a look at the first map, as in Inferno, and I'm not
reasonable even.
I'm not looking at the matchup between m0NESY and Simple or Nico and Simple. I'm looking at Banana, and I'm looking at matchup between Boomich and Nico. Right there, that battle. It's gonna be very exciting to watch. We know that Boomich likes to play aggressive. We know that Nico likes to play aggressive. Nico is the type of the player that he can take over his own, by himself, the whole Banana. He doesn't need 3 mollies. He doesn't need 6 flashes. He can fight it by himself, while the other players are going for something else. So that's the first battle that I'm going to be looking for in the very first map today.
People talking about Nico, this, Simple, that. What about a guy like Electronic, Maniac?
Well, it's interesting you mentioned, because I believe that if you go down that ladder when it comes to the hierarchy in Na'Vi, you start to see some cracks in the wall that we have seen at this event. The reason I'm saying that both Electronic and Bit are currently playing their worst LAN event ever since we went back to offline. And this is why today is a huge test of character if you are Na'Vi. It's a huge test of the legacy you are building, because you are going up against a team that purposely changed lineup only to take you down, for the sole reason of taking you down. Today, a few of you players maybe not playing exactly the best Counter-Strike they can. Can you actually succeed? Can you prevail right now in this context?
Well, we have Na'Vi on 21-1 on LAN score, right? We have Electronic, like you mentioned, Trace, on the CT side of Inferno. He is one of the top 3 players on the playing pit side. So it's Exile, it's Robs, and it's Electronic. So, and he always delivers on the CT side of Inferno. I'm not too worried about him at all.
As it should be. And Electronic being one of those guys that you look at from time to time over there, and you say, okay, well, Simple's doing his thing, but how's he getting propped up? Electronic, one of those players that can do just that. When we look at Na'Vi, you think about just what they've done already in this arena, albeit 2 years ago. In my mind, they're still the kings of this arena.
They absolutely are. And you also have to realize that obviously when they lifted the last trophy, unfortunately there wasn't an audience.
Yeah.
So there is something else to be done here for Na'Vi. There's something else to be achieved to actually lift the trophy in front of the audience, a trophy that they deserve. They want to build an era. They want to win all the important tournaments. This is where we are. Katowice is on that list.
What's that saying? Like the wolf climbing the hill is hungrier than the wolf on top of it?
What?
Is that the saying?
I mean, it makes.
we have wolves in Switzerland. I don't really know if they're climbing.
I don't hang around a lot of wolves. I'm a one-man wolf pack kind of guy, but
only wolf.
Yeah, I get what you're saying there, sort of. Kassad, truth be told, though, if you have to put your eggs in one basket, I know you're going to be G2. So tell me why.
Do I only have one basket?
Yes. It's weird how that works, but yes.
I have to give the advantage to Na'Vi, just simply because they are more complete team and they're more experienced team in this arena.
Even with the flashes of brilliance we saw yesterday.
Even with the flashes of brilliance.
Can you do it again?
I'll go for G2. I have G2. I think elements are gathered today for an upset to happen, for this m0NESY to show up again. Of course, you talked about it, Kassad. You said 95 series for Simple, 1 series for m0NESY, which is the one series that we are all banking on. We're trying to hope that it's going to
He has the ultimate matchup right now. He's jumping from Jame, that he had to face yesterday, to Simple.
Yeah, but I wouldn't even consider the matchup. For me, it's just that we've seen one game with m0NESY on the big stage, and he showed it big times. He was huge what he just did. It still was just one game, and his story is very fresh, very young, yet to be written. If he shows up again today, it will add another line to his beautiful and new career.
That's exactly why I picked Na'Vi,
But I'm a believer.
It's the logic.
I'm a believer. Listen, they were able to do it against VP with Nico having one game out of 200 where he doesn't really show up and he can't make anything work. You know, I know, we know that Nico is going to show up.
I would love G2 to win.
Of course you would.
I would, definitely. But you're forgetting the history here.
What history?
Well, go on.
Between these two teams.
Is it when I mentioned, did we also together watch what happened in Cologne, what happened at PGL?
Yeah.
I mean, dude, Amanek is behind him. We see him right here. And this man, what he's been able to do in his career is fantastic. He's played all the roles in Counter-Strike. Selfless dude, best team player. Now he's even a coach. But we knew that at some point G2 would need an actual, true, natural sniper. We knew it was always the conversation. Now they have it. The same pieces are here. Hunter is here. Obviously the silent hero of that team. Nico, the superstar. m0NESY showing up on stage. That's why it can be different. That's why it can be different.
And truth be told, there were questions around Xtaz and him not being behind them. How is this going to affect the psyche of the players? And for a young gun like m0NESY, how does that build up into the arena itself? Seems like they've got it under control. Does Amanek add to that?
No.
Okay, well, fair enough.
First of all, Maniac, in order to to have your guess right, or you being right about this match, is Jax needs to step up.
Okay, fair
He
enough.
needs to be on the highest level possible of his individual game for them to have a chance. Simple is going to get his numbers. Electronic is going to get his numbers. The same way that Nico is going to get his and probably m0NESY, right? But these supporting parts, they need to be the one on top if you want to overcome what you didn't in the past games.
And I can see where you're going with this. I think Perfecto have given us, he has given us, sorry, a lot of insurances over time with what he's going to prevail and how he's going to clutch around. There's a name you didn't mention. What about Bit? What about this man that turned into a machine when we went to offline Counter-Strike? He surprised everyone. He had the most successful year any rookie has had in Counter-Strike. But like I mentioned in the pre-show, he's slowed down a little bit here. Do we think he can maintain this absolutely astronomical trajectory he had at the beginning of his offline career?
Is he the key part of their winning? His super strong performance is not a key part of their winning.
I think it is. I think him turning into a superstar was the difference maker with Na'Vi when they put their feet on the throne, probably their butt, arguably, and they stayed on it. I think it was very mostly due to Bit ascending to that level because Simple is always an incredible player. I will never ever challenge that. Same for Electronic. I think Bit was the difference maker.
So if he was adding to it, not the difference maker.
Okay.
Now we're playing, we're doing Thesaurus.
I like this.
Right
This
now.
is great. This is exactly what Analyst Desk should be doing. Now, of course, you're wondering why we're not in the game. That's because the players just got to get their levels right. Sometimes, you know, in these arena events, there's sounds and all these things. You want to make sure you isolate those out.
Absolutely.
So when I'm looking at this matchup, and I'm thinking just looking back to yesterday, if you're Na'Vi, Kassad, if you're Na'Vi and you sat there and watched this quarterfinal, you saw a 25-22 scoreline on Mirage, what did Na'Vi take away from yesterday? What could they even take away from yesterday?
Well, they took away that they should not be playing Ancient.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I guess that's right out in the open. It's kind of hard to pinpoint it, put anything right on it.
The thing is, Na'Vi surely watched that game and they prepared definitely for a map, and I think they got their pick immediately after that game, and I believe they have something ready for us, something that's going to get them into the finals, Maniac.
Look, they either neutralize m0NESY or they don't. And if they don't, it's going to get real ugly.
Yeah, that's going to get real spicy, and so are we. We are ready to get this matchup underway. Ladies and gentlemen, a semi-final bout featuring G2 and Na'Vi. We're starting on Inferno, and then we're going to Mirage. That much is guaranteed. Spodek, make some noise, and let's get this underway.
It's been 3 years and we are back. Simple is synonymous with Spodek, but today he goes against a young talent that could shut him down. m0NESY yesterday was absolutely incredible, and it's G2 that have been warmed up in front of this crowd.
Yeah, and that's the question. m0NESY, can he deliver another performance like that? They're going to need it. It's going to be huge. Pistol round is live. Na'Vi, a pair of dualies across the map. Simple with one, Perfecto with other, split between the bomb sites. And G2's going to take this one slow. Looking for anything, looking to see what Na'Vi's going to open this game up with. Any aggression, and they see nothing for the moment.
Not a typical pace to a pistol round we're used to, especially on Inferno, with lots of mid-aggression. No one really wanting to overstep the mark this early so far. And a very, very important semifinal. We said it in the intro. This is a team, G2, that has been reconstructed with one goal. Carlos is here. They brought in Almanac to make do for having an issue with the coach. Obviously, X-Taz couldn't be behind the team. They are all hands-on, all assets, all resources. Ooh. Simple spotted. Oh, he didn't see Hunter. He's going to sneak down. This could be massive. He's already on the move, but Hunter's coming back that direction, and Simple gets removed by a Glock.
Yeah, but you could see the mindset of Simple on the hunt, saw an opportunity. This one doesn't pan out, neither does that. What a shot. m0NESY, great level being brought in this pistol round, and it's just Bit. Can the sophomore do anything? And he goes down as well. The pistol's gonna go to G2. A bomb site is lost.
Very, very concise as well. The accuracy, no question, favored G2. And as you say, bomb goes down. Boomich will back off. The dualies of Perfecto as well as the armor looking to be held. 3 utility, 3 grenades. And therefore, that's why Na'Vi will bail out of this one and concede the opening round to G2. Very, very concise start. As again, want to see getting a kill in the opening round. That's going to be huge, just to get rid of the nerves. Yes, he had one good map yesterday, but it's a whole different day, and it's still a big stage.
Yeah, we're still discovering what he's going to be made of this early on in his career. It's going to be fun to watch here in the semifinals. And look at G2. You want to talk about hunting. They want these weapons. They don't want to give anything to Na'Vi easy. They want to take everything out of their hands. And dualies to find plenty of utility on Boomich as well that they can take away for the next round. That would be massive. He's going to be hunkered down. He finds one. Safety for Boomich. Perfecto as well. And G2 content with the victory. It's 1-0.
We heard Mahone breaking down as well, that brackets control. When you see just utility, chances are they're not committing. As soon as you see the bodies applied, watch for the take. And as soon as they got the shot on Simple, they knew there was a chance to walk in. This second shot as well from m0NESY, so good.
You know, let's say this too as well, because yesterday what was kind of went overlooked with the success of m0NESY was how good of a game Hunter had as well. Continuing here with that opening kill onto Simple, a flick over. He didn't expect that positioning whatsoever. A great reaction.
Worth noting, the last time these two teams played on this map was at Blast, just recently, in fact, and it was 22-19 in favor of G2, but it took double overtime to get that. So we are in for a close affair. These guys have matched up quite well throughout the year. Nico through the smoke. Best rifler, I think you could say, in the world right now, without a doubt. He'll take out Boomich to start the round, and it's banana control already for G2 as they just try to slow things down a little bit and clear the top side to make sure they're safe.
And if you play Na'Vi on Inferno, you're gonna really recognize and you're gonna know that Boomich is gonna be really crafty around this half wall. If G2 can continue to find that kill on him, pick him off, really negate the harassment that he wants to put out in Banana, that's gonna be massive. Good opening kill on him through the smoke, a little bit of fortune. And I think Perfecto's even gonna play this passive. If they do end up committing to this bomb site, Navi's gonna have to save these weapons. Simple, Bit, and Electronic still at the other side of the map. They won't be committed. I think Perfecto's gonna start finding an exit route.
I love the mentality of Simple to go for a shotgun. I really think he is gonna be unrelenting today. I really think he wants to go absolutely off. Bomb planted though, and Na'Vi already willing to back out of it. They'll even get Perfecto away from the ruins, so that's another gun held for another round. P9s can certainly farm some cash should they be given the opportunity.
And you'd hope Simple that he can open up this game once we get the gun rounds on hand, that he's gonna open up with that mentality you said, with that impact you just said, because we heard it from Nico a couple of times through his interviews leading into the semifinal matchup. He's not super confident that this Na'Vi team is playing at their peak. He's looking at it and he's being super happy seeing some of the shakiness in the early stages of this event from Na'Vi and some of the recent events they've had to start the year, and that's gonna fire up Nico. If Simple can help put a stop to that early on, that'd be massive for Na'Vi.
I mean, the stats don't lie. Prior to coming onto the stage, Nico, through the group stages, was holding a 1.5 rating. Highest in the tournament. Jax was playing, in my opinion, the best counter.
Yeah, he was phenomenal.
Play outrageously good on the CT sides. And you've already mentioned Hunter going off. m0NESY yesterday on the stage, incredible as well. There's so much going right now for G2, and you're right. Na'Vi, Bit, sophomore slump, perhaps we're seeing him fall off a bit. Electronic, really poor showing so far on the stages since last year. And I agree with Maniac said on the desk. Simple's one thing, but he has to have others with him, because Simple's been on this team for years. If it was just him, they would have been winning for a long time by now.
It's a great conversation on the desk. The stars are going to get theirs. We know the big names on these two teams. The glue guys sometimes make that final 1% difference to get your team over the finish line. What kind of impact can the rest of the players have? Here's that shotgun aggressive. He might have a chance. It's Hunter on the other side, who's very, very cautious, very wary of this aggression. He won the initial duel. In Hall's on the pistol round. Simple's going to back away. And Hunter's taking it slow, so Simple should be able to sink back into safety.
Silently will put himself down toward the boiler doorway instead, as he is getting closer to the top side of middle. Meanwhile, good grenade damage. Alexi B gets tagged down to 42. Bomb still waits back toward the kitchen stairs, so G2 just trying to bait out a bit of utility, which it is dwindling on the Na'Vi side. They didn't have much to start with, to be fair, but now they'll start to try and play the picks and execute toward a site. And it is a bit of a bonus round for them, for both sides. Considering we're on round 3, it's quite scrappy weapons, but no one wants to give anything away in the economy. On top of sandbags, Nico over top of the smoke. Trying to catch a stray toward where Boomich is currently positioned, as he and Perfecto have the crossfire set.
It's potentially Simple could be put into play here. It's looking like G2's lining up a Halls pop. Hunter and Alexi and Jax are going to start moving up. That's where the shotgun is placed, and what a perfect position for it.
We'll see utility over. Spots the first. Waits it out. Simple strikes. He didn't see the second. He didn't see the second. He looked back. He was pumping the shotgun. That denied his vision. Jax gets underneath. And down goes Simple. m0NESY and Hunter come in as well, and it's a pretty clean execution. You were right. He was in the right spot.
Yeah.
It was just the timing. It caught him off. And in the blink of an eye, he missed an opportunity to potentially get a second, because there was quite a while that Jax was in there as well in the pit.
I think you nailed it. I think the reload animation just really blocked his vision. Unfortunate for Simple, able to get one, but you could see the danger of that position. So G2 going to get another round with the Hall's pop. Perfecto, some damage from Rain. And with some of the HP lost on some of these players, it's going to force G2 to have to be aggressively finding an escape route away from the bomb blast. Although it is planted deep into the bomb site. Over towards Halls we go. Perfecto, not really challenging anything. He's more concerned with saving his armor at the moment and that SMG, which he can use in the next round, or pass it over to Boomich, who's a big fan of the SMG and Banana, and just buy up some easy utility around it. 3-0 for G2, but the guns are about to come out for Na'Vi, and Simple's got plenty of cash for an AWP.
Absolutely does. Make no mistake about it as well. Perfecto holds that MP9. He could play aggressive in this. Okay, I thought you were spot on with that. I thought they wouldn't waste time getting into this. Perhaps realizing that they've also saved 2 Galils. They don't want to invest into the AWP just yet. So Simple goes on to the M4. The M4A1S, what a laser beam it is lately.
Yeah, and the spam through the smoke as well without the trays. There's a lot of harassment coming out from these CT sides. Na'Vi looking to get started, looking to get their first on the board. Standard Banana control. Nico eats a nade. Molotov's put out the utility exchange in Banana. A little bit of a boost over to force Boomich back. Remember, they know they can find this kill, and they've got it again. They've got it again. A good focus on Boomich for the openings.
That boost was brilliant because they thought they finally had the control again with the rifle's confidence in the nade damage, but the man advantage sustained as well. They can slow this down, and it's 3 toward pit side bracket right now for Na'Vi. That's a long rotation. Perfecto's left alone completely.
We'll keep an eye on that too. If that's going to continue to be a point of success for G2, then all of a sudden Boomich and Na'Vi maybe have to rotate a third player over to the B-bomb site to start these rounds. Maybe have to back Boomich off of that position that he loves so much, at least for a moment until they can regain control. And G2, they love it. They have the advantage of this bomb site and they know it. It's all on Perfecto. What can he deliver? They're not looking, and he can't complete the kill. Jack's down to 1, and again, a bomb site overrun, and Na'Vi's not even going to contest.
Yeah, I think part of that was that it was the MP9 left over there. Why rotate over if the odds aren't good anyway? They would stack up A. If they come that direction, now they'll just save the rifles. They don't have to commit this investment to that side of the map.
If you're Perfecto, you're probably thinking, man, if I upgraded into an M4 that round, or had any kind of a rifle, maybe that's a double kill. Brutal. This is a phenomenal start to Inferno for G2's attacking side. This is 2 times we've seen Boomich picked off in Banana.
You're right, Jax dinked to 1 HP. The head armor doing a massive amount. Na'Vi still looking to warm up on this game, but we'll again have another chance to do so as the bomb's going to detonate here. 3 rifles carried over. They'll be in a position as well with Perfecto to drop out 1 more, so they'll be fine in the next round as well.
They're playing the economy game very well early on in this so far. Na'Vi just saying, you know, it's still early. We have a chance to recover. Let's just make sure we don't ever decimate our own economy by trying to force retakes, by trying to force too many buys. They had Perfecto with some extra cash. They have some opportunities. I think Simple's going to drop him the M4 and pick up another one and get an op in return. Excuse me. 4-0.
It's going to be the op. They go straight to it. No utility for Simple, but they want to try. Oh, I thought they were going to put him toward Banana, actually, off the start of this. Try to shut that down. Instead, they'll play 3 rifles there. Boomich to lead it, but Simple, they're pushing up toward top middle. He's got to be ready. Sliver gap, fires, can't quite connect. He's off. He's backed, and that allows Alexi B toward the top wall. Hunter was the one that got by, and my God, does he ever have space to work with? Pitt's going to walk right toward him. He has to make sure he's looking the right direction, and he is. Gets dinked in the process. He goes down to 9 HP. It was M4 versus M4, but he had the jump, and Electronic knows now he's got problems. Which way has Hunter gone? Simple still searching as well as that smoke continues to be a problem, and they've given up the pit side of the site. They are uncertain completely right now of where G2 is.
It's a really uncomfortable situation for a defense to be in. Look at all the bodies towards CT spawn. They're trying to find this one lurker on Rap side, but they've given up control of the bomb site in exchange. This is going to be tough, and Monacy's got another. There's the peak. It's all on to Simple. Electronic finds the initial kill. What a great flick!
Simple absolutely nails Alexi B, and you're right, they gave up the pit side, but they got the information on the repeat from Pit as Boomich wraps back around. Jax is up high on the balcony, but he will fall down below, and it is all left to Nico. 1 on 2, and he's the late lurk. Bomb's still down on that side. Simple shut out by smoke. They are uncertain of Nico's timing, and they don't want to overcommit to be caught off at an off angle from balcony, so Nico will work it up. The rifle versus Simple's AWP and Electronic to support. Electronic right now sitting in moto. Was this gun barrel spotted as he tried to peek out? Because Nico certainly thinks otherwise. Sees Simple down low, but he has arrived in the server now as he gets his 3rd kill in the game, 2nd in the round of the AWP, and Na'Vi have their 1st.
Yeah, important double kill in the round for Simple, obviously helping out, but just getting your feet underneath you. Na'Vi, as you said, 1st round in the match on the board on their defensive side. That's huge. Na'Vi is willing to sacrifice the point of attack, but they're going to win all the other battles on the extremities as they wrap and pinch. Instead of a hard hold of the A-bomb site, they find success elsewhere, and a good 2v1 victory.
Costly round still, though. Boomich is going to be left to an MP9. And again, they'll play the 3-2 split. Simple playing on the CT side of mid. Smoke's already deployed in front of him. Again, they need to read this. Mahone mentioned it. If you don't see bodies behind the utility, you might have other indications that it's not going to be a commitment. So the fact that Boomich pushes down, seeing, or at least getting the calls that they're on the A side, gives himself up to Nico.
He's got to be having a frustrating game. He's gotten picked off, I think, 3 times now as openings, but 2 of them have been through smoke. One of them was a boost. So some creative ways and some fortunate ways that G2's finding an opening kill. And this is plenty of rounds now that G2's had a man advantage. As you mentioned, money not great for the Na'Vi side. They need to string 2 together. They've brought over Simple to help shore up the defense at this bomb site, posturing and backing away. And Perfecto's got utility. He has smoke and Molotov as well, so he can buy time to bring a teammate back if need be.
Read again, though, from Na'Vi. They've rotated Simple off of this at the time that they're going B. Once more, it's just Perfecto. And Simple, I think, is going to rotate back around now, realizing that there's no further contact. There's a late smoke thrown, I think, by Hunter that went over the top to cover off bracket side, but CT covered. AWP for Simple, no one to boost him, and Perfecto down already. Simple is going to be alone. I don't think there's going to be anyone arriving either. Electronic does not look interested in this at all. Simple holding it out 32 seconds. Electronic could push down to try and cover off Banana behind. They won't commit to the plant yet. Nico goes for the default at this point. And Simple has to escape on this. There's no chance he gets back in against 5. Surely as he shoots through the window, but they're behind the box. That'll save them in that situation.
They're going to look over the smoke. Simple, he's going to make the mad dash, and he's out. He's going to save the op. They'll be able to drop some weapons over. It's going to be another buy in the next round for Na'Vi, but another just standard, solid victory for G2 off the one opening provided in Banana. That's Nico to find the opening kill this time. It's going to be 5-1.
G2's pacing in this game seems very good.
Well, you know, you have to say that defense from Na'Vi. I mentioned Perfecto having Molotov, having smoke. He could have gone for delay. He could have gone for a Molotov to harass that kind of attack from G2. They actually call for Simple to go for the pop flash, so it's an aggressive defense. They want to activate him instead of trying to delay, instead of trying to make that hit awkward for G2. It doesn't pan out. 4-round lead for G2.
Efficient round as well, all 5 staying alive. Nico's got 8,100. Pre-nade by, he'll get down to 69, but that's still, I mean, they're in such a powerful position right now already on T side, and Alexi B has been pretty sharp so far. Not a lot of kills in this game because of the amount of saving, because everyone's playing the economy game. Only so far been 8 kills for all of Na'Vi, and we are 7 round, well, we're going into our 7th round.
It's good calling so far from Alexi B. You got to give him credit as well. I mean, not just the opening picks that they're finding, that obviously helps, but the times they attack the B bomb site, what makes it so difficult is the myriad of crossfires you can encounter inside that bomb site, the various positions, and they've been able to find timings on that B bomb site where there's only Perfecto in defense. They're easily able to overtake and overrun just one player. And that's got to be the point of emphasis in this timeout for Na'Vi, talking about ways to shore up the B defense because it is getting abused at the moment. 5-1.
Silverheart shines on the front of the stage. That's what this is all about. Boomich, again, going to be the aggressor toward Banana. Simple stares down middle to see if anyone dare walk out too far. Jax is in the underpass position, but he'll evade detection for now as Simple's eyes fix upon the connector at top middle in the meantime. And now it's all about utility on Banana. Nico watching the skies to make sure there'll be no flashes thrown or nades or Molotovs really toward that tree position. And Perfecto's going to be left alone again.
Boomich just running to pick up an extra piece of utility. Boost up here. Drop the smoke over to his teammate on the ground. A little bit more delay tactics, and it's quiet on the map for G2. This time they haven't been given the gift of an opening kill. This one might be a little bit scrappy. So Banana control for G2. They're going to leave Nico to hold off any re-aggression, and they're going to address mid, try and take control of brackets. You've got Simple with the AWP on rap side. Got Bit in lane with his M4.
Hunter again, though, is hunting. He's so good at finding space. We saw it at Ancient as well. Group stages. How clear and concise he was about taking mid, taking red room. So we've got bodies toward the top side of brackets this time. We've got utility thrown that direction. We've got Simple at Moto, and Electronic has not yet left the pit. Bit will swing on either of this direction, but the kills are coming. We've got 25 seconds until the round expires, should the bomb not arrive on the site sooner. No rotation yet from B. It's a 5 versus 3 on the take. And Bit up close on the barrel. He's gonna have to go big on this one. Swings out, knows Modesty was close, had to rebolt. Alexi B trades, but that's a job very well done considering they lost Electronic behind. Simple smoked off though. Boomic is there to support this as Jax will hold in the corner. That's a tough position to clear. Walking out as well with the AWP. If he takes one shot toward the site and no one is there, Jax will be able to swing it in. Simple instead, it goes the other way. He gets the advantage of information, but still such a tough task. And do they consider going for this in a 2-on-2? Surely by now they have to. Exactly that. And it's Hunter that holds the pit. Smoke goes down. He'll try and get above it, but that's going to deter a lot of his vision. He can't quite see through it. Finds a gap. Simple go over the top. Does he try and go over the cart? They'll nade out knowing it's going to walk by. Hunter's looking for a better angle. He's looking for better vision, and you're right, the timing is gone. And more importantly, Simple's going to be caught out. He can't escape. The AWP goes down, and it's a disaster for Na'Vi. They do lose Hunter and Alexi B to the bomb. It is worth noting that all 5 players die for G2, but it's 6-1 in their favor.
And they've got the money to sustain that. What a great hit. What great calling from G2 so far. Taking control of Rapside, negating Simple's efforts at defense. He's blocked behind a smoke. He has to consider the play towards CT spawn. Cannot assist anything over towards lane, towards the main portion of the hit. And a great pick from Monacy. He takes Electronic and Pit. One of the great strengths of the defense in Bit. An admirable effort, but can't find the third. And the retake forced away. Here we go, Simple. Run boost. Oh, baby, he wants to get aggressive. He's got it.
Absolutely what you'd expect to see from Simple on this stage. I said he was going to be aggressive. He's playing with a motivation right now to stand above, but finding Jax up close. He wasn't quite ready for it. Bit does get the trade, so it will still be a sustained advantage for Na'Vi.
Yeah, 1 kill for Simple. Well, what a kill it was.
Sick movement as well. We just thought that was going to be the straight run boost across to Boiler. He goes right down behind a deep smoke. What a nice set play.
2-for-1 exchange. Na'Vi will take that. 2 players at A, 2 players at B. G2 still spread across the map, looking for any follow-up aggression. 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock for round number 8. And G2 doesn't have to commit with this utility, just trying to make these A defenders a little bit nervous, trying to posture like it's going to be a hit out halls. And ooh, Electronic, that's a freebie. Hunter never expected him on top of the balcony. 4-on-2 now.
That is the issue with that smoke. If someone is playing balcony position, it's easy to spot above it. Monacy trying to work around from bracket, tries to dodge out the flashbang, but at this point, most convincing and compelling round at this point for Na'Vi as he walks into certain death, surely with Electronic a bit. Trap sprung on either side. Just a matter of triggering it with the AWP. He's already pre-scoped in, trying to be as stealth and sly as he dare.
Flashbang shown for Rapside. They're going to move in. Monacy couldn't find anything. No mistakes given by Na'Vi. Here's the hit, but the crossfire, oh so strong. Monacy misses a chance. Down to 10 HP, and he's going to fall at the end. Double kill for Bit in the round. He just cures the AWP for Simple in the next. Na'Vi just 4 rounds back.
Electronic, great positioning as well. We mentioned the smoke on the balcony. He manages to find a gap in that one up close on the cart as well. So works very well against the utility in that round.
And now you go back to the previous where you mentioned some of the economy, some of the extra players for G2 that go down at the end. Simple taking a death just to keep them trapped at the bomb site. This money is starting to run out for G2's attacking side. Na'Vi have him at a bit of a breaking point. We're getting there. Na'Vi's almost back in this game early on.
G2's first timeout. That's 1 used from either side. Reminder, you have 4. Brings the coach into the picture. Almanac standing in behind G2 today. Will have his first chance to be vocal in this matchup. That's so sick. I love that. I love that they had this smoke set. No, there's no way Nico's ready for that. Not in a month of Sundays is he ready for that peak.
Yeah, you might start being ready for it now. That one is going to put the fear of God in you for the rest of this half. So, G2 out of the timeout. Odd money situation. 3 AK-47s, 2 MAC-10s. Look for something aggressive, something fast-paced when they eventually pull the trigger.
This is a different set though. Watch, Boomic has the MP9. He's been aggressive with it, but now the AWP could use him as cannon fodder in this situation.
Boost it up for the moment. Simple just trying to find 1 kill. They're saying if you're going to keep attacking Banana and try and find a pick here, this AWP can put a stop to that. But it's not here. Alexi B and Jax, the 2 MAC-10s. It looks like they want to come up middle. Left side is smoked. Electronic is alone. And he might have a lot of attention on him. G2, here we go.
To bags. Late smoke to cover off Nico. Perfecto and Simple are on the charge because it's a close bracket to hold on the opposing side of the map, and it's Alexi B with a MAC-10 that wins out the first kill. Monacy's ready for the re-aggression from Bit. Down he goes. It's got to be the arrival of the rotation, and Perfecto on the spot in a perfect time will take out Alexi B. And that'll slow things, but temporarily so. Hunter's already inside of the pit, but nothing to deter the vision. Simple, I thought he was going to get a second shot at it. Goes back out. Can't quite collect the head that time, but he'll work and wrap around Monacy, not with his Shepherd staff, but he will still be able to convey and persuade only for a single kill as Hunter holds the bomb is planted in the process. Bounce flash potentially for Hunter. Off the door. Pop out into the lane. Forces them to look away. Boomich fully blind. Nico goes on that. What a call between the Kovacs. And now Simple's trapped. A recovery 7-2 off the back of the timeout.
What a great win from G2 again, and Na'Vi actually does a great job scrapping back into that, but a hugely important round for G2 to prevent the money from disappearing. This is a relentless offensive half from G2 side. So impressive thus far in the game, but a long way to go. Round 10 is coming in. Electronic just gets obliterated. And yeah, Simple claws it back as best he can, but what a tough retake scenario to be in. 5 rounds away. Simple with the AWP again. And you can see him now forcing the issue, forcing to try and find an opening kill. He's got a leg on a Jax, trying to give his team any advantages that he can early on in these rounds.
And he's tried both sides of the map as well, aside from the run boost, spectacular run boost. He's only found one of the very early picks that we often look for from that CT side. And Jax, though, as you mentioned, is lagged. That's going to be a problem for them. You might see him, in fact, swap over. If he's going to play picks at this point, the AK certainly is viable, but you might see him swap over with Alexi B and just run in toward a bomb site at some point in this situation as well.
It's nice to find a decent exchange for Na'Vi on like the opening contact, a leg shot onto Jax, even though it's not a complete kill. Opening kills are 2-7 in the favor of G2. Simple's the only one on Na'Vi with opening kills for the defensive side. They really need to get a little bit stronger at the point of attack at the initial contact in these rounds. Another B set piece. It's 2 players to defend. At least they have their full resources here. Molotov and flashbangs to delay, and Alexi wants nothing to do with it.
Hunter takes out Bit. Not done there. He finds Electronic trying to refrag toward top middle. He'll wrap around as well. So much control. Simple will shut him down, but it's still not a set in stone situation as he is left alone. Simple again. Out in the lane as well. He's going to be caught. Nico late on this could trail over and protect Alexi B, who still holds the bomb, still holds the MAC-10. Simple making noise. I don't know if he's hurt at that position. No, he wasn't quite. But Nico certainly gets away with it as Simple can't land a shot.
He had to do something. He had to do something. He knows what the play is. With 1 AWP at the 8 bomb site, he knows G2 likely to wrap through halls, make it really difficult for the AWP to get a multi-kill. He had to secure one of his fronts, not being pinched. This is brutal now. Hunter with a great double kill up mid to open up the round, and they were blocked off at the B bomb site. He's there to open up a second option for the attack, and G2's found success one more time. You got to give credit to Hunter, not only Hunter, Alexi B with the phenomenal calling so far in this half to give his team a 6-round lead, but also the preparation from the coach, Xtaz, who's watching nervously, I would imagine, from the hotel.
Imagine so, but right now he's probably pretty comfortable about things.
It was so close, that shot from Simple. It would have been real interesting to see what he could have made of the round afterwards. Another clean round for G2. Navi's map pick as well, down 6.
Yeah, that's not a good sign at all, is it? Won't be an AWP this time. For Na'Vi. Shotgun again from Simple.
You want to talk about success in this first half for G2's offense. We've referenced it, and obviously the scoreline is showing it. There's, what is that, 7 plants so far in this half in the 11 round played. They have had access to the bomb sites basically whenever they've wanted it.
So much damage though. Is Boomich aware? Is Boomich aware? No, he's not. Didn't hear Alexi B at all, despite that he was tagged by the Molotov. There was so much else burning and going on that they didn't get the audio cue, and the early damage was there against Alexi, but he survives on 47, and once again, it's the opening pick for G2. Perfecto, oh goodness. Has to reveal his position by extinguishing flames, but they will not try to strike. Alexi does not have the health to try and take that battle. So they back off slightly.
One thing Na'Vi has going for him at the very least is Hull's control, but over towards the B bomb site, Perfecto in his smoke, getting spammed. He's trying to respond. They know his position. There's nothing his teammate can do to help him. There's no utility on Bin. He's even tagged. He's going to go down. Simple finds one on the other side of the map. Is able to upgrade to an AK-47. But again, another round that Na'Vi simply cannot fight for. It's going to be 2-9. And now it starts to get desperate for the Na'Vi side. They still have a chance to recover, to make this half interesting, to give themselves a window of opportunity in the second half, and they need to cling to that hope with all they can.
G2 just winning so many opening duels.
Not only winning them, but winning them convincingly, and then just pressing the issue, pressing the advantage that they have. Na'Vi hasn't even been able to rotate extra players in position to try and recover the scenarios. or set themselves up for a retake. It's just been so comprehensive that they can't even consider retakes in a lot of these rounds.
So the bomb will explode again, and G2, like you say, will find their 9th round. Simple does manage to upgrade onto the AK, so there will be a little bit more firepower for the CTs in the next rounds. And what do you do at this point, Jason? Because you keep putting this aggression on. You've only found the opening pick really the one time where Simple gets run boosted. That's not going to work every single time. No way. They see that mid smoke again, they're going to be staring into it. So do you sit back? Because that's not worked either. The mid control, the map rotations, like you say, have just not been there for Na'Vi.
Yeah, I mean, that's a trick you play once and you can't really go back to it a whole lot. Simple's going to stick to the AK-47, and I think you got to let the B defense be a bit more passive. You got to play the executions that G2's going to come with if they will. But you're still having problems over at A, and that's the real issue for this Na'Vi defense, is neither one of their bomb sites have shown that they can stop anything. Their defense anywhere on the map has been ineffective. Someone's gonna have to step up individually to get this Na'Vi team back into the game. Alexi, some utility damage onto him, down to 42 HP, but they do have banana control. Boomich is left alone. As Perfecto picks up a few more drop nades in CT spawn.
Yeah, keep an eye on the map. You can see there's still a few more there, so a bit of an arsenal and weapons cache for them to rotate back to. It does give a lot more versatility to the B defenders, because we often talk about trying to anchor that with a late smoke. Perfecto this time, though, wide vision, completely open. He'll sit back toward the coffins. Does have Boomich to play off of, though. Bomb's still way back. Alexi B, I think, is going to probably try and set for a take here, and if they get the picks, he'll run for it. Jax could rotate as well. Bit's the first one that would be able to move freely. From A to B. Meanwhile, Honesty walks in. Perfecto tag down to 3. If he's able to call that hit, watch for utility to take him down and finish him off inside of the site. With as well, the crossfire completely smoked. Boomich has to walk through. Nico has him instead, and it's 3 to hold the site alone. Perfecto once more is in such a tough position. He's managed to get away from oranges 1 and 2. Goes to water instead, but Alexi B able to land on his feet and turn back to find him. It will give Bit the chance, as we mentioned, the closest to rotation, but he is removed by Monacy once more, and Simple, he better strike with absolute perfection now. AK-47, he's spotted in the smoke, and this one is over as well. Double digits already, G2.
Yeah, and this is just a round that is built off all the successes they've had in Banana. That defense so passive, and Monacy has the confidence to just march in with that AWP. They know they've been punishing it. They know they've been making that defense nervous of peeking, nervous of losing the initial battle. That's a lot of space for a strong Opera to work with. This has been an incredible half from G2.
Yeah, no question. These guys are here to play. The stats don't lie, and I don't want to take away from them either. At the same time, Gambit, VP, now Na'Vi, all looking maybe not at their best, so keep that in the back of your minds.
10-2. It's working out, as you mentioned, exactly the way Nico said it in the interviews. And they're piling on now, running up the score, and all smiles for the G2 camp, and you can understand why. Another timeout taken.
Boomich, just nothing he could do, and I thought Alexi B might get taken down here because he was jumping over, pre-firing it, but Perfecto was already occupied. Yeah, that's a pretty one-sided affair for Hunter, isn't it? Simple stuck in the cloud, and yeah, now the frustration's starting to show. Boomich. Surprised he looks a little shiny up there, Nico. Wouldn't think they were breaking a sweat at this point.
All right, Spodek, all right, Na'Vi fans, remember the opening speech given on the stage. Whatever extra energy you have left for your team, Na'Vi fans, they need you now more than ever if they want to get back into this game. Get them hyped up, give them your extra energy.
See if they can use it this round. Simple again, he gets down toward Hunter. Excuse me, at the bottom side of the middle as Nico has to work out. Molotov's on his feet. They've definitely heard him close this time, and they've got a position set for it. Once again, though, the man has been struggling for kills. Boomich will strike. Something off the back of the timeout. The energy, perhaps beneficial, as Alexi B left in middle. Jax and Monacy with him. Monacy with the AWP, still looking for a pick in response, but Na'Vi can sit back a little bit in this round. They've done enough to at least control the situation with 1:15 left on the clock. Lexi goes all the way back to grab a flash that was left behind in spawn.
This has to be a win. This has to be a clean win if you're Na'Vi. 5 on 3. Don't let them take this bomb site. Boomich finally finds some success holding off in Banana. No utility left on him. Perfecto. The timing on his Molotov and his smoke is going to be important. And does Monazi have the courage to be the tip of the spear again for the G2 attack? Does he just want to march in?
Let Monacy go with the AK despite that he has 100 HP, so too does Alexi B. This is a call from the kid.
Simple's here now as well. There's the great timing from the utility. Simple's got one flashbang for his teammates when he gets smoked off.
New box Molotov down. Flash from Odyssey, he's in. Simple, he strikes back through the smoke. His calls for solidarity, and now his teammates will step up as it's companionship toward the championship. That's the goal for Na'Vi in this round. Everyone strikes, and it's just Alexi B left. It'll have to fade away. 9 seconds left in the round, and he's gonna be caught. He's gonna be taken down. It should be before time, but it is a third for Na'Vi.
Nicely done. First round. First goal accomplished. Now they've got to string them together. If they can get out of this half with 5 with the way things have gone, that's a victory of sorts. That's a victory that you can cling on to for the second half. G2 in response, try and ice out the Na'Vi defense. Make them feel a bit more pressure looking up at that scoreline. 10-3. It's simple in the round to get his team started with another victory in oh so long. They have not been able to put 2 rounds together back-to-back yet in this half.
An understandable pressure. So much distraction. Sure, a loss of sleep for Na'Vi, and understandably so. No one would have blamed them if they didn't want to play this game. No one would have blamed them if they didn't want to be on this stage, but they do. This is what they do, and this is what they need right now. So I believe firmly that if they can get rolling in this game, that energy will translate over. It will become positive, that they are absolutely motivated toward this. They just need to get a foot in the door. And you are absolutely right, Jason. Back-to-back rounds could be the key in doing so.
Well, you want to talk about 2 things the desk mentioned. The glue guys, how are they going to perform? The players outside of the stars for Na'Vi. This game has been decided so far on overwhelming opening kills in the favor of G2. Still nobody from Na'Vi outside of Simple has an opening frag. That needs to change in these final 2 rounds. Boomich aggressive on top of sandbags. This time, not a whole lot of pressure sent his way. And G2 is going to address the A bomb site. Bit and Simple aggressive in quad.
Interestingly enough, Na'Vi has more multi-kill rounds. It just goes to show that the trades have been favorable and everyone's been striking so far for G2. It's been heroics that's been required from Na'Vi. And again, this time, Bit only good for 1. No backup, but Electronic on the balcony waits as they wrap around. He'll put a Molotov down. That's going to segregate Hunter, who instead goes up over top of the bales. He'll get away from Flames, but that puts him in the vision of Boomich, and now the team's starting to align. Now Na'Vi looking poised to take back-to-back rounds. It's still just a 1-man advantage, however, and Monacy, he's looking for something else, some other angle as he gets aggressive. Unorthodox with the AWP, couldn't quite spot the player on the stairways. Weller, rather, at the graveyard. And Electronic is looking to be as cheeky as possible in the pit, rotating multiple times into different angles. Jason, and he's gonna pop up and get Monacy down. Just Jax remaining, and it's a similar angle. I dare say he may have been spotted. No, not quite. I thought Electronic may have been able to see him in the doorway at the same time, but they know with the nade thrown and the bounce on the balcony, he is exactly inside the door. Confirmed now as the gopher pops from the hole, and Perfecto will send him down inside of the grave. It's 10-4, back-to-back rounds, Na'Vi.
Electronic plays an absolutely perfect round in a tough situation. Both of his teammates fall. The 1 kill, the Molotov to delay the hit up lane, dropping in towards the pit, finding or allowing Boomich to rotate over and find other kills. They try and hunt him down. Great repositioning, and as you said, even the reposition towards graveyard, absolutely brutal. You could see Monacy considering Pit looking for that repeat the whole time. Na'Vi's got 4, finally 2 in a row. Are they coming alive right at the end of the first half?
Absolutely, corner flash down again, but this time it's not going to be the run boost behind it. This will still force G2 to have to consider that mid position, so Hunter immediately cannot go further up inside a boiler. That means Electronic knows he can play on the back of this. Damage done already. Meanwhile, at the other side of the map, Alexi B's pushing up. They had to hold the stairwell. That smoke is now in the head of G2. That is going to give Na'Vi a bit of room in this round.
Oh, they're lucky to be alive, G2. Very easily could have lost a player there. Look at the HP, 14 on Hunter, 22 on Alexi, 56 on Nico. They've taken a lot of chip damage early on. And even though it's not a complete kill, opening engagements firmly in the favor of Na'Vi. And with G2 running out of utility, their playbook shrinks as well. This might just end up being a standard hit, a standard execute up banana into the B bomb site. They don't have a whole lot of resources to play with to take control towards A.
Boomich and Simple together on this. Potentially gonna go for a boost. No, not quite yet. A little bit of indecision almost, it seemed, but Simple's giving the utility to Boomich. He wants to play with the gun. He wants to do the dirty work himself, and he'll start it off with Alexi B's head being removed. Boomich will now step out as they swing wide and try and compensate for the emo position, and Simple flashes himself back into contention. With the loss of Nico, m0NESY, the next one inside of the site, and it's Perfecto that's going to be pushing in the backside, trying to close down this defensive sandwich to hold. Simple knows one has gotten over toward the ruins. So instead of trying to fire back close range with the AWP, he repositions, gives Jax information. Boomich survives and stays alive. Good pre-fire attempt from Jax. Good read, but Simple's going off. He's got 2 more. He'll swing it around. Perfecto, 3 in a row. Now we're starting to see them come alive. This is the energy that Na'Vi exactly needs. Positivity on the stage. We'll take a break. 10-5. Can Na'Vi turn this game on its head?
Представься, как тебя зовут, сколько тебе лет, какой ты национальности?
Всем привет, меня зовут Валера, мне 19 лет, я украинец.
Какой твой любимый сериал и почему?
Я люблю «Бумажный дом», я сейчас досматриваю сейчас 5-й сезон, мне он очень нравится.
Кобол или Трейн? Выбери, что-то одно из этого.
Наверное, выберу все-таки Трейн, потому что мне больше по душе. Кобол мало играл.
Занимаешься ли ты каким-то спортом?
Да, я занимался борьбой.
Это жесткий вопрос. Что бы ты предпочел, присоединиться к Гамбит или Virtus.pro?
Я выберу Нави.
Окей, так и знаю. Почему? Тут next вопрос, почему?
Потому что.
Любимая игра, кроме КС? Давай. Приступай.
Нет. Нет таких, наверное, игр.
Все, отмазался, красавчик. Ты бы предпочел делить комнату с Бумичем или электронику?
Электронику.
Почему? Любимая еда. Если это украинское блюдо, пиши. Болоньез.
Болоньеза, да.
Болоньез. Все. Окей, что бы ты предпочел, присоединиться к Фейс или G2?
G2, наверное.
К Илюхе, да? Почему?
Потому что, мне кажется, G2 лучше, чем Фейс.
Твой самый лучший поступок ИРЛ, в жизни. Ну что, любой.
Покормил котенка.
Все. Какие цели на ближайшие 5 лет?
Развиваться.
Все, спасибо.
Hey Future Pros, back to Inferno today with a pretty useful Molotov. This molly will force back an AWPer playing close to porch. To execute this, use your KZ skills to get onto the corner of this railing. Aim below the wooden rafter and at the bottom of the cracked paint on the wall. Then jump and throw. This will force any AWPer playing porch side to move back onto the site. Or play more aggressive, so watch out for that too. Good luck!
A look back at the final round. Simple was spectacular, finding multiple kills in the backside of the site, never giving an inch, and they have a chance to get back into this game right now. T-side, Pistol. It was G2 that was pretty solid at the start in the respective pistol for their half, but again, Jason, if they win this, we go to 10-8, we're looking at something positive and possible for Na'Vi.
Yeah, Na'Vi would love to have this pistol round right now. You got to say as well, shout out to Simple. I mean, when the team's struggling, he stepped up and carried them to this 5 rounds. So many opening kills, provided so much energy with that AWP to close them out. Here we go, live into the second half. 10-5 in the favor of G2, and another pistol round at hand. Na'Vi trying to recover. They scraped together the last 3 rounds of the opening half. They've given themselves a chance, and they need to capitalize on it now. Simple 13-8 over on the G2 side of things. 4 players tied at 8 kills to top the scoreboard for the CT side.
Yeah, one side of the fair versus everyone. I mean, you say 4 players tied at 8, the other one, Alexi B, is on 6. It's not like he's that far behind either. It has been a team effort, and that's what we were saying in the first half. The multi-kills were in favor of Na'Vi because one player had to step up. He was isolated so many times.
Well, remember as well how many times G2 just got a kill and took the bomb site, and there's no chance for Na'Vi to even retake, so you don't even see enough bodies being thrown towards G2 to find those multi-kills. A lot of trust in Nico on his own, a bit of a duel here between 2 of the best players we've got in Counter-Strike, Simple and Nico. Head-to-head for the opening kill. It's just Nico on defense, and he's trying to stand strong. He's trying to scare Na'Vi away from this bomb site.
He clips the shoulder of Simple, puts him down to 85. Could have been a headshot, wanted that wide angle to catch him off on the re-peek.
Ooh, I like this. The defense started to move. They're starting to shift. Not feeling any pressure at the A bomb site, going investigating for information. They might have found a perfect timing. When Electronic pops his head up, he's going to be in for a world of hurt. It's going to be an absolute nightmare. Oh, they're not looking at him. He's got a chance. Jax takes his head off, and now the hit must move forward. Nico happy to play retake as Banana access is open for his teammates.
I'm surprised on this, though. Perfecto slow to plant the bomb, not feeling safe in front of the fountain, has no one that's actually holding the top side of Banana, so they're stuck in the site. They didn't even try and slow this retake down by putting a forward stance on that, despite the information that was attained, and you were right, they had to go on it, and now they have to hold predictable position. Simple's already removed. Perfecto, good for 1. Bit's gonna chime in as well. He'll get taken down in the end, but Bit back towards CT, trying to bait Boomage back into position as well, as they're both holding off on the same angle. Nothing to cover the bomb yet, but it's not planted for them. They can go in behind the fountain. It's the wrong guy. He's sticking it. It's not the diffuser, but Bit's got the kill instead, and Na'Vi get the round.
What a gutsy win from Na'Vi. They had every disadvantage in that round. Usually that retake in Banana is not that quick after the plant, but G2 is there and ready to fight immediately. Incredible hold from Na'Vi as they work their way through ruins and avoid being ruined themselves in the pistol. 6-10. That window of opportunity for Na'Vi to get back into this game is wide open.
1 HP. I thought they missed it. I thought Alexi B was going to get the defuse because he looks away after killing the man that's crouched by it. Simple on the AK immediately. Throwback with the I Buy Power stickers, shall we say, Jason?
Got to appreciate it. Perfecto moving forward. Boomage as well, far behind. Taking Banana control as 2 players from Na'Vi, more than content to walk up mid. Simple and Electronic, what a powerful pairing it is. Establishing some presence on the other side of the map as well. So Na'Vi have all the initial map control that they could possibly want for the moment.
Tiptoe top mid for now. No overcommitments. Honesty, edge of the wall, smoke behind him is isolating the site itself, but he is ready, not quite for Electronic, as he uses all the energy and electricity in the world to fly around the corner. Jax will get removed by Simple toward the pit. Bomb by Boomich will be gathered at mid, and that should be a secure plant at the very least, if not a full save from the CT. So we're looking at 10-7 again, Jason. 10-8, this is on.
Look, Electronic, that's a great opening shot onto Modesty as well. If he starts coming alive into this game, he's such an important player on this Na'Vi attack of Inferno. The way he can lurk towards the A bomb site, he plays with Boiler a lot. The way he can find and wrap around any kind of retake towards the other side of the map, towards the B bomb site. He can be a very dynamic player, and if he starts to feel it in this second half, that's a new element of danger that Na'Vi has to play with that they haven't yet had in this game to a full degree. 4 rounds back, it's going to be 3 rounds when all is said and done. Hunter, Nico, and Alexi just saving weapons, saving armor.
Na'Vi is going to be scary if they get going right now. The willpower that'll be on this team once they start to get, as I said, even just a foot in the door. Oh, it's going to take a lot to shut down that force. And they're going to hunt right now. Boomich, Electronic trying to get around the corner. Mac 10 can't quite do any penetration toward the caskets. And it should subside as we hear a few gunshots. No one else goes down in this situation, so it is now 10-7, and they will be 3 Mac 10s, the Galil, and the AK still up on the T side. Respectively on the CT, you've got 3 Deagles. The CZ75 for Hunter, who still has the armor, and Monacy probably not going to invest anything into this. Perhaps some utility, but wanting to get out that AWP will certainly be on the agenda.
Yeah, those SMGs can obviously be very effective. Great opening shot on Monacy, and even Simple over towards lane. Just waiting for a peek as well from Pit. They find 2 kills and an easy stroll into the A bomb site. Here we go. 4 defenders initially for G2 towards the B bomb site. They don't have a whole lot of utility. No pop flashes to activate any kind of a trap. Just smokes for delay tactics. Jax and Alexi, each with 1. Nico just crossing his fingers, closing his eyes, and firing into the smoke. Dodging the tracers as they come in return.
Molotov over past Nico's shoulder. Molotov and then a flash on top. He's got to run. So he goes through the fire. Initiation, perhaps. He's down to 62. Full stack, though. They've got to get some information. Bit's not doing much yet on the A side of the map. So the last thing Na'Vi needs would be a disaster to go down to this in this situation.
Yeah, G2's going to love this when this hit comes in. I mean, the question still, just overwhelming firepower for the Na'Vi side, especially with the 3 SMGs against so many unarmored and unhelmeted opponents.
Simple wants to investigate. Clean and concise with the AK. Bit again, not finding enough. He's going to rotate back. This is the full stack. They see the first. Boomich tagged. They haven't got the shots in return, and it's falling apart. Now the crossfire a problem. Bomb is down on the deck. 28 seconds. It's not so much the time that matters, it's the positioning. They can't get the kills back. Jumping over, running, gunning. Perfecto's only good for 1, but Simple spinning around finds 2, and it's he that has to clutch it back. He needs to win it. This is out with 17 seconds. Jack's back towards CT as well. If he doesn't get Alexi B fast enough, he won't have time to go for the plant. Now he knows he does. Now he knows he can put this down. Holding, baiting Jax, though. If he goes to try and counter this off, oh, Simple. Has he done too much? Has he complicated things? Has he gone away?
No.
2 HP. He's gonna move forward. No, he didn't get it. He didn't get it down. No way. Jax is gonna win out the round on time alone. Simple, best leaving it to his name, goes too complicated in the end.
That's a hard call to make if you're Simple, though. That's a brutal call to have to make with 2 HP. Do you stick the plant? Do you try and bait him out into the open, into the peak? And Simple never found that final fight against Jax that he wanted. Jax calls his bluff. And G2 steal around away. That's the nightmare scenario. The perfect stack at the B bomb site. And too many players for Na'Vi to handle. Well done from G2. However, a powerful buy from Na'Vi coming in this round as well. 3 AK-47s, they got plenty of nades and utility, 2 Galils. Rifles in hand for Na'Vi as they try and get right back onto it. And Jack's trying to just fake him out. Molotov.
It's the sound. He wants the audio, so Bit thinks they're further back. Exactly that. Pull him up the stairway. Disastrous, but Simple wants to strike back. Goes out, can't do it. Bit chaotic through the smoke with the flames. Bit, he's able to read it well, so Jax doesn't get his way with that one. Will be a nade that follows up, and Bit was tagged, but he backs off. He has time, you can hear it coming. He'll stay on 48.
Yeah, and Na'Vi's taking so much damage here. Electronic down to 16, they've lost Simple. Bit, even with the kill, down to half HP. G2's gonna be fine with this so far. Both teams gonna start running out of nades, but Na'Vi still have a few more options available to him in the round, and meeting up towards Banana. Electronic with his low health and no nades might just be past a couple smokes and flashbangs, but he's going to be the one who watches the flank. A fake, actually.
Lexi B back into position on this. Gets all the way inside of the site. In fact, is he going to go oranges 1 top side? Ooh, this could be huge. The A1S as well, even if it's through the edge of smoke, it'll be confusing for them. He has to back off because he's blinded up, does sufficient damage, takes Bit back down to 8. But combined, Perfecto and he will find the kill. Now they need to find Nico. In the back of the site, finally taken down. Boomich on 100. He'll go for the bomb plant this time with 12 seconds and stick it all the way to the deck. He wants to go to the AK instead, but they'll know that he's naturally gone into that corner. 1 versus 2 for the in-game leader of Na'Vi. Flash outs. Quick peek on the back of it, sees no one toward the top side of Banana. Monacy's still staring and he's gone. Spotted up though. Dink, he knows Hunter's lurking. He knows Hunter's swinging, but Hunter has the headshot instead.
What a tough clutch. G2 playing it so well. Waiting to come through the smoke until both players are ready. Well managed from Hunter and Monacy. Na'Vi almost steals one away, almost scrapes their way into that bomb site with such low HP. It's a really impressive effort. They just can't close it out. Not enough resources, not enough health. Brutal stuff. Nico calm and collected in the back of the bomb site, able to just mop up some of those weaker players, and Hunter with the clutch. 12-7, a 5-round lead, and Na'Vi, somewhat of a desperate buy coming in. 2 AK-47s, a Galil, a pair of Deagles. Na'Vi trying to keep this close, trying to keep within striking distance of G2.
G2's map choice, we remind you, remember last time it took them overtime, twice in fact, 22-19 to settle the score on this one. We go to Mirage next. That's Na'Vi's home territory in this series. I dare say Dust 2 might be required at the rate we're going, because I can't imagine these two teams settle this without a brawl to the finish, as Nico does early damage onto Perfecto. He's tagged down to 13. They'll try and capitalize, and they will with an aid. Alexi, but back it comes Simple through the smoke. Jax holding onto the pit. Electronic can't find the return shot. And the Molotov, rather incendiary, if we want to get technical, we'll push him away, force him back down the hall. So we sit still for a moment. Not for long. Nade strike will do damage onto Na'Vi.
That's a nightmare. This gap is so huge. Hunter's gonna get a free kill. Might even be able to get 2. Simple's able to respond, but Modessy's there for the trade immediately. G2 on top again by 6 rounds, 13-7. And I don't know if Na'Vi can buy again. I don't know if they can keep going down this road. They might have to just drop down to pistols, allow G2 a softer battle in this one, and try and make a very powerful comeback. It's not a decision you would envy for Na'Vi. Round 21. Nico, Jax, and Hunter towards A, and they're gonna swing and cross towards top mid. They're gonna get aggressive towards O. Suffocating, but a chance now. Hunter's dinked up. An opportunity for Na'Vi to find a kill with these Deagles, and Hunter's wisely just gonna back away from the fight that he didn't want.
Just tapping inside of the smoke. Syncopation, trying to let Na'Vi know what's going on at mid. They're looking for the damage. Slow and passive toward the apartments. Deagles can absolutely be damning. And you've got headshot angles out that doorway, but again, the pit position's so difficult to deal with already, and Jax is not only burrowed there, but has Hunter that will be able to support the crossfire if they try and walk through. So back toward B, we just keep an eye on the fact that Alexi B is there to swing off of the bait from m0NESY. He would shake the first shot, and Alexi would able to swing with the rifle, in this case, the FAMAS if required. They seem to think this is going to be over more toward the piece with that nade. No armor. Wow. Boomich down to 12 already. Thankfully backs away. They're going to retake Banana on that alone.
Yeah, information gained. It's still against pistols, so it's not the biggest advantage provided over to G2. They already had a massive one, but at least now they know what's coming on top of everything else. Towards the wrap side we go. It's going to be m0NESY in spawn with the op to check the cross. Not able to grab the first. Wants the second. He legs him. Alexi B now activated. And he's gonna have a couple of free kills. HP is so low for Na'Vi, and this round is just gonna drift away, as it was meant to from the G2 perspective. Good kill onto m0NESY, but I don't think that opens anything meaningful up. They could get a plant towards the A-bomb site if Perfecto can find this kill, and he does. And maybe now it gets interesting.
It's gonna be a race. Hunter's already going that direction. They're uncertain. He steps back. That might let Perfecto cross, but no utility to do so. You're right, it's only 3 seconds. He can't get the bomb down. It is over. They'll at least collect weapons on the back of that. m0NESY manages very well in that situation. He even switched to the pistol, composed and ready, knowing that, yeah, I got a leg shot. I'm expecting to be repeaked on this, and Simple walks right into it and gets dropped by the USP. And it's now 2 rounds to go for G2, and they'll have the first map in this best of 3. We have another one today as well. Do not forget FaZe. How about the story of them this event? Rob can't join them. Doesn't even get here in time to get his photo on the board yesterday. Shows up after testing negative for COVID-19. JKS thinks, well, all right, thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm going home. Rain, he gets COVID, and now JKS is back on the stage. They managed to take down Gambit yesterday. Yeah. That's incredible. And now they play up against Heroic, who's been red hot as well. It's going to be an absolute brawl. That's immediately after this game, so you don't want to miss that either.
Yeah, a lot of diversity in their run through IEM Katowice as well so far. And we get to see Heroic on the stage in the Spodek as well. A team looking very, very dangerous, perhaps the most dangerous they've looked in the past year. But for now, G2, 7-round lead over Na'Vi as Inferno looks to be coming to a close. Na'Vi trying to extend this, trying to buy more time in this map. And Simple's got the op in hand.
Perfecto gets forward on barrels. He doesn't want to actually jump up on top of the plywood to see if he can get a headshot angle back toward wall. It's not worth the risk as Nico continues to watch. Oh, he sprayed through. I know it's an M4A1S. It's not going to do tremendous damage, but it would certainly aid their defense, given that it is M4s for headshots potentially after that, as well as utility that could be lobbed down there, but elects not to fire into it.
G2 wants to go for a retake, it looks like, setting up for the flashbang. Here it comes. Nico's gonna swing first. Anti-flash, good shot from Simple. The timing on it's perfect. The shot, Modesty can't get away. They're too dedicated to the retake. And Na'Vi, you've got to know what a massive advantage you have at this B bomb site. Ignore that smoke. Boomich coming through, and he's got Alexi. Sight cracked open, and 8th round is on the cards, unless Hunter can do something special, but he's backing away already.
Yeah, that's just desperation from Hunter. That's just trying to find one where you can, and none other than Simple to fall, but they'll easily grab his gun off the floor. That was a preemptive shot inside of that flashbang. Nico went around the corner. Simple was blind, and he fires directly into it. The timing works in his favor, and we are back with Na'Vi in the second half. Having won the opening 2 rounds, they concede 4, but this will give them their 8th overall.
Good round from Na'Vi, just negating the push. Let's see how blind Simple was. We saw the graphic. Ooh, yeah, he eats it. Eats the flash and still finds the kill. And Boomich knows after this, it's time to go forward. No reason to slow things down. You've gotten 2. More than likely just 1 player left. And he doesn't give G2 any breathing space to get back into the round. 6 rounds back now for Na'Vi's offense.
So unsurprisingly, that op comes back over. And what a time for Na'Vi to win this round, because it puts them back in the situation where they can comfortably try and play back into this and not have to worry about economy going against them straight away and not give up potentially overtime point. I say potentially because let's go back to round 3 of this half, and obviously they walked into a stack. Anything can happen in Counter-Strike.
3rd timeout taken from G2, and at the moment the conversation has got to be exactly what you just said it was. About economy, about making sure that they're going to be able to sustain and have enough money left in the bank to play out the rest of this half. Do you want to invest more cash here and drop some weapons over and fight again, or do you want to play it safe with the round lead that you already have for the moment? An interesting choice. And they're going to go for it. M4 is dropped over. A lot of cash being dropped for G2. This could be exactly what Na'Vi wanted to close the gap in this scoreline.
Hunter already holding mid, flashed early. Odyssey and Jax didn't want to take the risk of crossing middle with a late spawn. They rotate around instead through the A site. It's Bit the boy that's inside of the apartments. Keep an eye on Bit this game. He's up to 11 and 13, but it's still Simple that shines above all else. He sits at 20 and 13.
Ooh, creative little delayed boost there is going to force Boomich into a passive angle. Na'Vi doing their best to force back these initial aggressive stances we've seen from G2's defense. Doubled up in halls and balcony. Electronic being aggressive. Oh, and Bit actually just heard 2 players drop into the pit. That's going to be called over. So information at least gained for Na'Vi. They're starting to formulate a picture of what this defense looks like. And now the question is, what kind of a call is Boomich going to come up with? Double pit is what they know they're going against.
So they put the wall of smokes. They actually just want to isolate them entirely. One as well on the balcony. That's going to give them no vision, but they still have to get inside of the site. And Hunter's the 3rd in this picture. Nico, the 4th. This is not clear cut. This is still dangerous. This is Na'Vi again going toward a stack, and it's been completely removed. Absolutely obliterated. It is now overtime and match point for G2.
Oh, my heart bleeds for Na'Vi. That collapsed so quick. What a recovery. G2 under a lot of pressure, but they do get that 4th player. They do get Nico back. An early rotation, perhaps due to the pistol on Modesty. They bring him over, couple of kills through smokes, and it all comes crumbling down for Na'Vi. And they're staring in the face of 7 map points on Inferno, the opening map of the first semifinals today here at IEM Katowice. Final timeout for Na'Vi, and you can understand why. They need to find a winning solution, and they need it right now.
Remember as well, Boomich had to play from the hotel room at the start of this event also, just as Rain did for the final game of the group stage. Oh, he's certainly faced a lot so far to get here. Yeah, Nico, that's just a clean spray. You called it. They heard the 2 players dropping down, but they didn't have any other information, and it was similar to the previous stack that they walked into. They didn't consider other opportunities, and even in the first half, again, these late rotations that they're just slightly behind. They're not looking at the full picture, I feel like.
And I don't think they had the flashbangs necessary to really negate all those crossfires and all those positions. Nico obviously swinging from library, full vision. Banana control coming out for Na'Vi, but it's desperate. Look at the nades they've got. We're going to have to see some of the power, some of the individual prowess from these Na'Vi players shine here in this round. They don't have all the utility for map control. They don't have all the smokes they need to throw fakes, to apply pressure wide across the map. No way to spread this defense.
Simple holding the angle. Nico the man on the other side of it. He has the M4 to try and take that battle. Utility could certainly force Simple off the angle. A smoke has done exactly that, so he'll reposition. In fact, gets inside of the boiler instead. Close range AWP. Simple's no stranger to it.
One flash, one smoke for Na'Vi for the rest of the round.
And again, it's 4 players on this side. 1 for 1 so far. Alexi B's left alone, but it's m0NESY that steps back out. Bit get Hunter. He's found a third in this round as well. Simple finally gets Nico down, but he's aware he has bomb, and he's gonna go toward the site because Bit's already cleared it, so they have the advantage as Alexi has to rotate.
What a great double kill from Bit. So many bodies being thrown up mid. He knows he's got to jump out halls and give his teams the opening. Him and Simple against Alexi, 2-on-1 in a desperate round for Na'Vi. Alexi might just back away. He might just decide to preserve money. What a low percentage retake that would have been. A low percentage clutch attempt. So Na'Vi have cracked into the bomb site, but G2 still plenty of rounds to play with. Still 6 more rounds to find the victory on Inferno.
So they'll keep this one alive a little longer. Simple's op stays very much alive. As he and Bit surviving the round will carry over a bit more weaponry, and once again we will be faced with match point, but it's still not perfect on the Na'Vi side. It's still not a massive amount of wealth, so they'll have to distribute that. m0NESY again, stepping up to find 3 kills in that round before getting removed. Nearly made that winnable, and he now tops the charts. Again, though, look at the kill distribution on G2. It's so close. This is such a team game from them right now.
Look at it. It hasn't been perfect from Na'Vi. You're exactly right, but one of the things they established last year in their dominant run to take over, to take the Counter-Strike world by storm, establish themselves as the team to beat, has been their ability to win series when they are not playing their best. Trying to fight themselves back into not only this map, but into the next map, into the next series.
Incredibly, you think yesterday, m0NESY basically bought G2 time at the start of their game, and then all of a sudden they came alive. It's very much the same. Simple is doing that right now. If Na'Vi can just get that last little bit, like you say, those glue players, and they definitely can, I mean, overtime's not out of the picture here, even with a team like Na'Vi in the server. Electronic's already got mid-wall. He's been quiet so far with his AK. See if he can open this round as we go back to more of a standard default from Navi's position. Flash peek, perfecto, spotting 1. Damage done to Alexi B.
Well, this position is so powerful. Electronic is just hoping someone's going to come jiggle peek the corner, swing out it from Hunter's position to find information. Not happening just yet. He's got a minute. He can chill. Na'Vi just with control of top mid, with control of Banana as well. Alexi, pop flash from Nico, and he's gonna find a frag. That activates Electronic. Hunter never knew he was that close. And now into the bomb site, Electronic has a very, very wide angle to see where the rest of the opposition is.
He's gonna hold for rotations because they've already pre-smoked him off. He didn't get the information as to the fact that there's 2 still in the site, but m0NESY found by Perfecto, and Jax down below, burrowed in where he's been so many times, and Bit having none of it. He'll take back the pit position. We've got a 10th round for Na'Vi.
This time they don't fall prey to any traps. Remember, they lost that deal around that 4-man stack at the B bomb site earlier in this half. The 3rd round, in heartbreaking fashion, they would like to have that one back now. But all eyes forward, 10-5, and 5 rounds remaining for Na'Vi. 5 more chances for G2 to avoid overtime.
Have we missed that, Jason? A little bit of fun for the people. A game of tug of war in the chants.
A dueling chants.
But the crowd in general, so good to have it back. But yeah, this game down to the wire, and I think not quite as back and forth as those chants so far, but Na'Vi definitely not giving up easy, not rolling over on this. Remember, they were down 8-2 early on in the first. In fact, more than that. It was 10-2 at one point in favor of G2, and they're still here. They fought it back to a 5-round difference. They've definitely pulled this back in their favor since then. It's just that they're so close to the end. They have to be absolutely spot on for this. Ooh, that's a massive reflash. I thought Nico was actually going to give Alexi B a chance, but he was still blind, and around goes Electronic.
Here we go, Nico's close up. Oh, and he's almost got the double. Electronic, that's an important trade. Huge trade. And Na'Vi doesn't have the bodies here or the HP to kind of press the issue on the advantages they've gained. You're right, Na'Vi has closed the gap, but they have yet to find that round win that really makes this feel doable, that really makes it feel like the comeback is underway. m0NESY's rotated over with the AWP. Na'Vi has just paused across the map. Bit still looking in alt mid for any kind of a push in halls, any kind of a push down mid that's not coming from G2.
Jack's even trying to pop flash at this point toward the arch just to give the illusion that there's potentially more going on the A site, and he even swings to check it. Hunter, uncertain, will play rotations.
That's a tough call. Hunter's essentially got to gamble. There's been so much quiet on the map. Na'Vi hitting the pause button has just messed with all the timings in the heads of G2. Leave your star AWPer at the B bomb site. Let's see if he can stand up to the task.
Sits behind the fountain. Can't land the first. Missed shot. Tries to go out for more, and he's burned alive. Electronic takes him down. m0NESY not up to it this time. It's going to be Hunter back through the smoke, and he's going to back away. The fact that he's that far away on rotation, no chance on it. No need to overcommit the cash and the cavalry. And G2 will concede now the 11th to Na'Vi.
It's a good decision, though. Save the money, save the weapons you have. Don't have to rebuy them. Those two players can refresh their grenades in the next round. How much does Na'Vi want to hunt? They have some money in the bank. They can throw a couple rifles at this problem. At this point for Na'Vi, if you can take these guns away, do not underestimate how much impact that can have. Electronics had a great round so far. He has a double kill, triple kill, excuse me, and he doesn't find Jax. A little bit of an off angle, but Simple's following things up. And now I think it gets a little bit tense for Na'Vi, throwing more AKs at the hunt.
Yeah, they're still not perfect in their economy either, despite this will now be their third round in a row. It's all come to bomb plants, and they've only survived with 1 or 2. I'll go back and actually confirm that.
Ooh, good find at the end for Simple. That's massive. That might prevent a rebuy in this round for G2, because Nico's got cash, but losing that M4 might be the one that seals it. That forces G2 to stay on pistols, and every time there's a weak economy for G2, every round where they have to be relegated to pistols and maybe just one rifle is an easier opportunity for Na'Vi to close the gap. 11 to 15. 4 rounds away now. This time with a bit of pace and a bit of aggression as they activate Electronic.
Yeah, it was well done as well to strike back on Nico, nearly doubling up on that with the lineup, and m0NESY couldn't hit it. It was 4 players that survived on round 25, so they are starting to build up a bit of a surplus. It really doesn't matter at this point in time. If they win rounds, it's just about keeping a few guns in play and they'll be fine. Lose a round, I think that speaks for itself, doesn't it, Jason?
It sure does.
15 for G2. Nico looking to try and flash Hunter into position. Timing of it's going to be so crucial, though, as it's a boost above, and they're waiting on the off chance to swing. Hunter with his aim set, crosshair placed, but placed off as Boomich ducks underneath of it. Limbo, how low can you go? How low, Hunter? Boomich delivers. Important kill for him. He's been slow to get into this as well. Now it's 13 as Nico with the deagle tries to do what he can defensively. They'll rotate over Alexi B. He gets behind the smoke. Nico only good for 1. Perfecto responds, and they know Alexi's there. Does Perfecto get him? Oh, he's done a massive amount of damage, hasn't he?
Bit on this lurk. He's going to back away. Now the priority for Na'Vi is don't lose any of these guns over. Don't give an AK over to your opposition. Alexi comes through the smoke and gets picked off, and the weapons for Na'Vi are going to consolidate at the B bomb site and keep each other safe. It's going to be a plant. It's going to be a 12th round. Jackson, m0NESY, not a whole lot that they can find. Imagine Boomich slow to get into it. Everyone from Na'Vi slow to get into it, but they're starting to build. Now it's starting to feel a little bit more powerful. Just 3 rounds away. Round by round, Na'Vi has clawed back into this, and they're within striking distance of overtime. They can feel it. And you better believe G2 can feel it now as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. They would have thought they were in a very comfortable position. Suddenly, this is a much different beast. And a very different team that they are facing. You mentioned it, one player can buy so much space when you've got this much star power on a team, and we're starting to see the frags add up. Bits up to 14. Perfecto, the same. Boomich, 13, 12 for Electronic. They're all getting closer and closer to that scoreline and doing it together, and that's when Na'Vi's deadly.
Great opening provided by Boomich. We've touched on it a number of times how important they are. They've dictated a lot in this game. Timeouts running low for both teams. Final one used by G2 right at the end of freeze time. One last conversation with Dominic, the stand-in coach. One last chance to adapt and adjust with his input. to try and get them over the finish line. They've gotten all the way there, but this final one is the toughest.
You consider the achievements and accomplishments of Na'Vi last year, taking a Grand Slam during the online era, winning a major as well in Stockholm.
Just about everything there was to win.
Absolutely, but now they want more because they are back to lands. They want to prove this in front of the audience. They want absolutely no doubt or uncertainty that they are on the brink of an era. So you make damn sure this game matters. Circumstance aside, they're going to give it everything they have. As Molotovs to top mid. No one actually inside of Banana this time. Excuse me, I say mid, but Banana. As that has been a contentious battle for both teams, it's instead just utility trying to hollow out the hallway early on in the round. As Nico getting a little bit more aggressive, will move up to the sandbags. Meanwhile, Electronic is at the top side of mid for Na'Vi.
Monacy around the corner, he's getting aggressive. Oh, flashed off, good flick over. Jax has protected him from behind. He's got another, wheeling back into the bomb site, and that's the knockout punch. 5-on-2, and Alexi's covering the flank. Oh, there is no joy in this round for Na'Vi.
Still in this, though, you've got Perfecto's AK and Simple's AWP. What a time for Monacy to strike with a double like that. Bomb down inside of the pit. This is almost impossible for Na'Vi. Alexi B, you said it. He's got the flank. He's rotating around on this. In fact, you can clear from the apartments as he goes up toward alt middle. They try and boost Simple. No shot success on the first attempt toward the pit. He'll head toward the lane. Tough position. Hunter gets above. It's all onto him. A 1-on-5, and he's not going to get the first. Jax closes it out. Monacy starts it, Jax closes it, and it's 1-0 G2 in the series.
Just so many rounds for G2 to play with in that second half. You got to give credit to the phenomenal calling, the phenomenal game plan on the offensive side of Inferno. Gave G2 such a lead to toy with for the rest of the game. They're going to take the first map, their map pick, but Na'Vi showed us they're not done yet. We're going to return, and they're going to return for map 2. It's Mirage after the break.
I mean, listen, you already know what happens at DreamHack and IEM Dallas, right? Okay, first, you have to snipe tickets for all your friends, getting you access to the DreamHack Gaming Festival and IEM, the way to the stadium, the other fans, enjoying the music acts, the festival party, crushing opponents in the LAN area, meeting the stars, entering the arena, the nerve-wracking 1v1s. Oh, you like overtimes? Those insane clutch rounds. Watching with your friends. And when the whole crowd goes silent. The champions. The defeated. Lifting that trophy. Writing esports history.
Пацаны, кто второй? Он дает флешку и пикает потом со стартом. Я убил, понял?
Я так и делаю, да.
Расхуяриваю. Не, я говорю, он так делает.
Флэш.
Я вообще не боюсь, я буду пожим убивать.
Тише, аккурат. Молли дали? Не убил. Я пошел. Делай еще один. Годим.
Got deja vu here as an even exchange leaves us with a 4-on-4. And Masuta, this is brave. The flash is a bit of an indicator for Perfecto to be on high alert.
Here
goes Na'Vi just chipping away at the fully bought up Vitality.
Yeah, they're B-splitting now. They know Shox is isolated on that side. Kyogen can't push long.
Давай. Я на флешку перед выходом дал. Он смоки тухлый. Дал,
Вышел мид, смока.
Это он, нет?
Второй будет, нет, второй.
Сдай 5.
Дал в мой.
Ворота, он один.
Возможно.
Контроль, я не могу пройти. Дай смог.
33.
У тебя.
У тебя. Дашь смог. Два
Дай
даша.
смог, я 33.
Я ставлю сразу. Бомба закрыта.
ЛПТшка.
Бомба закрыта.
ЛПТшка. Он знает об этом.
Окей.
У тебя есть гранаты? Молик есть.
Я буду окно лезть, братан.
Лезь окно.
Возможно, матом. Аккуратно, ничего, Марат. Возьмешь флешку? Здесь.
Второй был. ЛП. Он думает, что будет здесь. Умница.
Умничка, Валера.
Are you rushing ups? Okay. They flashed?
But they smoke side. Want to pick
I'm
me
flashing short, bounce.
Two short.
Too short?
Yeah.
Sneaking ups.
Find
the smoke in front of you guys.
That one.
Nice!
Commiserations there for the Nodus Vincier side. That would be because they're down, but not quite out just yet. They have lost his first map of the series, Inferno going the way of G2, and the semifinals continuing to deliver. Now, Maniac and Kassad, other than the fact that, you know, in his coaching debut, Amanek undefeated. That is
100% win rate.
Undoubted. Let's talk about that first half, and let's start with you.
Well, G2 offensive side really came through here in the first half. Definitely something that caught my eye was the presence more towards top, middle, and bracket rather than Banana. I think that caught off guard Navi completely. They used to usually fight in Banana a lot, but there was no presence there from G2. They went for those A splits quite many times, right? And then after that, like, they just got 10 rounds off it, and I think that was too much overall.
Out of these 10 rounds, nine bomb explosion out of the 10 rounds. At the first half, every play on G2 between 6 and 8 kills. That was a masterpiece on the side of Alexibi. They were one step ahead of Navi, that's for sure.
So then we just get to that second half, and it all just kind of starts to spiral a little bit, and then it doesn't. What happened, Maniac?
Yeah, I think we can talk about the second pistol round of that game. I thought that was a very, very interesting round on both sides, honestly, not only from G2, but Navi as well. You see here that move from G2, regaining information, catching Electronic off guard. He doesn't really know what is going on. But at this point, Navi is in a very difficult and dire situation. They have this force from G2 coming in from Banana, getting it into the pool, taking fight left, right, front, and center, and then it's going to be a 2 versus 3, very well maneuvered by Navi. This round right here was where they were supposed to stay alive in this game. They had all cards stacked against them. There was no way they should have won this, and somehow with Bit being very lucid, very clairvoyant right here, finding Alexibi. The problem with that is that Navi is going to lose the forbidden round. This round right here.
This is a set retake, by the way. Like, they played 4 bracket, top, middle. In case they go B, Nico contains Ruins, and they go 4 from Banana. They molly triple, they smoke CT, and Alexi also had a kit at the same time. So all in all, you know, the idea was to retake, but it didn't really work out.
That's the rug being pulled over right here, what we're seeing. That's it. To me, that was the end of Navi in that first map. It's G2 winning an absolute eco round with very little to work with. They had that great stack on the B side. Navi went in a little bit in the dark, dark, and towards the very end, Simple faking, trying to get Jax bait in. Jax doesn't take the bait.
So that you would say that was a fake rather than maybe just not noticing. I have a hard time putting it.
I think Simple at this point, with 5 seconds remaining, knows that there is a 90% chance Jax will pick into it, and he goes it for the big plays, and Jax doesn't take the bait.
Big brain Jax, who would have known? Hey, so Inferno, it's done. We did get to see flashes of life there from the Na'Vi side. The game started to evolve, if you would. Now we take a look at the next map of the series. Now we're talking about a semifinal, now going to Mirage. We saw what Monacy and company did with G2 yesterday, a long drawn-out Mirage. But when they went back, what do you think they took away from it?
Well, I'm not really sure about that, but I know coming into Mirage right now, it's a very interesting situation because like Na'Vi picked it, right? And G2 loves to play it, but they lost to Furia, they lost to Fnatic, and they lost the confidence in it. They didn't want to pick it in the previous game as well, so it's a kind of strange situation for me. Like, I wouldn't ever expect Na'Vi to go for this map, but then again, I wouldn't expect G2 to go for Inferno too, so it should be definitely interesting.
The core of G2 has never beaten Na'Vi on Mirage. In any of their heads-to-head, Mirage has always gone Na'Vi's way.
Well,
the last time
the core
they played,
of G2? That's the question.
I mean,
fair enough.
By the definition, the 3 same players. Look, Simple played really great on Inferno. I think Simple tried his absolute best in and outside the server to put them on his back and give time to his team to wake up. That was something very rightfully mentioned by the casters. Monacy did that in the first map for G2 when they played on stage. He took everyone on his back. Simple did that on Mirage. He bought time for people to wake up, to be a bit more comfortable with the setup and what's happening, and I'm hoping to see them.
He doesn't show up in those 3 rounds. It's 12-3 It's 16-6 end.
Yeah, and that's just not... We don't want that. We don't want that by any stretch of the imagination. I can't imagine that Na'Vi fans want that either, and I'm sure there are some of them there in the Spodek.
What's up, guys? We just finished map 1 between Na'Vi and G2. G2 came out on top, and I'm here with some Na'Vi super fans. Guys, what are your names, firstly?
Hannah.
Tommy.
Tommy?
Yeah.
Hannah and Tommy, was it tough? It was close to being a huge comeback, but the boys didn't do it.
No, they didn't, but I think they can still pull it back.
Yeah, they made a strong second half, so I'm positive for Mirage, just that map.
Absolutely. Guys, what's it like to see your favourite players on the stage?
Incredible. I've never seen it, so it's really, really good.
Yeah, I went to the first major, it was really good, and to be in Poland in Katowice now, it's great, yeah.
And you two still think the boys can pull through?
Absolutely.
Definitely. 100%.
100%. All right, guys, thank you so much for your time. Up next, we are heading to Mirage, and let's see what Na'Vi have in store for us on it.
Hello and welcome back. I'm going to go over the key tendencies and strategies that can be found preparing against Na'Vi's Mirage. Starting off on the T side, we first want to look at the key positions and who plays them. We should be looking out for Electronic to be towards A, Boomers to be contesting middle, and Bit to be the one defaulting towards the B underpass. The first thing to look out for is when Na'Vi HE the bottom of a connector. Anytime they HE the bottom of a connector, whether it's just 1 HE or 2 HEs, they've always shown to be in a 3 mid default. And once they have control of mid, their next goal is usually to grab connector control. If the CTs can spot the HEs, they should know they're dealing with 3 people at middle. Now over on the CT side, we also need to know the basic positions of each player. We should be expecting Boomers to be holding the A site, Perfecto to be the B anchor, Bit as the short player, and Simple and Electronic holding mid through window and connector. One thing to look out for is how Perfecto throws his Molotov. Depending on where his Molotov lands, it may mean certain things. If he throws the Molotov close like this off the window, there's a good chance he's alone at the B bomb site while Bit is towards mid. But if he throws the Molotov deep, there's a good chance that Simple's opping upper B. The last thing to look out for is this underpass set where Electronic tucks himself into the cubby and Bit's ready at window with a flash. This is a setup that Na'Vi like to run a couple times a half, so it'll be up to the T's to be cautious when clearing the underpass area. That's going to wrap it up. See if you can spot these tendencies in Na'Vi's next match on Mirage.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
Hey Future Pros! We all love doing A executes on Mirage, so I thought I'd show you a slightly different approach to help secure the T-side pistol round. This strat is almost as old as Mirage, but it's effective and still used by some pro teams today. 100 Thieves playing under Renegades at the time will be my pros to help guide you through this execute. The idea behind this strat is to take CT control using smokes and flashes, which can give you a nice and easy post-plant situation. For this execute, you'll need 2 smokes, 4 flashes, and at least 4 willing Future Pros. Future Pro number 1. You'll be throwing the jungle smoke along with 2 flashes. To throw the jungle smoke, hop up here and line up with the left side of this thing. Line your crosshair up so you're in line with this brick section and also where the post meets the wood. Then toss the smoke. Jungle is a right pain to smoke, so be aware there could be a slight gap on the left side of the smoke. After you've thrown your smoke, hop down to this door. Get in front of the left side of the right metal grid. Aim to the top of the lamp and throw the flash. This will blind anyone looking at ramp from the CT side. Then make your way to A main with your team. Once the coast is somewhat clear and you have a teammate close to triple box, pull out your flash and lob it into CT. This will allow your teammate to bring the pain to any defender in CT spawn. After you have some ground towards CT spawn, make sure you plant the bomb for this newly acquired territory. Future Pro number 2. You'll be throwing the stairs smoke along with 2 other flashes. Do I really need to explain the stairs smoke? You guys already know this, but if not, hop onto this ledge, aim at the middle of this thing, then place your crosshair in the middle of the lower part of this gap. Then just toss the smoke. After you've thrown the smoke, head to the ramp and lob your flashes towards jungle. This should flash anyone playing close to the smokes and buy you some time before the CTs try to look for a one-way or push the smoke entirely. After this, just hold towards CT to support Future Pro 4 from afar. Save your second flash as maybe you can get some use out of it in the post plan. Future Pro number 3. Your job is to take Palace control. Make sure to be aware that a CT player could be pushing Palace. Once your team smokes come in, this is when you can peek out of Palace. Keep an eye out on the jungle smoke and also peek CT when needed. If everything is going well, make sure to stay up in Palace, as this is a very useful position. Future Pro 4. You are the point man for this execute, so make sure you did at least 4 hours of DM prior to this round. You'll be pushing towards CT spawn with a flash from Future Pro 1 to assist you. Your flight path for this push is important. Fight your instincts to push onto the side, instead push in front of the triple boxes to get close to CT. When you are close, call for Future Pro 1 to throw their flash. You can now explode into CT and take as much control as you can. If you need another flash, call for Future Pro 2 who will have a backup flash. If you have all made it this far, you probably are set to win the round. Make sure to keep control of CT as it will make any kind of post-plant situation so much easier to win. Good luck, and I'm sure you can nail this after a bit of practice.
What's up, everybody? Hello, testing. Testing. Hello. Spodek, how are we? Can you hear me? Give it up for the CEO and founder of G2 Esports. It's Carlos Ocelot! Ocelot, what's it like to be here, mate?
It's great. I mean, it's always great coming back to Katowice, where I got backdoored many years ago. It's always great to return to the misery, but this time we won the first map, so honestly it's better than before.
Esports history for you, esports history for them, your players. Do you think they can take it here in the semi-finals, go to the grand finals and win IEM Katowice 2022?
I mean, listen, we're trying our best. I don't even know what to tell you, you know? Like, we were consistently second, third best team in the world last year, and we still made changes. And it's like, most teams will just be like, okay, you know, with getting second all the time, but we're just fucking tired of losing, bro. Like, it's like we're over it already, you know? So maybe today is the moment, maybe it's not. Hopefully it is. It looks good. Everybody's hitting shots, and yeah, the boys are very happy and optimistic. Let's fucking go.
Carlos, final words with you, mate, if you want to say anything to the people at home and this amazing crowd in the Spodek.
Yeah. You know, it's definitely a little, like, it's a bit weird, you know, coming here and enjoying or trying to enjoy something that it's pretty much my life, you know. This is what brings me, together with my family, the most joy in life, watching my teams play and sometimes win, sometimes lose, but hopefully win. And it's just weird these days with what's happening to come here and just completely disconnect from everything. But this is in a way our job, you know. It's our job to bring that joy to the extent possible to people in every dark time, and this is no different, you know. So I consider my job, G2's job, your job, and everybody in ESL and every team's job to bring a smile to the face in these shitty times. So whatever the result, I hope people are enjoying themselves, and I'm very competitive myself, but today I will not focus on that. I'll focus on just celebrating this and thanking everybody for coming by and showing support for every team, and thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Yes, the job, but also the joy of entertainment and Counter-Strike and the family that we've created. We don't have borders in the industry of esports. We know that. We are all together in this, and that is why Na'Vi has elected to play. Yesterday, this was m0NESY's Monastery, but we know the Spodek has commonly been Simple's stage. It right now could swing the way of G2. If they win this, Mirage, they win the series and move on to the grand finals. Na'Vi need to bounce back.
Yeah, they do. And they started bouncing back right at the end of Inferno. They clawed that back together. Admirable, honorable attempt from Na'Vi that ended in defeat on Inferno. Here on Mirage, if they can extend this series, this team will just get more and more powerful as it goes on. Pistol round is live. Na'Vi G2, semifinals of IEM Katowice.
And off the hop on Na'Vi's map choice, the A side is certainly going to get the attention early. No utility thrown yet, but there's going to be a forward stance, Jax. And Nico, bit removing. Second game in a row that the Glock has opened with a headshot before the USP, but Nico's able to slide back. Gets all the way into the shadow position, unaware, however. Simple has come over the top. Bit gets the kill instead. There was no supports. As the smoke goes down toward the top side of Connector as well, it's just Hunter that has vision. m0NESY wants to get up above. He's done so, but he's taken down again by none other than Bit, who's coming alive. He's got 4 in this. He can start it off with an ace. We talked about a sophomore slump. Well, how about a sudden turnaround? And him stepping up would give Simple so much space as he swings as well. Boom! And he'll start it off with all 5 for Na'Vi.
That's beautiful. What a way to get it started. A powerful pistol round from Bit. 1-0, and that's what they needed. We mentioned on Inferno, someone needs to step up individually to get some energy in this Na'Vi team. This time they get it right at the get-go.
And the other aspect of the last game, you mentioned it just as we were walking off, Jason, in private, but Boomich was baffled early. He was getting bruised, He was getting beaten, he was getting beat at B, and he's the in-game leader. He was a little bit late on his calls, and you mentioned that might have knocked him out of his mentality. He needs to start.
It felt like it, at least on an individual level. I actually think even on Inferno, some of those more convincing rounds for Na'Vi on their T side were the ones that were less spread out, that were less tactical, activate some of these players, get that skill shining, pop flash someone into a position. I think some of those rounds really helped them to claw the game back and keep the scoreline close. Similar to a 5-man over at the A-bomb side on pistol round. We'll see how the rest of this TF can go. Mac-10s in the hands of Perfecto and Boomich SMG on Simple as well. Pair of rifles. Now Na'Vi did lose a round to a similar kind of buy on Inferno. In the 3rd round, a stack at the B-bomb site shut them down. Na'Vi trying to avoid that fate here.
Electronic backing away as Perfecto's been waiting inside of the apartment position the entire round. Alexi B has put out additional smoke, and he will move off of that position. This looks like a B, so they're going to test out both sites early and feel out G2, let them know that the whole map is their terrain and territory. Bit went toward middle, and he's rotated back. They'll go. It's Boomich only inside of middle. No one peeking him yet. Hunter can swing window. Nico has vision through Connector, so he's not free right in passage. They didn't see Alexi B. But it's Bit again with the 6th kill in this game, the only one so far to frag for Na'Vi. Now Boomich turns it around. Good play up on top of the fence, leaves him out of range and out of sight from Connector. But m0NESY coming in with the scout will finish off what Nico started. In the meantime, however, bomb has been planted. m0NESY's going to be able to try and The scout a little bit closer. He's grabbed the 5-7. Gun barrel was sticking through the wall. That gave the position away, and Electronic gets tagged down to 58. So they at least have the information for the first of the defenders. Bit needs to be so careful. Oh, time. He looked away, but he turns back, realizes the window was wide open and no one occupying its space. This guy is just absolutely on fire to start off this map. Exactly what they need.
Yeah, definitely. Bit is showing up in a huge, huge way. This is great. 8 kills so far. Is he going to grab a 9th? Jax knows he's cut off from any kind of retreat. Simple's going to find him. You're exactly on it. What a great start for Bit in the game to get Na'Vi on the right foot. It's 2-0 here on Mirage. I thought this could have been dangerous if Alexi was able to get this kill quick and readdress, but we'll just say his name one more time, Bit.
I like this. Monacy asking HP bench, but this isn't official, bud. You're not getting that information back. No one's giving you an inch. Na'Vi just does not respond. Welcome to the big leagues, boy.
Yeah, focus up. Focus up, young man. It's going to be a long, long series. 2-0 for Na'Vi at the moment. Bit's going to lead the way. Why not? The man with the hot hand. Get him activated. He does go down. Jax is able to rip his head off and perhaps cool him down just a bit. And Boomich controlling middle one more time.
Electronic getting Monacy down, though, so it's not like Bit is the only man in this army, in this arsenal. So far for Na'Vi, Alexi B, good shot. Has to be said with the Deagle, but Simple gets him, and that pulls Jax back, and in between the two, Perfecto gets the kill. It is just Hunter that remains. We'll try and sneak in the smoke with a USP, but nothing to be made of that opportunity as of yet, as Perfecto will work the bomb toward the site. Really not long left in this round now, as it should be planted momentarily, and Hunter to be removed shortly as they spot it out. Now they'll double peek. They got the information that they needed, and it's Simple that strikes to go 3-0 for Na'Vi. Time to bring out the big green, though, Jason.
Yeah, we'll see if he's going to get started. This was a big question, not only coming into this game and into the series, but into the event overall, is what kind of a level is such a young and experienced player going to have on this big stage? He impressed yesterday on this map. A huge multiple overtime victory for G2. Gonna have to do it again here. He's got the op out early in round number 4. Towards the B-bomb site we go, likely to get boosted up for a quick deep angle. Perfecto's there. Perfecto's in danger, but nice flashbang to force him off the angle. They now have the information. The op is in play, and they know its position at least for now.
Boomich confidently walks out toward middle. No one facing him down yet. Hunter hiding inside of the ladder position. Will try and hold middle from the off angle, but Bit coming out from underneath. That's going to give him a bit more access as well as they put the smoke inside a connector, and he wants to lurk through that. Boomich has the vision above the smoke, which makes it a little bit more comfortable for Bit to get inside.
Yeah, but they don't like the fact that they've lost mid-control. They don't like the fact they don't have a whole lot of information. Good kill from Monacy. That's the opposite. Boomich jumps up into the window. Huge Molotov to delay. Simple's coming through. He don't care at all. Nico inside of the bomb site. There's some space for him to work with, but not for long. And now Monacy arrives.
Got the first one. Electronic found. Simple tagged so low, but Hunter's looked away at the wrong time. No, he's got back. He swings around and takes down Simple. Just to note, you go back to a semi-final on the stage that was a major IEM Katowice 2019, and the run from Ents led by Alexi B. It was Na'Vi they took down on this map, and it was Simple who had the game in his hands.
That's right.
And couldn't quite close it, so there's history, if only, between Alexi B and Na'Vi, and certain members of Na'Vi that were not there at the time, to be fair, but it's definitely something that Simple will think about if that comes down to it, and his AWP needs to get rolling. He's going to be motivated to make amends for that situation.
Good start for Monacy. Look at Simple. They saw the out push last time. He's like, all right, give it to me. If they're going to go back to that, I will shut him down, and he's done just that. Round 5, Simple finds the opening onto his young counterpart. How much do Na'Vi want to commit to this? Do they want to press the issue? Do they feel like they have the advantage, or do they feel like the timing has been missed, like a rotation would be there too fast? No map control elsewhere, no presence in middle, no presence towards the A-bombs. It looks like Boomich and Electronic might be able to provide one of those two things. Just looking for flankers at the moment, looking for someone to push up from the G2 side. And Na'Vi is going to start peering towards this B-bomb site.
Simple holding. Hold spots Alexi B's jump in the corner, just off the angle at the time.
Oh, he would love that jump.
No question about that. Not only of that jump. They'd love to take that off and throw it further away so it's out of the round. The rotations, if this does go B, I would expect someone could even consider heading that direction to try and pick it up.
It's a pretty cool defense so far from G2. They're just saying, all right, if you take the A bomb site, we're just going to retake it. Flashbang over from Boomich, that's not going to cause any rotation. They want the information in mid. They see absolutely nothing. But now they've shuffled so many players actually away from the point of attack. Oh no, they consider it. They come back. Hunter, big job to do. He's got the first. Electronic is going to try and keep him pinned down, dropping to the floor. It's simple to get the kill, but Nico's here as well.
That's so much gain ground from Hunter. He slows them enough that Nico can easily sneak back into the site. He was gone. He was already through Checker. Halfway toward the murder hole, trying to sneak it to the A site, but time is of the essence. 14 seconds. He spots the backside of Boomich, knowing he's wrapping, sees the shadow, and there has to be a second one up close. Baits the shot from Simple, but he's not done there. He goes back out for a no-scope. 6 seconds the time, but it's not enough on the angle as Alexi B rotates in, and it's going to be G2 stealing back the round.
The timing on the mid-clear from G2 is magnificent. Even though the hold of that bomb site is really, really tough, it's buying so much time. And clearing out mid in that fashion allows G2, yeah, to lose the bomb site, but whatever. They've got a fast flank, and with no time on the clock, there's nothing Na'Vi can do to address it. Good round from Nico, good mobility. Good positioning to slow things for Alexi B's flank. Double kill at the end for him. And Navi's back to just pistol. So 3 rounds off the back of the initial pistol round. And now Navi's gonna struggle to get momentum back in their control.
Nico trying to reposition toward the connector. They're putting a bit more pressure this time on middle with Hunter there as well. Nico's even gonna swing all the way out. Check the underpass position. Confidence in his cousin to hold the top side for him. In fact, Hunter's gonna go aggressive. This is interesting with the pistols in the hands of Na'Vi and the first kill. They're confident to make sure that this is gonna rotate back over now as they check for the information. Chance they can go into the apartment, sure, but Nico will take the gamble that it's going to be on A, and Monacy up close, Jax all inside of the site and ready.
Jax was great in this position yesterday as well. Plenty of multi-kills. This time he's got unarmored opponents coming at him. Here's the footsteps. He's gonna start calling his teammates back. Jax swings out, grabs the first and the second. Good recovery from Jax, good spray control. Nico comes to arrive for support and his head's taken clean off. It's Monacy trying to hold the cross. Hunter on the top of the stairs. Perfecto can't respond and that's gonna seal it. G2 handle business. We're all tied up at 3.
Ominic bringing the high fives. Former teammate, obviously, on this G2 lineup. Brought in last minutes, with Xtaz having to sit in the hotel for this one. 8 kills bit. His hot start slowed. Simple's up to 7, however. 8 for Hunter now. Guns again, but it's only just barely for Na'Vi, as the Galil will be accompanied by that of a MP7. Don't see the MP7 as frequently anymore, do you?
Not as often. It still can be effective. Towards the B-bomb site we go. Electronic kind of doing his own little lurking over at the A site. Boomich is still watching towards mid. These two have been shuffling utility between them throughout this half to throw on nades to help get these B hits going, to help keep some attention in middle. Window smoke coming in. Monacy's got the deep angle on Catwalk though. He's gonna be able to call out if there's actually any presence here. Boomich is in danger, doesn't know it yet. Flashbang is perfect, and Monacy's forced off the angle.
That allows Boomich to cross to the boxes for free. Nico. Smoke below his feet, flames behind him. He's going to try and go battle with Bits. This is 2 big men trying to go for position, but how is the switch from Nico? What an adaptation, realizing that Boomich wanted middle. He'll take it back by just changing the angle. MP7 works perfectly for Alexi B, but he'll burn alive immediately after. Monacy catching Simple, jumping across. Nico strikes in middle. Round slowly expiring. Electronic left without the bomb. He's gonna go back above just to get that. And Monacy's gonna make that next to impossible. He's down to 1 HP, mind you, as Electronic gets a timed spray toward the door. Thought that was the chance to go across, but he's gonna go for kills instead. 31 seconds. They're all closing in on his position, and it's Hunter instead that takes the kill.
Even if it's not opening kills, I mean, G2 at the point of attack on Inferno was great. Continuing it here in some of these gun rounds. Now it's well done from Electronic coming through the smoke to try and find this frag, but Alexi B is able to get just the one, the important one, and from there it's just Na'Vi getting whittled down as they enter in. Monacy gets here at the perfect moment, picks off Simple in return as he jumps across the gap, and G2 just slowly whittle him away. 4-3, 1-round lead for G2's defense. Perfecto Deagle in hand. Wants the peek from Alexi B. It looks like he's going to get it. Looks like he's going to be able to find it. Not able to control the Deagle the way he would have liked. Opening kill to Alexi B.
Just want to give you a stat that's very scary. Boomich is 1-11 in opening duels this series so far. That is shocking. Wow, making that 1-12. He's gone down again to Monacy, and he'll back away as Electronic getting the only kill so far from Na'Vi. Simple's found. Look at that rotation. Swift. Nice strike from Nico.
Yeah, we were wondering if Monacy was going to be at a great level like we saw yesterday. He looks very, very comfortable on Mirage, moving around with his AWP. Bit's the last one remaining. Bit of spam, not going to deal the damage that he would like. But a 4-on-1. All G2 has to do at this point is not take any damage. And the round's going to be theirs. Don't lose any more players. Don't lose any economy.
Shot out, closing the round is Nico. Make it 6 in a row now for G2 as they have a rather emphatic run of rounds to put them in that position. It should be 5-2. I add one more to their favor. Perhaps I'm getting a bit ahead of myself. There's not much worry for Na'Vi this time, though, at least in terms of weaponry. Simple's onto the AWP, and this is their first chance to strike back in a while. Honestly, it's definitely... I mean, this is interesting as well, because Mirage has been the territory of Na'Vi in this series, and it is an AWP-centric map. It's very heavily AWP-dependent. Now you've got a much different weapon on that G2 side.
All right, boost it up. This time gonna stay in ladder room for the moment. A little bit cautious as he goes through, scoped up, doesn't give away the sound cue to anyone in underpass. Boomich again in trouble. Nades going deep. Very much harassed, but no success on the pick for G2. This time Na'Vi aligned towards the A-bomb site. Jax to the initial defense.
Make up your mind, boys. Chatting things over mid-round to try and come up with a plan. Bit still working the underpass, could lurk out behind on this and take over middle. Nico, therefore, is positioned at the wall, staring that direction, knowing he has top middle covered, and if Monacy doesn't hit or strike, he'll be able to swing, and Hunter, therefore, joins this as well. They want full mid control. You were right, a few rounds ago, they were not happy they lost that.
Yeah, but it's not a huge deal. I mean, they have the information, which is amazing, but Bit's gonna have to slow play this. The real problem is now there's just 2 players at this attack. Jax finds Electronic with nades in his hand. With 2 players in mid, it was still gonna be kind of a weak initial attack at the A-bomb site for Na'Vi. Now it's even weaker. Nico with the information, but look at him. He knows. He considers the underpass play. Bit can't find it. Huge opportunity missed for Na'Vi. And the hit is shut down before it begins.
If it has slowed down, Boomich running one already. Perfecto, though, does strike to get Jax. That means Hunter's locked. They don't know it yet, but they've actually got no one towards CT to defend this take of the site, and Hunter's distracted. They need to cross over soon. Simple will lead the charge on it. Boomich lost, however. Means Connector's an open possibility, and Hunter wins that duel as well, as Simple had the upper hand. It's Perfecto to get a shot. AWP to play it, and he doesn't know that Nico's up close. Couldn't spot the nade thrown first, and above he goes to make it now the 6th round.
Yeah, that one's hard, and G2 now, like a very dynamic defense, is wreaking havoc for Na'Vi. Not able to recover. The pushes in mid to grab the information. We've seen it a couple of times now. That push in towards Palace was absolutely brutally timed by Jax. So perfect. Electronic, nade in hand. This was the missed chance from Bit for someone who started the half so hot in the first 2 rounds. That was a shot he needed to have for Na'Vi to win it. Bit 8 kills in the opening 2 rounds of this game, and Pistol in the follow-up. He's stuck on 8.
Lexi B, a more forward position this time in the apartments. Peeks. Spots no one because Na'Vi has altered their course and heading down below. It's trying to drown each other out this time, I think, Jason.
Yeah, a real battle for it. Monacy waiting, smoke's gonna plume and he'll back away. Hunter still gonna stick around a little bit. Molotov is not gonna do much as Electronic and Bit step up in front of it. Utility spent towards Connector to help supplement the A defense as he falls back and considers B. Full mid control for Na'Vi. But what can they do with it? 1 smoke, 2 flashbangs and a grenade left.
Guardian window will be accompanied by Electronic. Testing out the vent will certainly make a good amount of noise, but no one really that close to it as of yet. Bomb waiting for Bit, they'll rotate around, and this looks like Perfecto posturing. If he can get Alexi B down on the inside of that smoke, that's an AK up for grabs. Good find from Hunter. Spots Simple boosting above. And Alexi B knows there's going to be a take on this. He's ready for the counter play, and in comes the MAC-10. Nico striking immediately, does knock Electronic back down, but they have the AK still in play. 4 HP, mind you. As it's a make no mistake, Boomich.
Time.
Say, Nico, you're right. 6 seconds. Crossing over. They're not there. Oh, just barely in time. They'll get this bomb plant down. Boomich, Tech 9 in position, but now comes Jax. He was so good previously in this tournament. Hasn't done a ton in terms of impact in this game so far. Hasn't needed to be fair, but Boomich definitely does. Mentioned his opening duels. This time he's got a lineup. He's got one on the M4 already. Modest. He's done it. Boomich is back. Boomich is going to make a huge impact now. Na'Vi find 4.
God, did they need him. What a brilliant round to clutch for Boomich. What a brilliant round for Na'Vi to win. They had to get real creative just to find the legs to make that attack happen. And Boomich steps up after a rough first map. Na'Vi's back on the board.
Na'Vi fans give him a chant for good reason. The shot at window to me is the one that really seals the deal because Nico just did massive damage, put Perfecto down to 4 HP.
At that range with the Tech 9 as well. Beautiful stuff all across the board from Boomich. That's the first gun round won for Na'Vi. Again, utility spent by G2 just to harass Boomich's positions in middle. They focused a lot on him on Inferno as well. He's had a very tough series. G2 is giving him very rough looks. This round is pretty passive for Na'Vi. Set up in positions, bomb still in T-spawn. Smoke dropped there as well, so they can just run back and deploy it a little bit later to allow Boomich and Bit to be activated in middle. Simple will toss that out and he'll rejoin his teammates over towards the A bomb site. They're gonna try and execute a split. This kill is everything. Nico goes down, that's massive. Hunter wants the equalizer because he's got Alexi B with him. And Boomich, there's no more smoke to put that Molotov out, and the A bomb site is being pinched.
Crucial kill from Bit. That's his first since round 2 when he had 8. Still tops the charts. That's how impressive his start was, but he definitely needs to get his momentum back in this game. Simple's gonna take out Jax. It's a trade for the cost of Perfecto. Odyssey was in good position to try and strike toward the Palace. Na'Vi, they think they have the room to reset. They do not. They do not, but Simple is always on top of it, one step ahead. He catches out Alexi B, and it's because they have the sight by which Alexi had vacated.
If Montes can hit this shot, that would be incredible. That would be everything. Oh, just narrow miss, but he knows where they're headed. Bit holding on, and he's got Hunter. How much does Montes want to dedicate his life to this bomb site? Montes on catwalk finds the timing. 8 seconds. If he can drop the bomb, it'd be everything, but it travels into the site. 1-on-2 for Montes now.
It's sacrificial. Gives his position away. He wants Montes and gone, but this man, oh, the Shepherd staff takes down the GOAT, and he takes Simple out of the round to give it to G2. Unbelievable to find all 3. How fast is this guy? This is ridiculous. Put this in slow-mo.
Oh. A rousing chant from the crowd, and why not? We wondered what the ceiling was of the city. Even Alexi can't believe it. Even Alexi just puts his hands up and he's like, all right, whatever.
When was the last time you saw Nico get out of his chair to hug a teammate like that?
Holy hell. What a phenomenal round to deliver in. I'm speechless. Na'Vi's speechless.
Remember that time he was on the academy team with Na'Vi?
Yeah.
I mean, you're never going to replace Simple, right?
No, but he's graduated, hasn't he? He's in uni now. Here we go. Simple. What kind of a response can he have to that clutch? That's not even Simple-esque. It's its own beast.
So Hunter to hold off and rotate away, as content with the opening pick. Catch our breath. G2 have not only the lead in this round, but still in this game at 7-4.
I think Na'Vi that round really tried to kind of take advantage of the adrenaline rush from the G2 side of things. A very fast tactic, trying to get Boomich up catwalk quick, maybe while G2 celebrating, not as focused in this following round, and they're punished for it. Nico's gonna have a late peek in middle. There's no smoke to clear it. Simple needs a trade, misses the shot. That's a shot he normally hits. Nico's under pressure, but he's not done yet. Oh, the siren on the pistol. Beautiful stuff, and Na'Vi is just getting stopped cold. This is gonna have to be a timeout after this for Na'Vi's attack.
I think Simple's confidence is something special. You think the way he plays? Yeah, okay, he might have brushed off comments from m0NESY saying, oh, perhaps, and perhaps built up a little bit by narrative of G2, but, you know, I'm coming for you, I'm gonna take your throne. Well, that round definitely will play in his head. He's definitely gonna be taking it more seriously. So should everybody at this point. Nade, minor damage onto Alexibi. This one's over, 13 seconds on the clock. We're gonna have a doubled score of 8-4 in favor of G2 on the CT side. Dust to the third map if needed. I know we're still a ways from that, but keep it in the back of your minds.
Counter-terrorists win.
I think you need a timeout now if you're Na'Vi. Probably could have used one after the clutch, but as I said, I think they were trying to take advantage of something, talk something over. 4 rounds back. 3 rounds remaining in the half to see how close Na'Vi can get it. Gun rounds have been dominated by G2. Remember, it was the pistol and the 2 ensuing for Na'Vi. They've only won 1 single round when the rifles have been brought out. Nico legged early. Simple found that. Flashbang in. Nico holding his nerve.
Shot, m0NESY again. He's not alone in this position. He could be. You just leave him there. This kid doesn't need a babysitter.
Well, that one's actually, there's obviously some skill, but that one's intelligence. He knows the second player, if the op show's there, the most likely position is another rifle to keep space, so he knows the second player is going to be looking for his teammate, takes advantage of it. I think that clutch from m0NESY might have knocked Na'Vi out of this half. They are dropping everything. No fight going this way, or going their way.
Not done yet, Jason. All right. Gonna keep adding some stats to this bit as well, closing out the round. Another multi at 4 in this round for him. He tops the chart, actually ties with Hunter now at 15. Bit's gone quiet as well. We talked about it. What a remarkable start. An ace to start out this game. 3 kills in the ensuing round. He's only at 10, and Simple only on 9.
Yeah, but imagine the impact of those 5 kills in the pistol round for Bit to get them even just 3 rounds on the board. He delivered them 75% of the rounds they've got, so high impact, but yeah, they could certainly use them. They could use anyone right now. Miraculous clutch from Boomich in a 1 versus 2, negated by a jaw-dropping clutch for m0NESY in a 1 versus 3. And again, G2 is going to be taking a lead into the second half in this series. 9-4 at the moment. Na'Vi talk things over.
Perfecto setting to support. Boost behind the fence this time. Spot, yeah. Is he full blind or not? I was going to say, I don't think he was, but either way, Simple sees it. That's not a bad play, not a bad setup. It counters out the stack perfectly because they didn't want to give away position and try and go for the direct boost behind the smoke. Instead, though, Na'Vi get both. Hunter can do what he wants with the flames, but he's already outnumbered at this point in time. And Simple has gone beyond Alexibi. That'll take back a bit of space, and Bit's going to be careful. This is a corridor. This is a tunnel. Smoke. Not able to be spotted inside of it.
Oh, this is an issue. Massive advantage in the round for Na'Vi with the 2 opening kills, and they're not going to get anything else after it for the moment. Electronics, the only play they have to win this round. Hunter looking behind at the moment, but Electronic needs to provide the opening, and ooh, gap in that smoke. That'll be frustrating. No way for Electronic to know. No way for him to even react. And that should give Hunter the information that the bomb was circling back to join up with Electronic. Safe positions for everyone from G2. No one exposed to danger. Bit's gonna have to commit himself into the bomb site before anyone from G2 has to make a move.
Bit's gonna try and barge his way in with the bomb, but no chance at all. No need to get too excited. And yeah, you're absolutely right. That clutch just shut this
shattered them
round down. They were about to find their second in a row on that. That would have pulled them right back into the game at the time. It would have been a 6-4 scoreline, 6-5 scoreline, excuse me. And it's been silence ever since from Na'Vi. Until now, they'll get vocal amongst each other because they've called for the timeout, rightfully so, and this will bring Blade into the picture and try and find something for this final round of the half.
Again, it's the feeling though. It's the feeling that these 4 or 5 rounds have just been so hard fought just to get to this point. just to keep the door open for the second half. You don't really feel in any way like Navi's had a solution to anything. 11 kills on Bit, 9 on Simple. Out of the timeout, Navi looking for this final round of the first half, looking for their 5th. They are staring down the face of elimination at IEM Katowice in this first semifinal. Down a map, they lost Inferno earlier. Trying to recover and extend this series onto a 3rd, but it's gonna be tough going. m0NESY misses his shot.
With performances like this, m0NESY is going to take over GOAT status and Bit's best rookie year all in the same go. Just getting started for 2022.
I was gonna say, it's very early to have that conversation, but I mean, certainly you can see why there's just so much excitement around him. So much. Jax positioned inside of the ramp. This time a bit more of a stalwart defense at the A-bomb site itself. Navi's had to deal so much with mid-pressure throughout this half, and in the final round, G2's given them a different look.
With a good stance, Perfecto seems to be aware of the possibility and is waiting for this because they put so much pressure inside of middle rather than on the A main position with Electronics still inside of Palace. Perfecto rotating it off though. He's walked his way back over there rightfully so because Jax is waiting. m0NESY again. We'll find Boomich. The bomb temporarily. Nico doesn't have to worry yet about Bit. Bit wants to pinch this. He wants to try and make the play to hold off the CTs, but why? The IWP is so scary. I don't want to walk up those stairs. m0NESY's a monster. Hunter and Nico getting kills. Perfecto only good for 1, and if he dares step any further, he go down. Hunter will take him out instead. It's 11-4 at the half in favor of G2, who might go G2-0. We've got very little left in this, or is Navi got something else to say? We'll find out in just a second.
Okay, go B, I go short. House.
It's on.
When you're on your protection from short. Nothing there. Car.
Garden, backside. People, no time. No.
Nice!
Let's go! Nice Russia!
10 second power.
Holy my god, Breti Molo. We deserve that round, guys. Let's go.
Unexpected in every way. I don't think anyone expected a debut like this from a 16-year-old who now has 6 multi-kill rounds in this map alone. Na'Vi as a team have 8. He is dismantling them entirely as we sit at 11-4, and yeah, just unbelievable statistics going against Na'Vi in every way. Now, it is important to note that in Pistols, Na'Vi are 9-9, G2 are 18-10, so statistically speaking, they should have the momentum as well as the 11 rounds right now.
Well, let's find out. Na'Vi with that opening pistol, that was pretty much all they had to be happy about from the first half. They couldn't get anything going, and that's the real beauty of that Modesty round, was just putting a cold stop to anything Na'Vi was going to build up into this. That broke them in the first half. It shattered anything that they were going to be able to do. Na'Vi again in a tough position heading into the second half. Smoke comes out towards jungle. Hunter's gonna wait for the plume. A little bit early, but it doesn't matter. Simple close-up gets one. Boomic gonna have to survive and fall back, and again bit with another pistol round headshot.
Absolutely. 6 between the 2 pistols now. Electronic with doubling in this round is gonna try and hold off now as they wrap in. It's Nico. Ooh, sandwich. But from above, Perfecto gets to him before he can be more punishing.
Yeah, don't let Nico get going. Not in those pistol rounds, not with those P250. We've seen him have some incredible rounds with it. 11-5, both pistols in the way of Na'Vi, but that is a very small consolation prize at the moment. 6-round deficit.
Six-round deficit, but again, you can't ever really rule a team like Na'Vi out. Hasn't looked their series so far by any stretch. We did see a little bit of a late charge on Inferno. We saw a good start here, but then it was shut down completely. CT side, however.
Tell you what, for Team G2 that came in with new in-game leader, new coach, new star player in Modesty as well, there are a lot of moving pieces in this squad. This has been a phenomenal series from G2. Been very impressive from the preparation and the tactics on Inferno, success on opening kills and opening duels, and just some of the incredible individual talent that we've seen. They're looking dangerous as they've got the red carpet to the grand finals of IEM Katowice laid out. They just need to walk it those final few steps.
It would be Alexi's almost overcome if you consider that Ents, as we mentioned, beat Na'Vi before on this map to get to the finals, and then were absolutely obliterated by Astralis at the tail end of their era. Boost in mid, they want to see above the smoke inside of Connector. It's Nico that has the vision on a Deagle, of course, with this position.
Yeah, give them all the time. The mini-op, the op light, whatever you want to call it, Nico can deliver. So patience for G2, there's 30 seconds on the clock. Haven't found any of those picks that they would have liked. Boomic gonna be forced back a little bit. He's gotta be careful. Electronic's attention is now split. Simple, gonna hold the line with the USP. Great headshots, a 4th added onto it. Let that man go for the ace. Boomic will clean it up at the end. And Simple shrugs it off. 11-6 in the favor of G2.
Get the FAMAS, all 4 on the USP. You're absolutely right. That is the accuracy you would expect from him. And that will put him in a great position financially as well as he is 7150. Just so stunning, isn't it? Takes down Modesty, a little bit more effort into that one, but then turning around, no mistake on the last as well. Yep, done. See a Hunter. Quite as happy on the other side for Perfecto. Nonetheless, they have the weapons out. Simple sticks to the M4 this time, but it's going to be all AKs they're going against, and this is the favor in terms of economy and therefore weaponry, I should say, for G2. And at 11-6, you'd think that Na'Vi maybe didn't want to give away these rounds, but they're still going to play the long game. Electronic puts down his smoke. We talked about this. Mahone mentioned it early on. The bounce flash from Bits to allow Electronic to get below inside of that cubby. Simple's up above it. Needs to be aware, although Hunter's walked down and got straight through the smoke. Electronic was never ready for it.
Ooh, there's actually some danger in middle. Simple's keeping the aggression up. That's a beautiful find. Yeah, that's Simple exerting his will on the map at the moment. He's cleared out a lot of danger. 2 frags, add a 3rd onto it. This is massive. Simple gonna continue the spray. Nico eventually takes him down.
What a sick rotation. Back out instead of knowing and refacing Hunter in a predictable fashion. He gets above, but Still only the one-man advantage. Nico's down to 26 on this, but Jax, again, mentioned it, had the AK. Bit is playing this, but it's Famos's to try and defend right now on B, and it's just Perfecto for that.
There's no nades, there's no utility. This is just gonna have to be simple. Nico just trying to see what he can do, walking up catwalk, hoping he's not gonna be engaged upon, trying to join up, but there's nothing to really give him an advantage fight. It's gonna be all contact plays, all down to skill for Jax and Nico if they wanna win this. And Perfecto, he's alone, but reinforcements aren't far off. Bit's gonna be here with the quickness as soon as contact is made.
Be quick indeed. Boomich being passive, almost conceding a bomb plan. 21-second shadow. Fade it out. Perfecto into battle with Jax. They'll rotate over. They know they both have to be here, and it's the win for Na'Vi in the first duel as Nico still tries to work his way forward on the AK-47. 9 seconds to play. He does have the bomb, but we're past the point of planting. He has to go for the kills, and they know now this one's over, that he can't possibly try and win it out. Perfecto, 12 HP. Did they even find Nico? I don't even think he bothers. I think he just stays put, keep the gun, keep the AK, and that's how it ends.
Yeah, what a stalemate called from Nico there. Knows he has no chance of winning it, but maybe he could have taken a gun or two away from them right at the last second for no good reason, but emphasizes the AK-47. So a hero AK in the round for G2. Nico gets no extra money for surviving the round. $0 in the bank for him. 4-round lead for G2. Na'Vi again, much like Inferno, clawing back. Keeping it close, keeping it within striking distance. Nico puts out the Molotov. He wants to fight. And he doesn't get anything. Doesn't get the battle he wanted and backs away.
Electronic instead, though, still at the top of middle, has to be somewhat careful, hurrying back down the lane now, knowing doesn't have much backup in this situation. Hunter, again, was working underneath. Interesting position for Perfecto as well, as Catwalk's getting the focus, but they're going to be barging in from the apartments. Don't discount pistols as well. You come in with that many people, strength in numbers, it can be chaotic.
Well, they have no utility, so they need to kind of walk this whole way until they're spotted. m0NESY is going to be the bait. Oh, this would be massive for Bit. He's going to spot it out.
Easy. Headshot, yep, sees it, no mistake, takes the shot, doesn't want to risk being seen or spotted after the utility is thrown. And remember, I don't think that utility was thrown, so the only smoke they did have will not cover off the backside of the site, which means it's a shooting gallery for Na'Vi. Hunter going down to Perfecto, and the round closed. We are at 11-8.
Yeah, but now the game begins. Now the real game begins. G2 should be able to get weapons in hand. Nico is going to be relegated, or surely a weapon dropped over to him. He's got no money. Timeout being called. G2's first. Looking to get started right out of the gate. m0NESY is going to have the AWP. And the first big test in the second half for Na'Vi starts right now.
Nothing like taking the single smoke out of it. Not sure how much difference it would have made, but it certainly made it possible to just shut them down before they even dropped into the site. They had the information at that point. All attention and all eyes turned toward the windows. I want to see AWP. The only one on the map right now as well is Simple, seemingly content to stay on the rifle. They'll leave Perfecto to be the one on the AK-47 as well.
I think Simple's really enjoying the mobility the M4 can provide and the different dynamic fights he can take with it over the AWP. I think Simple's starting to get a feeling like he's going to have to individually exert force across this map and really deliver on a personal level for the team if they want to get into this game. If he wants to, I think he's starting to get into that mindset of carrying them through this second map, through portions of this series to keep them alive.
Run boost for an AWP, pre-flashed by his own position. Didn't quite get the perfect swing on the acceleration, but still got the peek toward the window and no one was there. He'll stare toward the catwalk as his teammates work out from down below. They know now they at least have mid-control, and Alexi B will leave one further smoke behind for m0NESY to pick up and utilize as he gets closer and closer. Electronics waiting on the inside of this. The timer is there, and I was about to say that is going to dissipate any second. m0NESY overextends and overstays his welcome. Simple now knows they're in middle.
Yeah, wonder if that's who forgot the timing. Is it Alexi calling the tactic, calling for the smoke, or is it m0NESY not realizing when that smoke was going to clear? Either way, that's a huge opening provided.
You're right, because the smoke was left there for him to do something with, and he didn't, and it could have just been simply that he didn't get that part of the information.
Small detail, but big consequences. 5-on-4 for Na'Vi's defense, and they're playing it passive. More than happy to give up ground because they say once you get into the bomb site, you're going to have nowhere to go afterwards. G2 is running out of options, and Simple's being put into play, but he didn't spot the player in window.
This is huge. Doesn't matter. He's got the free kill toward the bomb. He might get turned around on by Hunter. Still didn't see him, I don't think. Hunter was in it and out just as quickly as the vision was gained. It is lost, so to the site. Electronic aware as well that he's lost the front side, that they've given up A.
Bomb's down at connector. There's only 10 seconds on the clock. Jackson's just got it now. He's got a plant. Simple goes down. Hunter has been effective, and somehow Perfecto can't complete the kill.
He has to as well, but there's flames at the feet of both. They can't battle. They have to hold positions. This is buying time for G2. Jack sits on the site. Good shot back from Electronic. That'll close it out. They'll get the defuse, but that was tantalizingly close to disaster.
That was way too close to disaster if you're Na'Vi. They had that round in hand a number of ways, and G2 almost found their way out. Big win for Na'Vi down the stretch. Three kills in a bomb plant, though. G2 is going to be happy, especially considering how the round started. A freebie onto Modesty. Na'Vi just 2 rounds away. They're right back in Mirage after a lackluster opening half. The defense is starting to look strong, and that's the energy you need. Simple providing leadership in and out of the server.
And that's the response you want. Get inside their heads. Get this momentum swung in your favor. They've yet to have a late lead in the game. Again, we mentioned actually got the bulk of the majority of rounds after going down 10-2 on Inferno, but it was too little too late. This time it's not too early, I'll say that at 11-9, but gives them a much better chance. Alexi B already tagged. He's on 6 HP, has to back off the position. And that's again toward middle where he and Monacy are setting up and trying to figure out the grenades, try and figure out position. He'll hold at the top side of the boxes and look for a late pick. Look for him to just lurk. On the HP that he has, just wait for an opportunity created by space on other portions of the map.
G2's realigning. As you mentioned, Alexi's gonna chill and lurk. Nico, oh, not able to find anything. Smoke clears, and Boomich doesn't lose focus, knows the danger, the possibility of it. And this is the position of Simple, gonna step forward, sees a bit of utility. When that plumes, he can address elsewhere, another location. Flashbang in. Waiting for the attack. Boomich close up. Where's the peek from Simple? He's picked off Hunter.
He knows they've gotten to Tetris. So he swings out to complete that sweep as Monacy gets the shot back on the AK. Couldn't find the third. He's the only one left, though, as Bit finds Alexi B. A 3-on-1. We've seen this before. Although this time, he does not have his AWP to work with. He does, however, have the bomb. And they're traversing very quickly toward his position. Bit holds his nerve and holds the angle. It's now going to be a 1-round difference at 11-10.
Good hold from Simple. The op shots towards the top of A ramp really took the sting of that hit away from G2. 10-11. Just solid shots from Simple. Not the flashiest, but gets the job done. And Na'Vi now starting to string these together, starting to build some momentum. We talked about this as well on Inferno. It never felt like Na'Vi in that comeback really gained control of the atmosphere of the match. Here on Mirage, that moment is building. Na'Vi is starting to look real tough to break through. Their defense is holding strong in every situation that's been thrown at them. And here's one again. This time, it's only Perfecto. He's the only one really defending this B bomb site. Bit has just arrived.
It has gotten there just in time, but Hunter's sneaking up. And I think Perfecto's preoccupied, knowing that he was the only one there. No one's even considered the possibility of Bit. He's in a tough position because they'll be able to wrap and swing, but he seemingly has shown up again. He's gonna hold his nerve once more, but they are swinging still. Nico on the AK, gets the re-peek as well. They tried to swing it back, had to play the right side peek as he was close to the pillar, but Simple sneaking with the AWP. Bomb goes down, he's not down, he's gonna work his way in, and Boomich has the angle in the position, he gets both instead. Simple never needs to strike, but we've got a tie game.
Yeah, it wasn't just that, but Simple's arrival allows Bit to address different parts of the map. Simple gets there and he says, I've got the angle for market, no one's wrapping upon you, don't worry. Hold on, just stay at the corner. That buys plenty of time. Even with Perfecto going down, yeah, Bit and Perfecto, he lost a little bit of focus on where the attack was gonna come from. That B hit just took a few seconds longer than he expected. We're all tied up, Matt. 11-11, second map of the semifinals. And it feels like Na'Vi, for the first time in this series, has truly arrived.
Yeah, obviously dominant so far in this half, yet to drop a round. They go on a 7-round spree. They have conceded bomb plants in the last 3, so money very well established with the lost round bonus for G2, but you're right, they're finally stringing it together in a way that hasn't given up much to G2 or Scrappy and getting there. Monacy, great shot. The quickness is just incredible as he takes down Simple again.
Ooh, this is dangerous. Nico again inside the smoke. Boomich's attention is going to be drawn elsewhere. Great hit from Jax. Opening provided, space created. 5-on-3 for G2. How much can Electronic whittle away? Can this retake in this round be possible?
Electronic's been stuck in that corner for an eternity.
Well, they think it's clear. Alexi definitely thinks it's clear too. Molotov's thrown into that position. They were just off the mark with the spread. Big kill for Electronic. Shocked the hell out of Alexi. But I don't know if you can really go for this. Money is well, actually, it's great on Electronic. He's got 11K, but still, 3-on-4 in this scenario. How much do you want to commit? How many resources? The answer is none. G2 gonna nurse that lead. They extend it back up 12-11.
So never conceding the lead, they get one, their first of the half, but one back. As you say, the money's not at all an issue, but still playing the long game is Na'Vi, knowing as well that this will take one round off of the loss bonus that G2 has accumulated. And we'll get the op versus op battle everyone, I think, has been dreaming of. If only more recently than not. As each side has their star in the role, and it's so weird, I'm talking about m0NESY being the star right now. Let's not forget Nico is in this game.
Yeah, we haven't had to say his name too much, but I think it's probably a relief for Nico. There's the, oh no, he's pinned down. Hunter might not want anything to do with it, knowing who it is, but actually, he's gonna come right back for the fight. Simple has got to make himself as small a target as possible. Flashbang is out. Hunter is so dedicated, and he's got it. He's rewarded. And a two-man lead again in the round. Perfecto to hold the line.
I think Simple was hoping the longer he stayed, the sooner that Hunter would have figured he'd already left the position, but he gets caught in the last second with the pistol. Perfecto, however, is holding the line. Boomich and Bits on the flank. There's no one coming from Market. There's no one coming from the checkers position. Hunter taking out Perfecto. Bits a little bit late, a little bit tardy on the position in the take, as the smoke down is also going to make things more difficult. But Nico is well aware that there's likely going to be someone arriving soon. He'll take him out, and it's all on to Boomich. 1 versus 2. Big man's got moves. Gonna try and go for the jump, no mistake on it, and he gets up to catwalk instead. Jumps further forward before he's heard. He's not yet aware of this. He's gonna go for the bomb plant, back exposed. Nico's low. Boomich has clutched one back already in this game. Starts it off well. Nico's the one that killed Simple. Surely he has to be aware that he was up toward the position, and he certainly is. Calm, composed, and Boomich will make it 12-12.
You gotta give a shout out to Boomich from the first map that he had. Such a tough map on Inferno. This is 2 huge clutches now provided on Mirage. 2 1v2s delivered for the captain of Na'Vi.
I almost think Boomich baits the shots toward jail to say, I don't know where you are, but they knew he killed Simple. As soon as
the communication came in,
bang, dead.
As soon as they realized Boomich hasn't made the connection that Nico is up top, he says they say he's killed. He's in halls. He's in halls, peek up. Style points for Boomich. You're right, no mistake on the jump. He gets here so quick. It's not even a thought in m0NESY or Nico's minds. And Nico long been praised for his game sense. Couldn't read that one from Boomich. And just a calm fist bump in the air as he ties him up. It's 12-12.
Now the pressure for G2 as they call a timeout, try and recuperate composure to get back into this game. Guns on either side again.
G2's got a good amount of cash as well. Lobby's gonna have to burn through a few of their buys. This isn't gonna be an easy victory for either one of these teams. Round 25. No one with any significant advantage quite yet. That's what the battle for is at the moment. Who's gonna gain the advantage down the final stretch of this map?
Run boost again from m0NESY with the self-flash. We've seen this before already. Same thing, gets him behind the box.
That's a play designed just to negate any opper who's holding the corner on catwalk, which Simple does enjoy doing from time to time. Hasn't had to encounter it just yet with that run boost.
It's in that position this time, though.
So much credit going to Boomich in the previous round for the clutch. But let's not forget, Perfecto bought so much time for Na'Vi. The glue players that the desk mentioned, the players outside of the stars delivering here at the end of Mirage.
Spotted. Nico spotted the shoulder. That's why they're nading in. They're putting everything toward that window position to make Electronic have to reconsider and relocate. That also means Nico thinks he's clear to go because they know he's pushed back, but they didn't know about Bit. It does not matter if Alexi Beacon in the shots instead. Perfecto. I'm up to the name, my friend. Gonna have to. No, he's gone. Bonus, he's already got him as well as Jax coming down. Electronic removed. Boomich. He might have the big brain, but this time I don't think he's got any chance of using it against 4 players. He's gonna have to hold on to the AK-47. And once again, Na'Vi get close, but they do not get 1 round ahead.
Yeah, Bit couldn't react fast enough in ladder room. Too many players go down. That's 2 rounds in a row. I just kind of brought it up. Perfecto in the previous, the hero buying time. A 1-man army to hold on the defense of that B bomb site as long as possible. Too much to ask for him to do it twice in a row. This time, G2 find all the kills, all the players rotating over to assist him. Just fall. And every time Na'Vi close the gap and tie things up, G2 win the next to extend, just keep that lead at 1. Money as well for the Na'Vi side, but I think this might be the final buy. G2 are gonna have him at a really strong position. If G2 can win this next round, things get exponentially more difficult for Na'Vi.
So frustrating. They did so well to bring this back. I mentioned 7 rounds in a row, and they just can't get that one to get ahead.
Yeah, to bring it back, but not yet take complete control of the game, to not yet be able to put yourself in a position to actually win the map. Na'Vi keeps running right into the wall, and it's not breaking.
1 timeout left for them after this. G2 have used 2 in this game. Silverheart still shining on the front of the stage. Quest to capture it. As it says on the stairs leading up to the stage, engrave your name on it. Gambit was our defending champions. They're gone already. So we will not get back-to-back, but Na'Vi has won this event as an organization 3 times. They would love it a 4th. Unprecedented territory as Fnatic.
I think Jax is gonna go for something here behind the smoke, or excuse me, behind the Molotov. We've seen him before, turn that corner, going for a kill. The moment just all alone. Nobody there to use utility to activate, and the rest of G2 coming up now. Boomich back at Ticket. Electronic top connector, simple here with an op, but surely those guys will get smoked off. Trying to counter utility, maybe slow things down. Smoke and Palace for the moment. It's Nico who's negated by that.
Hunter will hold. Jax as well, waiting for flashes to counter peek off of, but it's passive.
Simple's rotated away. One of these two, Boomich and Electronic, they need to grab at least 1 frag before G2 really secures the bomb site. If you're gonna play retake on A in this bomb site, you don't want to be in a 5-on-5 retake position with this kind of weaponry in the hands of G2. They need something during this hit to give Na'Vi an advantage.
Sudden strike will come. Boomich backside of the Ticket booth. No smoke in front of him just yet, but he can see the ones on top of the stairs. Alexi B trying to jump in. It's m0NESY that protects him as he baits it out, going for the bomb plant. Fast mechanics, but fast to get in position. Simple rotates around. He now looks toward the Palace. Bomb down on the deck, and it would try to be recovered by Hunter. That gives Bit the angle through the box. Oh, strikes again, and it's m0NESY. He takes down. It might be enough to win out the rounds. Reminding him who's so familiar to these situations. Simple, absolutely unrelenting, does not want to see Na'Vi extinguished from this event as Jax slides forward once more to try and recover the bomb. Gets the shot on Bit! Oh, he had the angle on Perfecto, but down he goes, and it's all onto Nico. And we've said it, we have not used his name often in these clutch situations in this game. With 4 seconds left, it had to be kills, but it's Perfecto that gets it instead.
Yeah, he never found a way to get activated, Nico, in that round. He was always boxed in, and he felt the pressure of Simple's up from spawn, keeping him pinned down in Palace. And G2, they get the site, but they can never find a comfortable place to plant. That's a huge, huge covering fire from m0NESY, but that's the big frag that wins it. The follow-up kill from Connector by Bit drops the bomb yet again, and G2 could just never finally get that bomb planted. 13-13, tied up one more time. G2 starting to lose money.
Na'Vi doesn't have a lot left either. This is a very important round for both teams. Electronic gonna try and flash Boomich in from far. They're already up close. They're fully blind. That flash was too late. Hunter gets the kill instead, and Electronic, they now know he is towards CT, so the smoke close. Jax wants to hold off on the wall, and once again, Na'Vi does all the work to tie the game, but not enough to win it back unless Electronic can get an angle. He and Bit converge, and just like that, they steal position in the round. Bomb not yet planted, but Nico forward catches out Electronic, and Bit gave position away inside of the site. He had to go back in behind Ticket. No smoke down. Modessy's able to see through. He's not done there. He'll get both, and it's 2 to go for G2.
Let's praise the calling from G2 one more time. Previous round, free access to the bomb site. They see Navi's playing retake there. All right, give us that space again. We'll take it all day. But this time, aggressive towards the choke points. They rip that defense apart, and you no longer have to worry about planting the bomb because you found all the kills. And we mentioned it at 12 to 12. The battle was for the advantage down the stretch, and G2 have just gained it. Look at this buy from Na'Vi. Fighting with scraps. The M4 on Simple, the FAMAS on Electronic, those are the only rifles. G2, every advantage, and rinse and repeat towards that A bomb site. Give us the space, we want it.
Electronic holding stairs. Simple sprays through to try and cut off Palace. Look at the flames inside of the site. Simple does get Nico, so the spam pays off. They don't have much vision inside of it, and Jax is already really far forward. He's on the CT stairs. It's gonna make things extremely difficult for Bit, who's still unsure. He'll get Perfecto to work with, but even then, Alexi B is able to trade and swing. It's a 3-man take from the connector. Not with Monacy still in it. Jax wins the first duel. Perfecto doesn't even swing fast enough. Deagle in hand. They pretty much have to concede play for overtime point if they don't get the next pick. But Electronic going in, Alexi B, that'll give position and information. Shadow shows, Jax holds, and Boomich will back away.
Oh, that's so brutal.
I say he's gonna back away. He hasn't gone yet. Doesn't have a kit, so you'd suspect he's just trying to make economic impact here. Try and take the guns down. Here's the AWP, but this is gonna be map and series point for G2.
And nothing to fight with. Bit and Perfecto rotating through spawn. They had a flashbang to use on Bit, but I think he lost track of it. Never able to toss it out to set up that retake, and if you don't control CT stairs, that retake is gonna be damn near impossible. 3 rounds in a row, G2 has attacked A. They've won 2 of them. It's given them the advantage, and it might just be knocking Na'Vi out of IEM Katowice. Final timeout. G2, 2 rounds to close the series in regulation here on Mirage. And they've got all the advantages in the world. I think last round's bye was rough for Na'Vi. This one's gonna be worse. They need a miracle.
But unwilling to resign throughout this series, but again, just could not get a footing into it. Smoke toward the window. Trying to double that position. Do they go for the drop play? No, they're not. They're gonna boost Simple up instead. They haven't won that underpass position as frequently as we normally see Na'Vi do in previous Mirage affairs, but Hunter's already sliding up. Alexi B backing him as well. This is good mid-control already from G2.
What an incredible playoffs Hunter's had so far in the shadow of Monacy, in the shadow of Nico, delivering 31 kills in this map.
Nico is Hunter's cousin, Jason.
Yeah.
Shadow goes the other way.
Quiet on the map. Nobody wanting to make the opening, the initial mistake. No one wanting to give away the advantage in round 29. Na'Vi, they need to be so efficient with what few resources they have.
Molotov inside of connector. They'll go for the boost above the smoke for the AK and try and clear the position by way of firepower as well. Electronic standing his ground with an MP9. Bit only the Deagle. This is gonna have to be perfect. Starts off very well. Trying to counter the peek out. Hunter though holds it and they both go down. Couldn't get a second. Simple though. He'll come back out to get Monacy down, and he's not done there as he rotates over the MP7 to work with. Spraying and praying at this point. Praying quite literally that he finds 1 kill through it. Jax on 1 HP. Would have been a great target to find, but Hunter will get the bomb in position instead. That 1 HP still might be a factor as he nearly swung out. Nice shot, Perfecto. He's giving them a chance. Nico has to reload. Simple's got an AK picked up. Oh! It's the headshot instead! And Na'Vi removed, erased, and it's G2O as they'll find their way toward the final.
Well, what an incredible show from G2. Modesty with some flashes of brilliance. The young man showing what his ceiling could be. And Nico delivering the clutch. Who better at the end? The 1v1 against the GOAT. And Nico comes out on top. G2's made the grand finals of IEM Katowice.
And Alexi B takes down Na'Vi once again in close rounds on this stage. As he did, as ends this time, perhaps even a better chance in the finals. We'll find out who they play as we have Heroic and FaZe coming up very, very soon. And I know there's a lot of hype around that man on camera right now, around Monacy. But please, Katowice, please give support to Na'Vi. They could have walked away from this event. They could have focused on things outside that are far too distracting. They chose to be here because they, like you, love Counter-Strike, and they deserve our support for an absolutely incredible effort against some of the most adverse circumstances you could imagine.
G2 celebrating. This team built for one goal, one thing in mind, that's the trophy. They've gotten one step closer. The upgrade in firepower has delivered, but let's give it up because they've got a coach at the hotel who prepared them in magnificent fashion. Tactically today, they looked brilliant. Skill-wise today, they looked brilliant. All the pieces coming together at the right moment for G2, and we're gonna see them again tomorrow against some tough competition.
You want to talk about this stage as well, and Alexi B getting close, but not quite. How many times has Nico been in a final on this stage and not delivered? You go back to the Fnatic best of 5 against FaZe that went for some 7 hours. Nico on the losing side of that. That's when they just, before they went against Cloud9 and lost, maybe this is his best chance to finally put a legacy down as well. And as you say, the contention for GOAT, the man who delivered the final 2 kills, OJ is on stage right now with Nico.
Thank you very much, Seda Kiss. Great work, boys, as always. Nico. 2-0s against Na'Vi, they don't come around often.
No, it doesn't. Like, we just went from always losing to them to just beating them 2-0 quite convincingly as well. I think Mirage, we could have closed out even earlier, but they played really good on City side. And yeah, I don't think I have ever played, like, we have played better CS ever since we got to this roster. We were very calm and collected, that like pressure never got to us, and we managed to close out the rounds. Like, I'm really proud of the team. As I said, I have never seen us play like this ever since we got this roster.
Well, just talk us through the 2 maps. From your point of view, seeing what was going on within your team, you say you didn't panic at all. Where is that coming from?
I don't know. It just felt like we are not playing semifinal. It just felt like we were playing a group stage. I don't know why, but we are just very calm. Maybe it's because we got off to a good start. That's probably the big reason, but I don't know. We just felt confident, and we just kept rolling, and yeah, I think having a good start always helps in those games, and we just kept rolling, and that was very important.
I was talking to Chad backstage as we were watching the match. He was talking about Monacy, and I know we're all talking about him. 16 big stages, doesn't seem phased at all. He says he's never seen anyone as quick as him.
I haven't either. He's the fastest guy I have ever played with, and probably I have seen play. Like, the things he does on practice, it's just fucking insane. Like, he will show a fucking good CS in the near future. He's already showing it, but he will just be way more consistent.
It must be great to be playing with him.
Yeah, it's amazing. I'm really happy for him.
Just a word, tomorrow you've got a grand final, maybe just a word about Na'Vi playing them today. Anything you want to say to them?
Yeah, I'm happy that we beat them. They played great. I mean, they're having a very tough situation, you know, back at home, and they're not in the best shape, so I think it was very tough to play against them, but they show a great fight, and yeah, in the end, I'm just happy that we came out on the top.
Well, Nico, thank you very much for your time, as always. Grand final tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Nico! He will now sign that camera over there, if you don't mind. We'll take a quick break. Back in a second.
patch in the wound.
There's one guy can help lock this whole thing down.
They have no idea he's here. He's found the gap. But this would be a huge round to win. This is just Glocks and a few little deagles. So this is definitely doable for Electronic. No armor though. They've got the kits. They can do this, but they need to get it now. He gets closer and they have no idea he's in the back.
Katowice wasn't ready. He could knock Tag off the plant. A double, a triple.
Here comes Electronic. Into the bomb site, taking 2 heads and coming in big.
And it is that time again for you to get your Twitch channel points out. Go and get your fingers ready so you can get your vote on the DHL MVP. We've got several candidates to talk about, look at, discuss, make of it what you will, but make sure that you get your votes in so that we can hear from them at the conclusion of the tournament. Now, we do have several candidates, I did say. Simple, Perfecto, m0NESY, Jax, Nico. My goodness, there's just a slew of players. But for what it's worth, wow.
Yes, plenty of diamonds to choose from if you're looking for an MVP in that game. Definitely m0NESY leaving another huge impact in his brief stint already. Jax had a couple of moments, couple of headshots the way he does right here with the Deagle, for example. He's known for that. That was an MVP type of game. That's my take on that.
Yeah, for me, it's simple. You know, he showed up on the first map, dragging them like after the 10-2, also the 3 rounds in a row. And then on Mirage, he gave everything he had to bring them back. And sadly, it wasn't enough. But for me, he was the MVP of the summer.
Yeah, and it's just the unfortunate way it breaks down. Nonetheless, it is what it is.
Do. To go enter. I go smoke.
Flash, I flash CT, flashing CT. I plant for CT.
I'm in con, guys. Don't follow me. One jumping.
Under window.
Soon.
Let's swing jungle together. Yeah. 3, 2,
One HP.
Jungle 2, forage.
That's 1 HP, 1 HP, bro.
And so they say heavy is the head that wears the crown, but we haven't quite put one on anyone just yet. We're getting real close, and G2 are making a convincing case that they could just be the ones wearing it when we leave Katowice.
That was a splendid display of confidence.
Jack just keep lying to Nico at the last round.
It's just for confidence.
1 HP, 1 HP.
Confidence.
Hey, that That's like an old school tactic. Like, hey, everybody's 1 HP.
It worked.
We all do it a little bit. He's one. No, he's not one.
Tons of things to look at here. You think about just how close this ended up becoming at the end of the map. This was something where there was a fight back, but a little short.
And I think that's what is so impressive about that game. It's the nerves that was in it towards the very end. It's Na'Vi retaking control of the game on their CT side. You start feeling like G2 is out of solutions. Simple is firing on all cylinders, is finding all these kills. And then everyone, myself included, is watching this game thinking, damn, we're going to a third. That's it. They've done enough. They've done enough to go to a third. And then G2 put together a couple of very clean and interesting rounds. Alexibi had a few brilliance as well. And finally get over that obstacle that Na'Vi is.
Funny you should said like no solutions. I was going to talk about that. Like two things that we didn't mention and nobody actually like gave it too much thought is Hunter dropping 32 kills from that map. That's one thing. And the second and more important for me right now, I guess as a coach and previously competitor, the way that Alexiv called throughout that whole, like from 11-11 till the end of the half, the end of the game was absolutely amazing. He kept calling like 2-3 times, like altogether like on A, just A hits over and over. And then on 15-13, he understands like, all right, they don't have money, they don't have utility. Let's take the control of the middle, let's take control of connector, and let's split A.
I guess he had that vista to go for first-degree Counter-Strike. That's what I'm calling it when I'm talking about fast strategies, direct strategies, because he realized that Na'Vi had the money, Na'Vi had the resources, and they had all under control. Anytime G2 was trying to play mid, they were going to get punished. And this is what Alexibi had to do. This is why he is in that roster.
He was
supposed to find.
Exactly, yeah.
So when I'm sitting here thinking about this, sorry, sometimes people talk while I'm. Anyway, when I'm sitting here, I'm thinking about this and I'm looking at what Na'Vi had going on right into this matchup. What about the veto?
Look, it's very easy. The hindsight is always 20/20. We can theory craft on that. Personally, I thought that allowing G2 to play Mirage, let alone pick it, could be a problem, could be a discussion. I thought Nuke might have been a pick for Na'Vi. They go for Mirage. At the end of the day, they could have won it. I'm not going to play scientist and say things should have been differently. They have allowed G2 to go to Mirage with a great...
I'm always peeking into your strengths, into the opponent's weaknesses. Going for
You don't think Nuke is a strength anymore for Na'Vi?
I think it's still, it depends what they think, right? That's the bigger question.
Guys, the victors tell the story, or at least they give us an interview, which is exactly what we're going to do right now. Hunter is on the floor, and he's got some words.
What's up, everybody? I'm here with Hunter. Hunter, how are you feeling coming out of that victory over Na'Vi?
Honestly, I'm feeling really good, and of course, winning Na'Vi online is something. But I don't feel that this is the real win, because what happened to them past few days is really something that that's not good for them, and they were not focused like they were before. I would say normal when situation was normal. So I think they really need big support from all of us, and that's what they will get.
Fine words. What's it like to know you've secured a spot in the grand final?
My feeling is really great. Like, we played finals 2 years ago, but without the crowd here, and it was not the same feeling at all, of course. It's really great for us. We are a new team, just 2 months together, especially for young kid Monesi, who is doing really great this event, especially in playoffs. And like, I'm looking forward to play tomorrow.
Let's go back to map number 1, Inferno, which was your pick. You had a huge T side. Why was everything working so well?
Honestly, at the beginning, we had a good plan, and Alex, he was calling really good, and we were all calm and just listening to him what he will call and doing things what he called, and that's it. After we lost a couple of rounds, 4v3 and advantage situations, and that was 10-5, and on CT side it was not the best, but still we managed to win somehow, and yeah, it was good because of Alexi mainly.
It looked like there was a very even kill spread. Was Inferno then all about Alexi being the teamwork he created?
Sorry, can you repeat?
There was a very even kill spread across the team. So was Alexi B making sure that everyone played well as a team?
Yeah, that was our goal on Inferno, to play as a team, as a unit together on this T side. Trade capacity, this is our strongest thing, I would say, with our firepower that we have in the team. And yeah, that's why we had almost all of us 8 kills at the beginning of the map, yeah.
Going into Mirage, you guys got off to a flying CT side, but then Na'Vi mounted a comeback. What was going wrong?
Oh, honestly, like we wanted to finish this game so fast, so quick, because we didn't win Na'Vi since a long time, especially on LAN event, and we just wanted to close it out. But against Na'Vi, it's impossible. They are great teams, great players, and we just need to be patient, and that's what we said after some time out. Let's guys be patient. Let's listen to Alex. Alex said, please listen to me. We'll win this map, and that's what happened.
Hunter, you finished on 32 frags there. Was there anything particular about that map that made you have such a good performance?
But honestly, nothing. I didn't even know that I had 32 kills, honestly, like you told me now. So yeah, just like I felt good. We were playing as a team, like especially the city side. We all knew what we want to do, and that's one of the reasons why I was good. Because of my teammates, of course.
And what was it like seeing m0NESY make such important plays once again, proving himself on the biggest of stages?
I mean, I don't know what to say about this guy. I'm just amazed, honestly. Like, I didn't expect, and no one expected that he will be that good on stage. In group stage, he was decent, he was okay, he was good. But when we get into playoffs and in front of the crowd in arena, he just went crazy, and he is playing really good. And hopefully, he will continue tomorrow.
Hunter, final questions. What will be the plan tonight and to prepare for the grand final? You don't know who you're playing yet, but it'll be either FaZe or Heroic.
Yeah, like I'm just looking forward to play. Of course, tonight we'll chill a bit after now when we go to hotel. We'll have a dinner together, maybe gym, maybe watch the game, FaZe and Heroic. And tomorrow before the game, we'll prepare with our coach, who is in his room and helping us, of course, via TeamSpeak and through the TeamSpeak. And yeah, that's it.
What's it like to have Nico's mother here, also part of your family? Does that give you extra motivation to get the W and become IEM Katowice 2022 champions?
Yeah, of course, it's giving us something else. Like, it's first time for me, for Nico. It's not the first time because he had them when he was in FaZe. Nico's father, Nico's mother are here, and of course, it's something that means to us a lot. I'm just sorry that my parents couldn't come because I got a baby and they need to help my wife at home. But we'll have a chance to see them as well there. And yeah, of course, it's an amazing feeling.
Hunter, thank you so much. Would you like to say anything to this little crowd that's formed here and to everybody at home?
Of course, I'm just thanks for support, guys. We really feel it. It's amazing to play in this arena, and see you again tomorrow. Nothing else to say.
Everybody give it up for G2 and Hunter. Thank you.
Hunter, definitely happy with the results of today. Now, for us, this does put a conclusion to Navi's run here. G2 will move on into those grand finals, but we got to find out who's playing them, right? So we've aligned this perfectly. We've got a best of 3, another semifinal coming your way, featuring that of FaZe and Heroic. We're going to be jumping into that with Freya when we return.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
Heroic become the team that no matter what they do, it annoys everybody else. Right? They could win and celebrate, and it would be the same as what another team would do, but because it's Heroic, it's seen as over the top.
We haven't seen a team be this level of a villain since the old Fnatic lineup. We've been missing having a team that we all just love to hate and love to root against to a certain degree. But I think it's actually done them well. I think it's actually brought that team together, and you can see it in the emotion, you can see it in the way Cadian leads, you can see it in the way Cadian gets them hyped up, that they all kind of understand that the people around them on that team are the only people they can rely on.
Let's see if he's got that ability. He's found one. This is a flanker. Oh! Okay, those go through the smoke, and he's gone back for more. It's just silenced down. That is ridiculous. Out of this world from the young man.
Stound's only 19 years old, and he's the star of this team. Sure, he's not the primary AWPer, sure he doesn't have the flashy headshot percentages of everybody else, but he's a jack of all trades, and that's not meant to detract from his ability, because this jack of all trades can contribute with the highest impact for the team in the biggest moments on land. He's the consistent driving force for Heroic, and he's the reason they've gone this far within the tournament. This kid's energy in and outside of the server is notable. You can see him getting fired up alongside that of Cadian, but when he's playing, can secondary AWP. He's going to find you impact on the low buys with the deagle. He's a solid rifler, and he always seems to be making that right decision to turn the tide around for the team.
This could end up being like one of his coming out party into the world, where everyone just looks and says, wow, Stound actually has the ability to be a star player. You know, the right-hand man of Cadian. I think they're still very much considered onliners, and I think that's kind of warranted. It's only a matter of time before they shake that off. I think everyone can see how well they're playing and how good they are on LAN. I just don't think they've gotten that real, convincing, significant result that allows them to shake that off. The entire goal of Heroic has to be to just shut everyone the hell up.
I don't want none of that top 8, top 6. We can make top 4, but if we draw this opponent, I want us to believe that we can go all the way, because if we don't have that, we have nothing.
An arena fit for kings and two titans ready to take to the stage here in Katowice. On one side of the arena, we have FaZe on a fairy tale run all the way from the play-ins to now make it to our second semi-final series of the day. On the other, we have Heroic taking their first ever steps here in the Spodek and hungry to prove their LAN presence on one of the biggest stages in the entirety of Counter-Strike. Joining me to jump into this one, I've got Yanko, I've got Blair up on the desk. Gentlemen, first semi-final delivered. I am so excited to delve into this one.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And so what different storylines do we have coming into this matchup, right? We have Heroic trying to shut their online attack. They have looked, in my opinion, the cleanest team we've seen thus far in Katowice. On the flip side, we have the story of FaZe. Through all the trials and tribulation, Carrigan and his merry men, they still made it here all the way to the semifinals. And for them, they have nothing to lose. For Heroic, it's about making a point.
Yeah, that was a very impressive and dominant win yesterday from FaZe against Gambit. I mean, they were a complete underdog. Yes, JKS stood in for them, but now he has to do it in a completely different role, right? Replacing Rain. And I think for Heroic, there's no doubt. I like what Cadian said, you know, it's enough with all the shenanigans. Like, they need to win this game. Similar like VP yesterday couldn't afford to lose the game against G2. It's the same for Heroic. Like, everything is open for them. Navi got knocked out by G2 as well. Like, this is their tournament to lose right now.
Yeah, and I mean, just talking about the storylines of Heroic coming into this one, of course, it's going to be everybody's debut here in the Spodek. You think about, you know, some of the young guns on the side like Stan, like Refresh, but then Cadian, it's almost a surprise that he hasn't made it to a stage like this.
I mean, the guy has had an interesting career. Was he on the desk, I think, in Katowice? Yeah, there we go. He was in the stadium.
Technically, he's been in there, yeah.
Yeah, but overall, I feel I have to agree with Yanko as well. And there's the fact that for them, no more excuses, right? This is the perfect time for them to shine. We had the same thing for Gambit yesterday. I feel like there's a parallel between Gambit and Heroic when it comes to kind of shedding the onliner slash studio arena, so studio land sort of teams. And Gambit, unfortunately, they weren't quite able to deliver yesterday, although they did put up a pretty decent showing. For Heroic, let's be real, this is a real chance for them to quiet everyone down.
And listen, for FaZe, if they could pick the teams to play against, like this is probably perfect for them.
Absolutely.
Because what FaZe has going for them is the experience, right? And the LAN players and all of that stuff. And they faced, they're facing two of the most online teams we've had in the last 2 years, right? They're trying to get rid of that moniker with varied success, but I think that's what they have going for them. Coming into this matchup, they have the experience, they have the better players, right? They have the better star players, more firepower, but Heroic is the better all-around team. There's no doubt about that. So for FaZe, they're going to try to, make them uncomfortable, disrupt them, like rely on their star power, like get in their face early on, and we'll see if they can get something out of that.
I mean, the most interesting thing as well is stylistically speaking, these two teams are kind of similar, right? Very aggressive, very on-the-fly mid-round calling coming out. So despite, when you look at the star power on both these two teams, but you can't forget, I feel it's going to be a battle of minds between Cadian and Karrigan.
And we've got to talk about another mind coming into this. We just had a little hype piece for him coming into this. Stan as well, the second highest rated player at the tournament so far. He's been looking hot to trot ever since he's hit here at this Bodeg.
Oh, Stan has been fantastic, right? Just a star in this team. And this is a team you look at, you're like, does anyone really stand out? Everyone has his highlight moments. You have Refresh with that 1v5 clutch, for example. You have, Tessa's, he has that famous spray. They all have the individual ability. But the fact that this kid, this young 19-year-old is able to elevate himself and deliver where we are in an era of superstars. You're talking about Nico, you're talking about Simple, this young Monacy freak of nature coming out of nowhere as well. And yet, this kid, he's able to deliver seemingly with any weapon.
It's true, and he has to. Like nowadays, no matter how good cohesion you have, how good your team play is, like the star players are the reason why you win the title and not just finish in the top 4, right? Like we see it time and time again. Teams like Na'Vi, teams like Gambit. Even Gambit is similar in a sense of they rely on their team play mostly, but at critical moments, the individuals step up and give them that extra push, right? And for Heroic to really reach that contender status and win some championships, Stan has to play on this high of a level. And then someone needs to, help him out a little bit. For them, it's no secret, Cadian is the in-game leader. He's not in the conversation like for top 5 oppers. Like stylistically, he is aggressive. He tries to do to have impact for his team, but he has to do so much support at times, right? Call and everything. It's just naturally he's not going to be in a great position to succeed, and that's why the riflers need to carry a little bit more.
I think that's a really interesting topic coming into this particular matchup. You highlight Cadian. We're not looking at him as a kind of star, flashy AWPer, if you will. On the other side of the server, we have Brokey, who we saw going absolutely lights out on their second map, particularly yesterday.
I mean, top 3 rated player in this tournament with 11 maps played. They haven't had an easy run, right? Like, FaZe the only team who have managed to make it all the way to the playoffs from the play-ins. We can't forget that. And for me, Brokey, this has been he's been around for a while, but I feel this has been his star event, his breakout event. While during the entirety of last year and the last couple of years with the online era, not really having a full-fledged lineup, he was the rock for the team, not really the star player, but now he's come alive.
Yeah, until Monacy showed up, you would probably look towards Brokey and be like, okay, this kid is super fast. He's one of the fastest oppers we have out there, and there was no doubt about his mechanical skill and communication as well is a great attribute of his. It was just about finding ways to have more impact with the op. It was mostly sitting back and then mid to late round in post plans, kind of getting work done, and he has found ways to be more impactful in the early round, open more kills. Also on a team like FaZe, you already have Rain, you have Karrigan, right, who are going to go for aggressive plays of their own, just kind of create space. So you need to find a balance throughout the whole team, and it seems like FaZe has done a better job at that this year.
Well, talking of the AWPers coming into this series, let's get a few words from Cadian before he enters the arena.
Cool. What's up, gamers? I'm here with Cadian from Heroic. Great to see you, bro. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. Been a long day yesterday, looking at the SIG arena, not getting to play, but it's our chance today, and we want to make the most of it.
Cadian, you beat OG, Vitality, and VP to get here. Are you happy with the team's performance so far?
Yeah, I think, 3 out of 3 wins, people call me crazy at times, but not being satisfied with that would probably make me even more crazy, so very satisfied. But then again, the most important matches are still ahead of us, and we've done good in the group stages before. We've done good in the first part of the bracket, but it's time to get that hair on the chest and make some moves.
The last time you played FaZe was at IEM Winter. It went in favour of them, and it was close across 2 maps. Have you made any adjustments since then to be prepared for this game?
I mean, they've been getting reps, right? A little bit of an upgrade, potentially. So, yeah. And before that, we played them at Blast, where we won against them. So we've had really tight series against them many times. They're a super strong team. Adjustments, tactically speaking, you'll have to see. We have a wide map pool, and so do they. But I'm feeling very confident for today's match. I think current form, we've been better. But it's time to show it.
Let's talk about JKS. How do you factor him in as the stand-in on their side?
Oh, he's playing, not Rain?
Are you meaning me right now?
No, I'm literally not sure. But all right, boys, yeah. If JKS is playing, well, yeah, that changes a little bit of stuff for us. Very interesting. Thank you for the news, Paula. Well, not much change, you know. We did our preparation. We've done ours. We're ready.
Okay. Kaden, all I can say is overall, I do feel like you are very confident right now.
Yeah, I think it would be a little bit silly not to be. I just feel like there's a fucking vibe, you know? There's a fucking vibe. We're going all the way. So let's do it, you know?
All right, final words to everybody at home and the audience in the Spodek.
Thank you all for coming. I've been hearing the crowd on the stream today. It's absolutely insane. Can't wait to play in front of you guys and also all the people watching at home. Isel has done a great job with the scene and stuff so far. So, yeah, we're just hella excited to bring that hype.
Kaden, thank you.
Thank you.
I want whatever Cadian is eating for breakfast. Man, he's pumped coming into this series.
I don't know, maybe someone put in some mushrooms, like, and not the good kind, right, in his breakfast. I don't know, he has to be memeing.
He has to be memeing. I feel like he's just messing with everyone. I could see Paula. We all reacted the same way Paula. They were like,
Paula is never speechless as well.
Ever.
Cadian for doing that.
Listen, I wanted to be speechless at times, but yeah, Caden finally pulling it off, quieting down Paula. But jokes aside, I do want to touch upon what he said, that, you know, we're in it to win here. We're in it to make it all the way to the finals, take the trophy. And if I'm Caden, if I'm Heroic, it's high time. It's time to finally break that ceiling, which I feel has been on top of them for a couple of years now.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you could tell even at the major, right, in the semifinal against G2, it felt like it was, you know, they had the match points and everything, and they just couldn't get over the hump. You feel that maybe that experience is going to help them, like, do better this time around. But yeah, as we said, it's about them to prove it on the server. They can make it into that grand final.
Well, as much as it is apparently news for Cadian that JKS is going to be entering the server again, we do know that from yesterday, the game versus Gambit. We weren't exactly sure what to expect because obviously just the historical context, the fact that he came in for Robs early on in the tournament, now coming in for an entirely different beast in Rain. And he impressed us through and through.
I mean, that smile on his face, right? Like, that's one of the rarest sightings of anything out there. Like, you know, the Tasmanian Devil, which got, I don't know, went extinct 100 years back or something. But yeah, he
Allegedly.
was fantastic overall yesterday. And just the fact that he was playing a role which he's never played at such a high setting, at such a high level, entering like a god. Highest rated entry player.
Listen, man, I just know Chad is sitting in that green room and just kind of, you know, losing his mind. That he tried for years to get Justin to be a more aggressive player, you know, and then kind of go in first a little bit more. And now he sees where he's forced into that position as a stand-in, how great he's doing.
It.
I told you this 7 years ago. Like, we could have beaten more than just Titan on Mirage if you just listened to me, right? Like,
it took a while.
I think it speaks of JKS as well, that he's just a great all-around player, skilled, understands the game, right? You know, obviously not experienced in the role at all, but understands what the role is about and what he needs to do. And I think he has a great environment to succeed, right? All experienced player, experienced in-game leader, like, and they can win rounds if he just creates a little bit of space, which is basically his job, right? The rest of the guys can take care of it, and he's been doing that and then some.
Absolutely. And just the fact that, you know, there are a lot of naysayers who are like, JKS, he didn't do much in complexity. He's been not really the star that Chad has been saying he was for the past 4 or 5 years. But when you put him the right team with the right, you know, upbeat individual.
If you put 3 top 20 players around him,
that helps. That helps.
He's going to do much better.
He's also a top 20 player nonetheless.
Yeah, well, it can be helpful as well having an in-game leader like Karrigan coming into the fray as well. The fact that, you know, you were really praising him coming into this series yesterday, not expecting him to be able to take down the likes of Gambit. But, you know, the fact that he can be so versatile, those mid-round calls are obviously a huge factor for his success as well. And the fact that he can make JKS feel comfortable in this new role for him as well.
Listen, for me, Karrigan, when we had the MVP of the day yesterday, yesterday, although he wasn't on top of the scoreboard, he is my MVP for FaZe thus far in this tournament, primarily because you look at how it all started, right? You come into the play-in stage where they're the only team, again, I'm reiterating this fact, who made it from the play-ins all the way to the playoffs. They didn't have Robs. They had JKS standing in for Robs, and later on, Robs comes back. He's like, yay, I'm COVID negative. And Rain's like, well, bad news, guys. I'm COVID positive now. So you have JKS coming in again, and it's just been such a tumultuous period, and yet he does it.
One of the days, actually, Brocky wasn't even playing. He was playing from his hotel room because he was waiting on like test results. So there was all kinds of shenanigans for FaZe, yeah, but they somehow managed to pull through all that. And I think for them, it just sucks because it's been such a long period where they're like, okay, about to make a roster change, or this needs to happen, that needs to happen. They look great at blasting. Okay, we're going to come here, do great, and then they have to deal with all these, problems that they've had. But I still think they're fairly confident, especially after that performance yesterday. We heard it from Robs as well. The crowd was on our side. Like, it's such a great feeling. Or he had that incredible 1v4 to end the game, really. So I think FaZe is going to be good. I think they're going to be better than people maybe expect. This game is going to be closer.
Yeah, absolutely.
Confidence is definitely king coming into this one. So let's get a few words from Karrigan ahead of this series.
Yesterday, you managed to win against Gambit, a team that won the year before, and they didn't go for any changes at all. Right now, you're going to play against Heroic, another team that has been together for a really long time. Do you feel that the fact that they've been together for such a long time kind of gives them this advantage?
No, I for sure always believe when you're longer together, it gives advantage. I would say if we had Robs now, there would be a little honeymoon, and people don't know how we play if we play with the full lineup. But right now, we don't have much behind what we are doing. We're trying to do everything on the fly. So yeah, it puts a lot of pressure on me to kind of find the solutions all the time. But yeah, like I said, JKS is playing amazingly, so it's been fairly easy so far. But like I said, we have to wait and see what maps is going to be. So yeah, I'm just really proud of our team in that sense. And I mean, Heroic is a great team, and they're going to be tough to play against, just like Gambit yesterday. But like I said, we hit a really high level yesterday, and that's why we won in the end.
And is there something you want to say to maybe your FaZe family or FaZe fans?
Yeah, to the guys outside in the arena, but also outside in the world. I mean, the support we have gotten this whole tournament, also in the arena yesterday, chanting our names and stuff like that. This just means so much for me to be back here, missing out on this stage for a long time. So just let everybody enjoy a fantastic game of Counter-Strike, and don't think about what happening in the rest of the world. Just today and tomorrow, let's just show the world that doesn't matter where we are, we can always do something together.
Thank you very much, Finn. Good luck.
It's going to be incredibly exciting to see FaZe take to the stage once again. Another factor that's made FaZe really exciting to be watching is the consistency kind of on all levels of every player that's entered the server. Sure, it's been really difficult for all of these players to get accustomed to their new roles, JKS especially there. But the fact that when we were looking at the kill disparity yesterday in that series versus Gambit, there wasn't actually too much too few and far between a lot of these players.
Yeah, I feel like you look at the trio of the star players, right? We're looking at Robs, you're looking at Brokey, you're looking at Twisted Deliver, and honestly, there were very low expectations for Justin coming into that game. We're like, JKS, just do your job. It's going to be, that's good enough. And he just went above and beyond.
Yeah, and as we're seeing like the map veto come through, I was wondering, there's not really that much room for Heroic to punish FaZe, because that's what you expect. A team that's been together for a long time, playing against a team with a stand-in, you want to exploit that map pool, and there's not too much room for them to go somewhere. Overpass has decided that's maybe a little bit of a change. We see Heroic go for Nuke, their staple map pick for a long time. I think also looking at for FaZe, that's not one of their signature maps. FaZe, it was going to be either Inferno or Mirage. They decided to go with Inferno here. So I think a fairly kind of obvious map veto.
Yeah, for Heroic, like they have been going for this perma Mirage pick every single time as a first pick coming in. But yeah, totally makes sense. Why do you want to play a team like FaZe with loosey-goosey style on a map like Mirage?
And listen, I'm telling you, like you were right, these teams are a little bit similar. Like they both welcome the chaos. Like Heroic is one of few teams that if they get a 1-for-1 trade, the CT, they're happy with that. Like they just want to keep getting more info. They want to be the ones who are the active team, the proactive team that are, making the plays and get all the information. But I think in this game in general, like I really believe that a good team, but it's the players who get you all the way, right? You need to have the players in crucial moments. It's a reset round. It's a 3v3 post plan, like on B, a 2v3 for FaZe. I know that Twist is going to try and make a good play, and I have faith in Brocky. But if you have on the other side, it's guys like, Refresh, Tesses, right? They need to prove that on the big stage in those moments, they will take, matters into their own hands and kind of bail their team out in some of these difficult rounds, because you're never just going to, thanks to the game plan and the calls, just run away with the whole series. it happens very, very rarely.
Well, looking at Inferno as this first map of this best-of-3 series, we did see FaZe taking to the stage yesterday. We had a lot of questions on exactly how JKS was going to be integrating, taking on this kind of new role for him. So what were your takeaways from what we saw from FaZe yesterday on that?
Especially on the T side, I think it was some fantastic calling coming up from Karrigan, right? He was able to control a lot of the extremities of the map, and even when Gambit were trying to exert a little bit of pressure towards brackets, that part of the map as well, he was just able to break it apart. But the player who was breaking it apart was JKS, right? And that is something I've never seen happen. So he's looking very, very impactful with the rifles. But then again, as you pointed out, Heroic are a team, as we've noted time and time again, who like pushing extremities of the map. We're just not going to make you feel uncomfortable. We're going to be going for full 5-man stacks in buy rounds early in the round, for example. And that is something I'm not sure Karrigan's going to be ready for.
Yeah, their style is just innately really, really good against a team that's, you know, going to struggle to have all the protocols in place. Like, they're really disruptive. You know, you take a part of map control, they're probably going to try and retake it from you or take some other part. So you constantly have to be adjusting, and that's on the players individually as well to realize where there's space, where there's gaps, and like that's something that actually works for FaZe. They have players who can take matters into their own hands. When we did the interview with Twists and Robs, Twists was saying, you know, the meta is changing in a way where the players just have to make much more individual decisions and kind of see where the openings are, like, rather than wait for the in-game leader to tell you, oh, we're going to finish the round here, or I want you to do this.
Well, although we are here in the studio, I want to know how it's going down there in the Spodek. Karen, Hugo, what's the vibe like down there?
I mean, to quote Cadian, you know, he said, it's an effing vibe, man. It really is. Like, the atmosphere's been electric. We've been watching the game so far just over there. You know, we've been in the crowd. We've been hanging out with everyone. It's crazy. You know, there's a lot of fans of Counter-Strike out in full force today, so it's great to see. Let's kind of start this conversation off then, Hugo, man. FaZe, we've seen how much this crowd gets behind them. We really have. And I think it's a very easy project to buy into right now. You know, you're rooting for them. They've got this standard in JKS. You've got Rain watching from the sidelines, hoping his team can do it. It's a truly international squad with a lot of kind of underrepresented regions on the big stage with a chance to get to the grand finals. And it's all tied together by this very charismatic, very cool Danish IGL in Karrigan.
Yeah, and as much fun as he is, you look on the other side, you have the bad boys of Heroic, right? These guys have been through a lot in the past couple of years, punches thrown at them left and right. But despite all of that, they've stayed together, this brotherhood of Danes, and now they want to go to the grand final. Keep in mind, this team, this roster has never been in a LAN Grand Final, Harry. So this may be the tournament to do it for Heroic. With Cadian at the helm, he went off to NA to prove himself. He's back here in Denmark. And man, this is going to be a banging series, whichever way it goes. I don't know who's taking it, but I know we're going to have a lot of fun for it.
It's going to be absolutely spectacular to see it go down in the Spodek. We will be checking in with you guys very shortly before the game goes live. But I do want to wrap up some thoughts. Oh, have you got a thought, Black?
Yeah, like Harry and Hugo all grown up.
Yeah, that's exactly what I want to say. I wish they wore suits more often. They look fantastic.
Yeah, no, looking very dapper, gentlemen. Just to wrap up our closing thoughts heading into this game, a point that I wanted to bring up was the Brokey factor that we saw yesterday on this particular map as well. Sure, we were kind of maybe expecting it to come out a little bit more on Dust 2, but the fact that he was really showing up on Inferno as well, are you putting him under the spotlight once again to be showing up?
Listen, I think he's gone above and beyond, and it looks like there's no stopping this kid at this time, right? And he's going to be delivering as well. For me, it's more about the clash of these two teams and their very similar stylistic nature altogether. It's going to be basically fighting fire with fire in the server, and it's going to be fittingly on Inferno.
Yeah, I think Brockies and Monesi are actually in similar positions. It's like, for their teams to win, they need to do their job, but they don't need to go above and beyond, right? Like, they both have great teammates, and I think for a young player, very talented, on the up and up, that's the perfect environment, right? Like, you can just have a little bit of freedom, even make some mistakes, right, and learn from them, and just relax and play your own game. You don't have all the pressure on your shoulders that, oh, I have to get 30 kills every game. If I don't do that, you know, there's no way we can win the game.
And you mentioned like fighting fire with fire. I think the thing that really impressed me yesterday about FaZe was just being fearless. And we use that narrative of like, you got nothing to lose coming into this tournament. And they really exemplified that versus Gambit.
They did, but Gambit and Heroic are a whole different animal altogether, right? They are not going to be cowed down. They're not going to be mentally broken at any point. And yesterday, I got to say, I felt like Gambit, they were just going through the motions at times, especially in the second map. They seem to not really have any answers. Heroic are a team, even when they have a massive lead, are not going to be content just taking a step back. They're going to keep pushing and making things very, very interesting and tough for Karrigan.
Yeah, I think also for them, it's down to when you look at a team like FaZe, they played against each other a fair amount. Like, you know, from Cologne, they played 3 times in a span of 6 months, 3 series. So even though Kerrigan is, you know, playing with a stand-in and all of that, he understands how Heroic likes to play. And even the other FaZe players, they understand what Heroic's approach is. So in some of those mid to late round situations, right, you know their tendencies, you know what they prefer to do. So there's going to be some mind games involved. Like, do you keep going with what works for you or what worked for you, or do you change things up, expecting your opponent to adjust?
And I think another really interesting aspect about Heroic, we were chatting about it in the green room, Blair, the fact that we were saying, you know, all 5 of these players never entered the SPO deck before, let alone together. But then you look behind them, Coach Exist, he has experience on this very stage.
Yeah, I think that's the main reason they got Exist as a coach for this team, right? To add a little bit of experience when it comes to being calm on the big stage. Here's the thing with this team. I describe them as a hive mind. They have this very fluid motion around the way they operate in the map, but under the pressure of the crowd, with all the pressure, with all eyes on them, and maybe even a few boos going against them, can that hive mind sustain?
Yeah, it's all in the details, right? Like, you know, you're talking about 4v4 situation, or, you know, you're defending against a retake. Will a guy who usually just plays with his teammate and asks for a flash, will he just decide to swing by himself and, you know, take matters into his own hands in that way? It's those little things that make all the difference, right? Just a couple of crucial rounds on a map, you know, a couple of reset rounds, the second round after winning pistol. That's all it takes to decide, you know, who wins, who loses. It's who can make less mistakes, who can play better fundamentally, and that's what you know, from a team like FaZe, or their players rather, you know what to expect. They've all been there, done that, right? And Heroic is still having to prove us that they have what it takes on that stage.
And I think you just hit the nail on the head perfectly, in sync with these players walking out. You look at Robs, you look at Twist, you look at Kerrigan. These guys understand the game not just at a fundamental level, but even more.
Well, Robs as well. I mean, he was in a very almost silly situation in Mouse, where he has to be like the leader of the team. Really, as such a young player, he's the most experienced one. And I think also he's just in a position where, like, similar to Brock, he's best when it doesn't all rely on him and he has other experienced players around him. I think obviously he knows, you know, he loves playing with Kerrigan, and he had a great time with him in Mouse. So that's why we're seeing him thrive even more in this sort of an environment.
Well, a lot of pressure on both of these teams' shoulders coming into it. A first time in the SPO for Heroic, and can they take down FaZe? It is time to welcome our 2 teams onto the stage in our second semi-final series.
I remember when our bootcamp started, Robs was positive. I'm like, yeah, here goes our chance in Katowice, you know, like everything's just crumbling. And I think right now, if you can win this tournament, we are making a legendary statement that you can even win with a 6-man lineup.
They fly through with flashbangs and plenty JKS.
I think there's a lot of factors that goes our way. First of all, the pressure's completely gone. Has been since day one we came here. I remember beating them in Cologne. I think that we got pretty salty about that, not making it to the playoff in Cologne.
This is wasting a lot of time. He's on for the ace. 4 out of 5 ain't bad.
Everything that comes down to is one word in this tournament is belief. That's been the key word for me the whole tournament. So when I wake up tomorrow, I believe I can win the tournament and show into the world I'm not done, even when I'm one of the older guys.
All right, then, the big doors are opening, which means, Katowice, it is time for a second semi-final. Are we ready? Man, I love you guys, because you know what I like more than a semi-final? 2 semi-finals, and that's what we got coming up on this stage in just a few seconds, ready for you to watch, and it's going to be another great matchup. But may I say once again, how much I love, how passionate, how respectful every person in here has been to everyone who has graced the stage. So from myself and everyone here, thank you, Katowice. Thank you. Thank you. So then, for the trophy in front of me, which will be won tomorrow, lifted tomorrow, we need a second finalist. And that means a second semi-final. It's the sort of semi-final we love to see. A team that's got something to prove against the team that we don't know what they can prove, because no one knows who's playing on it, it seems. So let's welcome them out onto this stage of the Intel Extreme Masters for our second semi-final. First out of these doors. They're a team that has never played on this stage. it is the Danish Brotherhood. Please welcome to the stage, it's Heroic! It's a cliche to say it's been them against the world, but just because something's a cliche doesn't make it not true. Do you know what, though? If it's them against the world, watch out, world. Taking them on is a team that has been shifting sands when it comes to lineup. Who's playing? It hasn't mattered so far. They've been in the moment, smiles on their faces, and they have done the business. Please welcome here a team that wants to prove it doesn't matter who is wearing the shirt, but they can win. Is he wearing his hat? If he is, watch out. Please welcome to the stage, the LAN Clan. It's FaZe! He's wearing the hat. He wanted to be back on the big stage after an absence, and he is back here. And it takes a lot to play CS at this level, playing it in the moment, but that's what they're about to do. So then, Spodek for the second semi-final to see which team will be playing in the grand final tomorrow. Down here, are you ready? Okay, this side, are you ready? They're more ready. You at the back, are you ready? Everybody, are you ready? Let's get it on!
A Spodek debut for the ages. The first time Heroic have stepped foot on this ground, and it is against a thus far fearless FaZe clan. Question is, gentlemen, can FaZe bring the heat like they did at the Gambit yesterday?
Of course they can. I mean, this is, like you said it right, you said it best, fearless. They have nothing to lose. The fact that they're here right now is already a miracle, and especially when you have this man at the helm. He's been at this stage, as you said earlier, Janko, so many times. I've lost count. And for Heroic, first time ever at the Spodek. The pressure is on Heroic. There is no doubt about that.
Yeah, in this sort of a situation, I'm going with the team that has more experience and bigger names. And that's obviously FaZe in this one. Like, they're playing with so much confidence. You can tell they have this attitude of just like, hey, we're dealing with so much adversity, but screw all that. Let's just go and have fun. Like, we're back on the stage. You have to remember, we only had, what, like 2 tournaments last year with the actual crowd in an arena, and not all the players got to even play in front of that crowd. So for them, it's just after 3 years or more, just being in this sort of an environment, there's so much adrenaline, you're hyped, you're pumped, this is what you play for, this is why you play 10, 12 hours a day and put all the practice in, and now it all pays off, right? That's enough to get you to beat anyone.
Yeah, returning to the best atmosphere absolutely possible in Counter-Strike. And that's been kind of a question for me when we're looking at Heroic. We're talking about, you know, these onliners. They definitely proved that they're more than that coming into things. But there was a comparison between, you know, Heroic and Gambit coming off that online period. And I feel like Heroic have proved that they can stand up on these big stages.
Yeah, for sure. You just go back to the PGL Major, you look at the way Heroic and Gambit lost their respective games. Gambit, they didn't barely put up a fight, in my opinion. For the side of Heroic, it was a pretty feisty affair overall.
Listen, the eye test, they passed it, right? Like, they haven't changed the way they played online compared to online. The only thing that has changed is, well, it's not as lethal on LAN as it is online, and that's because other teams are playing better on LAN, right? Like, other players are stepping out and your players are falling off a little bit, but, you know, that's not by a huge margin, and, you know, it's just about eventually stepping up and getting it done and proving to everyone that you have what it takes to be the best.
Yeah, something that we certainly cannot question about Heroic as well is a pure passion coming into things. We could see them having their team huddle there. Kaden as well, screaming his lungs out as always. I don't know how he hasn't lost his voice at the end of an event.
I mean, like, listen, the guy could join a metal band.
He hasn't made it that far, Freya.
Okay, all right. I was trying to be nice there, Yang. But
hey, that's your job, not mine.
fair enough. I'll be the maniac over the desk. But jokes aside, I feel for Heroic. I think we've touched upon this many a time. The entirety of the past couple of years, the trials, the adversity. You know, sometimes the crowd being against them, but as a unit, the fact that they're able to keep it together and have this mentality, as Moses said, us against the world. I think that's what it's going to take for them to get the win here.
Yeah, probably. I mean, they have to kind of go for that, and I think it definitely has strengthened them. All the things that they went through, like you can really tell they're a tight-knit group, but that's not going to win you tournaments. Like, you know, you have to get it done on the server is what matters the most ultimately, and they have to just prove it against a team like FaZe with all the superstars. They're going to be able to adapt to everything they throw at them really on every step. Like, you just need to show what you worked for, all the work that you put in that is paying off for you, and yeah, make it into that grand final.
Very quickly, Blair, we talked about the individuals on the side of FaZe coming into Inferno. Anybody that you're putting under the spotlight for Heroic?
Well, the obvious one is Ston, but for me, I have to point out Cadian with the AWP. If he's going up against Brokey, he needs to step it up a little bit more.
Well, it is time to get this game underway, ladies and gentlemen. Our second semi-final series here at IEM Katowice. It's Harry and Hugo to be taking you through all the action. Take it away, gentlemen.
That's right. By the end of today, we'll be sending one of these teams to the grand finals. Whether you're a FaZe fan, a Heroic fan, we're all fans of the beautiful game that is Counter-Strike. So Katowice, let me hear ya!
That's that good stuff, Harry. Heroic, FaZe, Inferno, and we start strong. T-side for FaZe, and this team, they have been through quite the rigmarole in these past few days. Every series going the distance, except yesterday. So maybe this team comes alive with a Spodek on their side. We'll have to wait and see. Fast up Banana, it's Twist leading the charge, and we wait for no one.
Oh man, but it gets ugly quickly. JKS trying his best. There's Stown with a bit of a response. And a bit of team damage as well. That's going to spook FaZe. That's going to send them away from Banana. Looking elsewhere. It's in towards this A-bomb site. Refresh and Shush here to hold the fort. And Shush down in the pit, going to make contact first. In this smoke now, Refresh comes in to lend a helping hand. Gonna have to be more than that as he's overwhelmed. The 2-on-2. FaZe have found their way in. Now they just need to get it over the line.
Rookie scavenged a pistol. He's got that range game at the tip of his head. Waiting for Heroic to make a move. No kit right now. They're split. 1-1, short, long. Brokey on the bike, and it's a one-tap to lock out Tess. Down! Four to start. Certainly what FaZe needed.
This guy with pistols, man, he's no laughing matter. Consistently able to deliver the goods. I mean, hell, you know, pistols, Orpa's best friend after all. He was here on Inferno where he got that 6K yesterday with the Deagle, and now he opens up Inferno with 4 on the Glock. Oh.
He can do it all, man. He really can. Clutch King as well. Highest clutches of this event so far. Next best was Shiro, eliminated by FaZe yesterday. Heroic, they're going to force up. This is a team not afraid of putting money where their mouth is. And it's a loud mouth, all right. Pistols out, the gamble stack on the A site. And nothing new for Heroic. They've left their in-game leader alone. Bit of a gamble. If FaZe were to hit B, it'd surely just be a free round. There's no util. Heroic have dumped most of it in the early stages, but that's a beautiful shot for Cadian.
Yeah, lovely way to open the round, right? Very little FaZe can do to respond to that one. Once again, you know, they've been asked to look for answers here, and they start to tiptoe out into the top of middle. AKS leading the charge there, but he will go ahead and move on back. Looking like they're grouping for a bit of a B take here. Cadian still floating around with this Deagle over in CT.
He's found a smoke as well. The question is, when it comes down, will it be at the right time? And if it is, do FaZe want to go through it? That's the risk they take. A fake smoke over the top forces the last bit out of Cadian, and now he plays close. FaZe will wait the smoke. They still look ready to go.
Combat Deagle versus the push, and Cadian can't quite find the first. The clash of the IGLs, and Carrigan comes out on top. B-site now overran. Heroic still want to give this a go, right? They're down to embrace this chaos. And after getting twists earlier on, they were hoping that could have been their way in. Brokey gets the spot, but there's a lot of bodies coming up Banana. Flash falls a little short, and so it's a nice, easy cleanup. Looking to lock in the third man as well, and there it is. That's the round for FaZe. Nothing that Stown can say or do.
Oh.
Nice kill on the exit, right? No one was ready for that.
I mean, if this is around 6 months ago, Harry Cadian kills Carrigan with a double D shot, and suddenly you got a 4-on-3 on the retake. Not to be, though, and not to save for Stown. The scout is gone, and FaZe keep it clean with 3 rifles held. Good start for FaZe. Again, you know, we already talked about how Heroic have been through a lot these last couple of years, but just at this event alone, FaZe have proven themselves no matter who you put in this team. And so at this point, anything they get, Harry, any further they go, unexpected, unprecedented. The pressure is off FaZe, and that could really unleash the beast. Pistols out now for Heroic, should just be a clean sweep.
All right, they're going to try and employ one of these little Astralis-esque stacks. The Danes, they love them. Live by the stack, die by the stack, and they might just get dodged in this round. It's very fancy, but it might never see the light of day.
Tripled up. He's trying to force a reaction, but if nothing comes, they might just clear up B. Looking assured, the bomb's not here, but the round certainly is. FaZe, the penny starting to drop now, and this third will be secured once JKS gets the bomb back up in tow. And you talk about, you know, Danish in-game leaders, you talk about Astralis. I think this game is a huge question of in-game leaders, right? Glaive already gone for the tournament. We just have Carrigan taking on Cadian, and that's a big question mark. For Carrigan, he's proven to be able to do it with whatever you give him, even winning events with Chroman back a couple of years ago. FaZe are no stranger to stand-ins, but for Cadian, he has formed this brotherhood of Danes, and man, this team has been so exciting to watch these last couple of years. Always got each other's backs, but not in this round, getting picked apart one by one, as they always should.
Yeah, this was always going to be a FaZe round. It was just a question of how much damage can you do. Tessa's even taken one player out. I mean, there's so many low ones, so many low players. All getting tagged up as they try to leave. The bulk of them getting out of there, and JKS will lock that round in before the bomb even becomes a worry. So we get the 3-0. All right, now this is where things get interesting, though. This first buy round going to be punctuated with the AWP on Cadian right away. That's coming out from the get-go. He's been saving for that since the second round. Cadian's got ideas, and he knows he's going to do his best work with the big green.
Has an A spawn as well. Might just see him take this deep mid peek, as we even saw, you know, Na'Vi try and spice things up with run boost and aggressive mid pushes on this AWP earlier on in their semi-final. Let's see what Cadian wants to show us. Just standard. Often flashed off this angle. FaZe are in no hurry, though.
Yeah, I think if Cadian hits the ground running, that's how things can get scary, because his energy is contagious, right? He can build this Heroic squad up. That's good nade damage on Twists. Really has put him in a bit of a rough spot early on.
On those cams, Tessus was even looking at Stown's monitor, seeing when the right time was to throw that flashbang, set him up back down B, but Heroic peel back. They decide against it. Brokey's trying to bait for Carrigan, imply that FaZe are not close up Banana, but they are. Heroic are planning for every contingency. That flash does miss. The FaZe have announced their presence, and they've even got a pick behind it. That might just sail Carrigan through. Why stop? You've got one. Stown's gone, and Tess says, yet to frag, being flashed off angles, calling for support.
Yeah, Cadian's only just arriving at the scene, and with the smoke in the way, he can't really help here. Lobbing a volley of util over is about all he can do. Tess says needed to hold the line, and Carrigan, no mercy to his fellow countrymen. He's in with a double, and that's going to force a save out of Heroic. But look at the minimap, man. FaZe, they go hunting. They go looking for these players on the exit. There's still JKS floating around. And man, even taking one of these guns out of the round, that's got resounding implications. That can get FaZe off to a brilliant start. JKS on this lurk. Eyes on the prize. Oh, but instead he's going to get cancelled out by Shush down in the pit. And so you've dodged the threat that this hunt represented. It's still a FaZe round at the end of the day, and they came into that play in bonus. So they're very, very content with, you know, Carrigan dealing up the damage, delivering the goods, and locking that round in.
Such important kills on the exit, though. One gun gone, and suddenly Heroic are in a real troubled town. And funnily enough, we see JKS and Rops doing the mid-work, doing the mid-lurk in that round. It was something yesterday that JKS was doing on his own on these T-sides against Gambit. It wasn't working all too much. We wondered, you know, will he be at the front of the pack? Will he be that entry man? Well, Carrigan, certainly no stranger to it either. Oh, the humanity. There's always casualties here on Inferno, even for our feathered friends. 4-0 though for FaZe, certainly a strong start.
Yeah, I think it speaks volumes, the fact that Heroic are bringing in one of these tack pauses already. You know, the man behind Heroic exists, a LAN veteran, a seasoned, grizzled veteran of the game. This is where he's going to be able to have his input, try to get those nerves calmed down.
Yeah, and I like the comparison the Des made between Heroic and Gambit. Of course, Heroic certainly more proven on those stages. They didn't melt in their quarter at the major. They made it all the way up to top 4, but ultimately, this team does not have that same experience that many of these, as we say, grizzled veterans of FaZe do possess. As a roster or as individuals, this is new for Heroic. So savor the moment, but don't get ahead of yourself. 4-0, buy is back, the save allows for it. And Heroic needs something special.
Yeah, Cadian's feeling the pressure to get involved with this AWP. He's going to lean over towards B, so a triple hold here early. And once again, this volley of utility getting sent back and forth. Ultimately, it's FaZe coming out of that worse for wear. They're denied the banana control, and they have players brought down low in the process. Now's the time for pause. Now's the time to think about how you want to approach this round. You've been denied that early map control over towards banana. Oh, and Heroic, they want the control. They're going to take it away from FaZe Clan.
Yeah, that frees up players on rotates, right? Tesses can start to make a move if he wants to. Heroic, they would really love that because they're double long behind the smoke, and this is a bit of a lockout right now. FaZe could waltz in. Heroic, they love a gamble. Did the dice roll in their favor? FaZe creep out brackets. JKS at the forefront again, looking for those entries. It's Rops back to his usual tricks in the apartments, and this corner looks to be cleared, but there's a man covering Refresh. The glue of his team pounces on the back line. JKS trades, and it's a 2-for-2. Oh dear, only one man left. He's got to do it all.
Yeah, in the sight right over the smoke. Tesses has gotten rid of Rops. Carrigan all alone now. All alone in a world of Danes, and oh, he's found himself a chance at the plant. It's down Acadian on for the retake. Don't want to go peeking too soon. Don't want to give Carrigan a reason to win this one. This guy gets pumped when the crowd's on his side, and so as he repositions, holding this short swing, Stown gonna be that first man in. Carrigan ready, but Stown one step ahead. Think, but not the kill, and that's what was needed, right? That could have been the first domino to fall in one of these impossible clutches. Instead, it's mopped up, it's cleaned up nicely by Heroic. The pressure not getting to him yet.
Yeah, team ace as well, right? We always talk about how everyone needs to step up for this Heroic team to succeed. It can't just be Stown, it can't just be Cadian. And already some of those gambles coming through. Yakinda talked in an interview recently about how Heroic plays such an impressive style, especially on the CT side, making gambles, making stacks happen. Inferno is such a good map for it. Often having to reclaim a lot of territory late in rounds. And they do it right there with that triple long side setup, but it's fine. FaZe are back to banana, and Heroic will concede that at least. Nades are late. And FaZe waits for them. Carrigan just moves back in at the wrong time. Battle of the Orbs is out, though. It was about time.
Yes, aggro swing. Oh, that's clean! A-site cracked wide open, and yeah, that could very well be the round. You do have to go back and get the bomb, so maybe there's a moment of risk over here at Banana, but they cross it safely. They dodge this threat. JKS just won the round in the blink of an eye. That was it. That was 5 for FaZe. Nothing Heroic can do about it.
Highest entry stats at the event, and it's JKS. Only 5 maps to play the course, but at the end of the day, that is sublime for a player that is often fit in these lurk and late activation roles, a clutcher. He has filled the boot of Rain very well. Someone sign him, god damn. FaZe taking their time. Look at this. I love the call. They cleared everything on A. They're going to spread out. They don't want to plant because they want the kills as well. They know Heroic can't rebuy if they lose all their players. So FaZe clear the whole map. Make sure there's no route back for Heroic. Now they start to trickle in.
Yeah, they figured out where Heroic are by figuring out where they aren't, and now they know that everyone is left saving over here towards B. This is FaZe trying to really dominate the game early on. If they manage to pull this hunt off, oh, that's going to cripple Heroic. They're backed into a corner. FaZe are hunting them. Every one of these avenues poised with a FaZe player raring to go, and they might actually be backing out now, just electing to play their own game, play their own money. Heroic, you can have this one. We'll give you it for free. A rare act of mercy out of Carrigan's boys over on this T side.
I like the FaZe calling off there, but ultimately they're going to be the ones laughing all the way to the bank. 5-1 lead right now. We talk about how hyped Cadian gets, how energetic, how animalistic this guy can be when he's winning. But in order to do that, Harry, he needs to win. And right now, Heroic have yet to show that.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he's always been someone who kind of embraces the emotional side of the game, right? That's very apparent whenever you watch these boys play. But we've seen emotion on stages like this make and break players of his caliber.
Well, back in. These saves have been all Heroic can muster, and at least they've been clean. 3, aggressive as well. Down middle, Refresh, wanting to start strong. This is such a good opener, but can he get any more? Can he even live? The 4-on-4 would be a way in for FaZe, but Refresh will not allow it. Deep nades, smoke cuts him out. Robs can turn back from lower and get that kill, and Cadian couldn't trade in time. Heroic, not the end of the world. They bought a lot of map, they bought a lot of time. FaZe are back at it now, looking to retake lost ground.
Yeah, what it will do at the very, very least is stifle this early game for FaZe Clan, right? Now they're having to take their time, clearing avenues that they should have had for free.
And these are those Heroic mid-round calls where they love to gamble. Another flip of the cards. Which one's face up? Which one's FaZe up?
Cadian's about to make contact here. He doesn't know it yet, but in a moment's notice, at the drop of a hat, FaZe can be here fighting for Banana. So Cadian, his aim's got to be true. He's got to lock this in. Needs to get out of there with one at bare minimum.
They come.
Flash getting set up. Here's the peak. Cadian, missed shot. Now having to just concede this control. Drops a molly on the exit to buy a few more seconds, but they've smoked it. They're coming through. They want this B site. They're going to have to pluck it from his cold, dead hands. Back of the site is Cadian. Mollied out, and able to play around it thanks to the smoke. Oh, there's a little gap. Here he is, on his own devices. First one found. Cadian, they're up close. He disappears into the mist. Oh, still alive, and finally shut out of the round. It's Brokey all alone. Time's not his ally, time's not his friend. He needs to get this bomb down, and it's not gonna happen in the 1v2.
I love that call for Cadian to drop the smoke as well. He realized that FaZe weren't faking with 30 seconds. They had to run through, and even if he smokes a choke, he's not going to hold it. He has no teammate there, so he saves it for the Molotov, knowing FaZe had everything left to throw at him. Buys just enough time for the support to come through for Heroic. And that's why you trust your in-game leader on this roster. The one guy who's seen it all. For Heroic, they're the youngest team left in the playoffs. 23 years of average age down, the star at 19 years old. Cadian, he teaches FaZe a new trick. Back to a gun round now, though, for FaZe. They've had all the rounds in the world. They can continue to buy. Oh, saw a leg.
Oh, sees a leg, takes an arm. Cadian in with the first. There is a response over at Banana, right? It's kept things even. It's kept FaZe in this round. Can't afford to let these kills go unpunished. Twists, braces, silence, right? That's his first kill on this T side so far. Hopefully the first of many more to come. Gonna need this guy switched on if FaZe want to keep this up. Util into the B site. This is the execute. They're coming in. Tessa's gonna have to swing through this smoke in CT. Not really left with many options. Refresh burns alive. He's so blind, he doesn't even realize he's getting roasted by that Molotov. And I mean, that B-Take just sails on by. FaZe barely even had to fight anyone to get that control.
Yeah, this is where Heroic are going to need to rely on these reads more than ever on the CT side. Right now, FaZe are just bullying the B-bomb site. We've not had stacks there. We've had Heroic leading 4-1 on A, 3-2 on A many, many times. And these executes on B have been beautiful for FaZe Clan.
Also, Twists arrived on the board for the first time in that round. He got every single kill, all of them. The molly, that was him that threw it. The follow-up entry into the B site, that was Twist. So now with this guy coming online, your task gets even harder if you're Heroic.
It's so crazy for FaZe as an org, as a team, that we've always said, okay, they need to prove themselves. You can't spend this much money and have this many stars and not be able to lift trophies and receive results on LANs. And they've always had excuses. And finally, the one event where we go, fair enough, you've got an excuse, it counts. Your players aren't even there. They still show up to the semifinals and look damn good. Everyone's had their moments in these last couple of games.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Carrigan even said it himself in the interview, right? He said, like, the pressure's off. We're just playing, like, full confidence right now. And I think those are the positions where he can do his best work.
And it's the opposite for Heroic, who want to prove or want to get rid of this tag of onliners. Safe to say they've deserved a bit of credit for what they've accomplished in these last couple of stage events, but even so, that will stick with them for a while.
All right, look at this, Cadian. He's tired of being at the mercy of these rotations, right? He's looking to get involved early. Ops hasn't encountered anything like this yet, but he still sits by, nerves of steel.
Luckily enough, no one's moving forward here. Cadian's not going to hunt the kill. Drops is coming to him, and it's a lights-out headshot. Not ready for the second man. Shush won't even clear it. He doubles back, and this is a perfect round for FaZe to just go back to what's been working.
Shush isn't out of danger yet. Still in Boiler, still out on this little island, and as the solo A player, he needs to hold on. If he falls, that's the round. There's no coming back into it if you lose this man. Carrigan threading the needle. Shush has seen him, and there's one. Back into a 4-on-4 now. Shush delivers. They keep the triple B lean. FaZe in desperation. They might go back to what's comfortable, and that is these B plays. Heroic one step ahead on this occasion. Not something we've had to say too much. JKS, the man with the opener. There's still so much more to find, though. They don't know about Tesses. The bomb's gone back. The bomb's left Banana. It's a last second play into the A site, and Shush, the penny's only just dropped. He realizes this isn't a B commitment. They're coming my way. He held on with the first kill, but now he's gonna fall at the hands of Brokey. Twist even coming in on a big old backstab, so things are about to go from bad to worse. You've got no idea. This fallback into the B site isn't safe. Twist is there, and he's taking the guns out of the ranks of Heroic.
Oh, Carrigan's in their head right now. What a beautiful call. And even though it felt like Shush had done enough, right? He stayed in the right spot. He got his util down in time. Brokey goes over the cart and picks him with the orb. Just tucking in the back boxes might have been enough, but Heroic will only hold on to one gun. They are getting trounced right now on the T side. 7 up for FaZe Clan.
All right.
You almost gave it away, but not quite.
Still, you know, it's not worth celebrating. One man surviving. That's not the kind of thing you want to be screaming about if you're Cadian. Another pause getting used. I think this speaks volumes, man. They're feeling the pressure right now.
Not a team that's looked uncomfortable in this event yet, right? Heroic have just stormed through every opponent. The only map they dropped was to OG, a 16-14 on Ancient, a very close game. A map that OG have proven to be pretty good on recently. Otherwise, they wrecked the new Vitality. They made VP look foolish in their qualification game to the semifinals. Heroic, this is the weakest they've looked yet, and it's all at the beck and call of Carrigan and co.
Yeah, it's one thing when you're not the fan favorites online. It's quite the other when the arena goes silent with every kill you get. They're hyping up FaZe. I mean, you know, we talk about how this Heroic squad aren't above, you know, embracing the emotion, embracing the chaos that it brings. Right now, it looks like it's devastating this CT side. Canadians bringing out that hero AWP alongside it, the M4.
I've definitely seen Cadian try to get more involved in these last couple of rounds, right? Maybe this could be another chance for that. He starts B, he drops the nades, he goes right back. And this time, he might be in the right place and at the right time.
Oh, the double porch slide set up. It's about to get disrupted. This molly goes over. Shush has to expel a smoke just to stay alive. Cadian will strike first. Needs to put up even more than that, though. Needs to lead by example. If there ever was a time, it's now. Over in mid, Shush good for the first. Oki trying to battle out alongside them, and Twist. Couldn't even see him. Bit of smoke spam, bit of luck going their way. And the bomb's leaving again. FaZe just manipulating these rotations so consistently.
Oh, Tessas, think before you act. Luckily, FaZe go cold and quiet. They wait for a reaction in the 3-on-3. There is absolutely no hurry. And there's also not a lot of util. FaZe can't run one of these assaulting executes that they've been throwing on the B site from round after round. So they want to do it a little bit more dry, a little bit more silent. Cadian is about to break that silence with the mid-peak. Barrel sticking out. Oh, he doesn't even fire. Doubling back there, chasing him, but he's running backwards through the apartments. JKS waits with bated breath, and Stown has to double up. He's got a deagle. Oh! Stown decapitating. Brokey's going to trade, and he's got a chance for the plant.
All right, Tesses, if you weren't feeling the pressure before, you are now. This is it. The rest of the team have teed you up to make this one happen. One shot is all that's needed from either party. And it's the clutch king in Brokey to go up against. Oh, there it is. He adds another one to the tally. Carrigan's on his feet.
So much star power right now. And even though it felt like FaZe may have made the wrong call, walked right into the lion's den for the first time in a while, still they hold on. Brokey, he's beasting right now, 11-2. And Heroic getting locked out of rounds. Nice try from Stown as well. This is we've been hyping Cadian up a lot. This is the star of the team. This is the young gun that's got to do it all. He gets molly rushed by a 10 health Brokey. Just disrespect from FaZe Clan, and you gotta love it.
Yeah, oh man, this is starting to get brutal though, isn't it? I mean, FaZe, a rip-roaring lead that just feels like it's getting better and better with each round that passes. Heroic, I mean, it's at times like this, they've got the experience. You know, we've seen them pull off crazy comebacks. We've seen them win unwinnable moments. We all remember that refresh 1v5 at map point versus Team Liquid.
Yeah.
You know they can deliver these goods. Right now, everything they're trying, every chance they've had, it's all but missed the mark.
And we were saying earlier, if there were any tournament for Heroic to make a run, given their form, given what they look like in the group stage, and given who's left, right? That's Na'Vi and Gambit, two of the titans of the last 12 months, knocked out of the competition. It's teed up for Heroic. And to think of all teams that might knock them down, FaZe Clan with a stand-in. Of course, we're still early days. It's 8-2, it's map 1. Heroic's certainly not a team that are going to give up and go down after a single half, but even so, it's a damn good start. Look at the numbers though, man. Cadian's been trying his heart out. He's 4-1 in opening duels. No one else has won an opening fight on his team but Refresh, 2-1. And that's with some of this mid-aggression, a staple of the Heroic CT side.
And I mean, we talk about these animated IGLs, we talk about these animated Danes. No one quite knows how to play up to a crowd like Carrigan. Definitely a fan favorite.
I do want to see Cadian breaking some chairs this evening, though. Some classic Cadian clutches. JKS is back in the server, folks. So I'm feeling optimistic.
All right, it's looking good. We're getting back into this one. JKS, his PC's been swapped out. Brand new rig, but the same man. And here we go, right back in. Heroic, they're running out of chances to build back into this one. FaZe are on their way to a ludicrously dominant T-side here on Inferno. And they could really drive that one home here and now. They've got Heroic right where they want them. Their money up against the wall. Every one of these buys could be their last. Shush knows the play's got to get made. He's going to try and be the hero. And try and live up to the namesake of this team. And out through the apartments. He's in hot water now. There's the opener. Robs and JKS combine for it. Twist has been dominating this banana side, and he's getting wild in the smokes. They've run past him. Twist! Oh, he's spamming, but he can't quite find Tesses, who does come in with the reply. Now posted is Brokey. Don't go back for more. You hear that AWP fire off, and that's going to put the fear in this defense. They back out. They play the 3-on-3.
These are my favorite part of the rounds with Heroic, but can they stand tall yet again? Heroic is going to, Cadian's going to tuck in under the porch. Flash does nothing. Quick shot backs out to the bomb site, and FaZe still sit back in middle, wondering where to go. Poking their head into Banana once more. Rops left to his lurk, and he's caught Cadian on the corner, won't commit. Just going to dive through the gap in CT spawn, or is he?
Oh man, he's got the round in the palm of his hands, playing around this smoke. They're holding it, Robs, that's clean! And now he's calling the shots. Now he's the one at the helm directing these rotations, but he's not ready for Refresh. He thinks he's done a better job than he has. There's the backstab. It's all on Brokey. A name that's become synonymous with these clutches.
This has hurt it.
I thought that would fool them. It hasn't. Refresh already on rotation, already set up inside of A. Brokey a chance at the 1v1. If he gets past Refresh, it feels like it's all coming together. Time ticking away. Oh, the spray converts Brokey! Now just one man left to beat, and it's Tessez again. The man that Brokey got the better of last time in this clutch. This would get in his head. This would devastate him. Brokey. You're not supposed to win these this often. He's wrapping all the way around. He's playing the long game. He knows that Tessez is sweating right now. The pressure's on. Silence falls. There's nothing happening. Tessez swings back and Brokey locks in. Another one round for FaZe Clan. Another clutch, and this guy comes alive when the pressure's on.
Unbelievable. That's going to shatter Heroic if they weren't already there. This smoke wall for Robs. Cadian felt like he had cover, but it just disappeared inside of the smoke. Heroic, again, they know what's going on. That's never been the question. That's never been the concern. They've had full knowledge, full info every one of these rounds, but still the clutches show up for FaZe, 14-2 on the Latvian start.
It's just insane, the consistency that he gets away with it, right? You see how the game feels like it changes. Time itself slows down for Brokey in those moments. And he becomes so calculating, so cold. Such a killer.
And we've got another PC swap. JK is still having problems, but not in the server at least. That much is proven. FaZe's map picking the series. Heroic go for nuke overpass to close. And no better time than after this tech timeout for Exist to come in with some words of wisdom.
Salt in the wound. And he disguises it with love. That's a Carrigan classic. I mean, imagine how it feels, you know, if you're Heroic, you know you're getting dealt a really rough hand here. And then at every moment of silence, at every little break in the action, everyone in the building is cheering for the guys against you, the guys that are wrecking you in the server. I really want to believe that this can turn around. I really want to believe that Heroic can give us something to get excited about. But thus far, it's just been swings and misses across the board. And I mean, with a grand final on the line, with a chance to go forth and face this G2 squad that looks so meaty.
What a story that would be, Harry. Carrigan v Nico, not together but separated in a grand final.
Yeah.
Two kings of second place. No one likes to call them that, but it's the truth. Second in line to the throne. Well, this time someone's got to win.
Yeah, someone out of the two, right?
They've been here at Katowice before, back-to-back years in second place for FaZe with both those two players on the roster.
I mean, dude, like, you know, this kind of success that we're seeing out of Carrigan, having to bring someone in and you know, bring a roster together in such short time, that was his exact situation when Nico first joined this squad. Katowice was the first event they embarked on together. And they managed to make it all the way to those grand finals there. Look at this, a light show. I think that speaks for itself, don't you? I'm left kind of speechless.
Spodek's always a treat. Definitely packed out the weekend. I can't wait to see who's going to show up for that grand final. Not just in teams, but in fans as well.
I mean, you know, this is one of the few CS cities around the globe, right? Counter-Strike runs so deep through the DNA of this place. And I mean, here in the Spodek, this is where legends are made. This is where you get your name put on that trophy. This is what you're playing for. It's not just the money, it's the prestige. I think the crowd I think they like Carrigan, if I had to guess.
That's a safe call.
Any Carrigan fans? Yeah, sounds like it. All right.
Things are looking good. Decent swapped out.
Seeing Justin Savage with a brand new PC.
Third of the day, man. He's working hard.
He's going through them, isn't he? That's what tends to happen with performances like this.
Yeah, we're going to throw the rest into the crowd. Good luck catching.
But I mean, man, you know, let's just run down the train of thought for the rest of this series, right? If Inferno keeps up like this, let's face it, it's feeling like FaZe could just run away with it. Nuke is where it gets a little more interesting, right? This is a real bread and butter map for the Heroic squad. This is a real classic for the Danes. And I've got some great news to share. JKS is back in the server. Ready's all around. Let's get back into this one. FaZe Clan, 9 rounds to the good. 2 for Heroic. And FaZe are on their way to one hell of a dominant timeline here on Inferno.
Still a few seconds yet.
Hello. I like that. Doesn't really feel like it's being reciprocated, but we do love it. Keeping everybody hyped, keeping everybody engaged. And when the game starts, that's where the fans really get crazy.
To think we came here 2 weeks ago with 16 teams and now we're down to 3, Harry. It's a little bit terrifying. $1 million on the line. And no second chances in these semi-finals. Heroic, we're still expecting more. We're still hoping for more. Maybe it's Nuke that has that in store, but you don't want to get slapped on the opening map on the stage. That's just got to do you any favors.
It's saying, you know, this can't be it. This can't be all it is. There needs to be more out of Heroic. And well, for real this time, JKS is back in. He's ready to go. The PC's been swapped out. FaZe Clan versus Heroic is set to resume. 12 rounds in, and most of them belonging to FaZe. They've got a Heroic right where they want them. Without further delay, let's get back into this. FaZe Clan. Ready to take to the skies. Just pistols in this one for Heroic. Very little to work with. And so this could be where FaZe stake their claim and lock in double digits.
Yeah, these rounds can always be dangerous. The Danes on the other side, we know what Heroic's Deeks can do, but FaZe are working their way silent up middle, and the stack has just been pulled apart. Cadian comes back. Oh, he's going to jump. That's a good spot. Can he get out for free? Yes, Carrigan still locks him out with utility. Cadian's got to go the long way round, but he's one step ahead. Corners to clear still yet for FaZe. Carrigan seems convinced that Cubby is not a problem, and he would be right. Triple pit side for Heroic. Cadian locked out again. He's doing everything he can to keep the attention of FaZe on this position. Oh no, don't take my A site, he says, but it's all Heroic ever wanted. Dropping in, Rops with an opener, back of the pit, Shush is cleared, and it's a clean one for FaZe. 4 up as they get this bomb stuck. And Heroic left on their laurels again.
It's Cadian and Stown still alive, still trying to play into this one, but what can they even do? Carrigan might bring the fight to them. Is that a misstep? Oh, Stown seems to think so. This Deagle was hoping to come alive, but that's when JKS gets the better of him. Cadian, not a nice spot to be in. His mind's turning towards saving, but he doesn't have anything worth saving. Brokey even looking to add insult to injury. Doesn't want to let them get away with a damn thing. And as that bomb gets closer to going off, Brokey is going to come this way. He's taking the long road. Taking the high road, and he's going to let Cadian survive in this one, but nothing out of the round, and it's 10 on the board for FaZe Clan. They go walking into that pistol stack, and they emerge victorious. Double digits now secured.
It might be time for Heroic to make an aggressive call, right? Try and throw a refresh back down middle. He's really good at that. Get Cadian's AWP at the forefront. Heroic can't sit back and keep letting FaZe just walk into stacks and win, get executes off, or make those reads in the mid-round that Carrigan has continuously done. Heroic might want to be the aggressors, the initiators. It might be their only way back. Another fall by, another chance, but those chances are running out quick. 3 on A, standard start. Not looking to take banana. 8 will be good. Twist has been bullied here a little bit, but he's still come out on top of the gunfight. Some bit of a boost as well. Shush gets put up outside FaZe go back to the contact banana. Again, they've just not had a problem once they get this car position. The B executes have been clean. Problems few and far between. And look how much they've burned out of Heroic's arsenal already.
Okay, Cadian, now's the time. Now's your moment. Orp scoped in, hiding, tucked away. They haven't checked in, they don't know about him. Cadian's gonna strike. Oh, missed shot on the second. Will down, and there's JKS with the trade. Brokey brings it back, and refresh dead as well. They just keep feeding the beast. Oh, man. Things get dire now for Heroic. They've got to try and dig deep. This round spiraling madly out of control. Look at who they've got to get past. They spot Brokey getting into the pit. They know about him. They've got the info. That's something to go off of. Doubling up here for Twistzz and Brokey. They're going to try and get deceptive. They're going to try and get tricky with it. They don't want Heroic to know about this double pit setup. This would be daylight robbery. Under the guise of deception for FaZe. Brokey in the smoke, Twistzz still waiting. No tap on the bomb yet, so they're not feeling the pressure. Heroic, they find that first. It's just Brokey, and they've heard the drop, they've heard him fall. They're still on the bomb, they're sticking it, and Brokey's brushed aside. Heroic, they finally get past this clutch player. They finally find a third. And they break this huge streak that FaZe have embarked upon.
I felt like that double setup would have been lovely for FaZe, but Heroic just counter it with one bit of utility. The smoke screws those two players in the pit, and FaZe can't do a thing. Spamming, you're gonna lose that fight for A1S, and Heroic, it's nice to see them wake up, even if it feels far too late. 5-round half though, throwing a pistol, and then we're cooking. Well, the Danish chefs cook up a delight. Molly's in middle, they're gonna have to smoke it. FaZe go back to this B control, but Cadian welcomes him in. Oh dear, missed Molly. Cadian wants to be that aggressor again. A dry fight is all he ever wants.
Oh yeah, swinging out, the spam's good, the reply is there. Never faltering, never letting kills go untraded. Our FaZe plans down. Oh, if only his arms were a little bit longer, he does manage to get the AWP.
Perfect second AWP player right for Heroic. This guy's no stranger to the sniper. Gotta leave him alone on this B bomb site again, no problem. FaZe know that AWP is still there. They know it's likely been taken back, so they're gonna do their best to avoid it once more. Keep an eye on Twistzz back down B. That's gonna leave their options open if they want to retreat. Right now, bit of aggression. Heroic trying to make moves in the mid round, double pushed. In the smoke, a very risky play, but one will not be met with resistance. FaZe scramble.
TeSeS is out of position here. Even though you're getting the info, the department is clear. You're still only too strong over at this B site. Right now, Heroic know what's about to come their way, but does that make dealing with it any easier? Stown with this secondary AWP needs to deliver now. Needs to succeed where Cadian failed, and Inside playing around this pillar. It's a shooting gallery, refresh even wrapping, but it's Stown lining up a double. Brokey spearheading this push. First man in, it's JKS making first contact, and Brokey left all alone. So little time, so few chances, and with the bomb lost at Banana, there's nothing that Brokey can do here. Heroic are gonna seal the deal on this one in the final buzzer. 4 to their name now. Finally started to chain together some rounds at the end of this first half. Maybe they're still fighting Cadian's boys yet.
The midnight oil burns. Heroic don't want to get swept aside. They want to pull this one back. And 5, as said, would just be enough. You feel like it. Even just the momentum at the end of the half, right? The confidence, you can go into that halftime break, tell your team, pipe them up, get them ready. And this is going to be the easiest one yet, or so it should. However, will FaZe change the pace? Only 2 AKs. They go quick up B to start. It's a bit of an assault. Heroic haven't had to deal with a rush like this one. Twistzz is leading the charge. Flash down, he doesn't care. Committing anyway, but his team are cut off from the pack with a flash down. Hits a shot. That's a blinder. Ney goes back in for more damage, and FaZe are getting battered and bruised. Bludgeoned at B. Cadian with a spray, and he's done so much more damage. Should be a lockout, should be a lock-in, and should be Heroic onto a 5th.
Yeah, what can you expect JKS to do here? It's looking like 5 for Heroic, and they've managed that at least. That's going to give them something to hold on to in this second half. Do the Danes have what it takes, or are FaZe looking to get this map over the line?
Can I see?
He was library. That's him.
What the f are you doing, man? So many mistakes, man.
FaZe go ballistic in the first half. 10 rounds on the T side of their map. Pick and Heroic, they are down on their luck, but can they pick it up? That's the question on everyone's mind right now. Spodek, get ready. A comeback story or a dominant FaZe clan? That's what we're left with. Let's get it on.
All right, I'm seeing dual Berettas on twists. I want to know what he's able to do with them. A-side lead might never see the light of day. Stown moving up towards Banana early. Can have quite the man to go up against in JKS. Twist floating around over towards Boiler. It's a very patient start here. No aggression, nothing of the sort. Now that first peek comes in, JKS will just concede. He's got the info. That's why he was here, and that's pulled an early rotate over out of Carrigan. Refresh and Tessa's looking A-ward bound, hoping that something's given to them. Something is here to apply a bit of pressure. JKS, he's the man making moves. He's the man making money. Top Banana, JKS's playground. He's in with a double. Tesses has opened up onto the A side of the map. In the meantime, Carrigan, oh, it's close, and oh, he responds. Flick back around and he finds it. They don't know about this man in the apartments, the squatter in twists, and here he is emerging with the dual Berettas. They even sound terrifying. Shush, back of the site, and no chances. It's a pistol round for FaZe.
Carrigan's just so confident right now. You hit that flick, it felt like he was a dead man on the library side. But there's no library in here. Carrigan's making the crowd loud, and at 11-5, FaZe are a moment away from domination. Beautiful shots of JKS as well. It's a full house between the two of them. Crowd pleaser and a crowd teaser as well. 5 for Heroic, and they force buy in.
Yeah, you know, I think that's just a sign of the times at this point. You need results, and you need them quickly. They've entrusted Stown and Tesses with these rifles. Rops has got an info already on his sprint through the apartments. Carrigan's even taking real estate away. Aggro B play from the man at the helm of FaZe. No one watching this yet for Heroic. They're hoping these smokes are enough to keep FaZe at bay. Get replenished, and so Banana controls maintained for now. Refresh, starting to work these apartments. Won't make contact right away. It's pretty passive from FaZe. Watching it from pit and graveyard. Oh, Carrigan's even moving around. He's reading this one. He's reading Cadian, or is he? Look at this, they're still looking at Banana, they're still concerned about it. They're gonna go back before all is said and done, just to try and deny this early read from FaZe. Now they want to commit, now they want to go. JKS gonna be the man in the hot seat. Does have a molly to slow this one down, to buy a few more seconds. And every second counts as this round timer continues to tick away.
Oh, it's very indecisive, it's very back and forth, but Heroic, they're gonna lay their hat on the latter side. One going back up mid. Smokes in the B, gonna force the molly. They've at least pulled Carrigan round. They've played with his mind, but is that gonna be enough? The long gap has opened up. Roki's just leaning back. Cadian's trying to sell it hard, and no one knows, not yet at least, at 20 seconds still, the blanket pulled over the eyes of FaZe. Twist caught in the open, drops the bomb, and now it all starts to crumble down.
No!
Time now for Heroic to get this package back under control. This side sealed and delivered by FaZe Clan.
Cadian might even die off the time. Oh, they know about it now. They all move into Hunt, but he's gotten away. Still, that is a ghastly round for Heroic. A brilliant one out of the FaZe squad.
He just looks so tapered rounds, right, already for Heroic. They look so scared. They look so passive. This is not a team I'm used to seeing in that situation.
Yeah.
Of course, crowd against him never helps, but got to get out of your head at a point like this in the game. Such an aggressive team on T side, such a good team at doing these fast long wraps on Inferno, and there's split timings into the A site. This time it's just a dribble. One by one they die on short and long, bomb in the open. There's nothing to like about that round for Heroic, and it's only going to get worse.
There's the opener again for JKS at top Banana, and that's going to really force the hand of Heroic into this apartments crunch, but Rops is here. Rops is holding. Oh, man. Okay, not what he meant to do. Rops with the swing. Traded after one. Now they're going to explode. Now they're going to pick up the pace. Something a little faster from Heroic. Out through the smoke they go, but the damage is significant. Refresh slowed to a crawl as he drops into the arms of Brokey. Once again, this slows so much so, it's letting Brokey pick and choose his battles, and he's winning every single one of them. Cadian, even though he gets the first, the odds are up against him, and they're getting worse by the second. Tries to tap it, tries to get a peek out from the long side, but it's not given over. They're playing with their food. They know that Cadian's the man with the clock against him, and even that tag in the molly, that's made it so unlikely. Cadian's dead after the first. Carrigan, the man to trade it out.
I promise you they're more animated than that. That is a still image, but yeah, FaZe, there's nothing going wrong right now on the CT side. Even with the misreads, even with the gaps found onto that kill on Cool, it's not gonna matter.
I mean, dude, this is land for you, right? This is what it's like when you're on the big stages. And the style, the aggression, the way that Heroic can so often dismantle teams with such iconic styles, all of that feels like it's gone. This isn't the Heroic we've seen in the group stage, in the online era. It was an entirely different beast, but they're tamed.
Ooh. Well, he's going to spray. Cadian peeks off the back of it. JKS is almost caught with nades in hand, but now he gets back with the help from Carrigan. Both these players push low, but Heroic don't want to finish their food. They start the next serving. Back to A. Already a lot of util burn. This is a good start for Heroic. They've got a lot out of FaZe Clan, and now they're going to commit with the exec. Is this a faster round, finally?
JKS just got the info that B's clear. FaZe now, no. Holding on at long. It's Twist with a double. He's done his job, but there's Stown with a reply. A hell of a reply at that. The smoke spam could go a long way. That's the bomb at long. If it gets dropped, the round is lost. And Stown does well to get the hell out of there. FaZe are grouping. They know the task at hand. They know it's going to evolve into one of these A-side retakes. JKS still a long way from home, having to rotate all the way through middle. Fades into the site. Brings Stown down even lower. First time we've seen FaZe in this spot yet. How will they fare?
Oh, Brokey, he has not been missing a shot, has he? Going to be pivotal if he wants to go for this round, and that's still an if. He's rerouting, he's saving already. FaZe, with all the time in the world, they had a chance. They wanted to give it up. One flash on Rops, and even that is not temptation enough to make a little hit happen. Heroic, they will finally break the seal, find a sixth on this T side. It's about time. And it's a faster round that gets it done as well. Great entries from Stown. He has looked okay, right? In the few rounds we've had out of Heroic, he's been performing, but there's just been not enough of an eye test. Sicked up, and FaZe, they just play the long game. They want the money, they want the instant rebuy, and keeping 3 alive was the only route into that, so I respect it. You know, we often talk about experience as a caveat, right? Especially in an online era that we've just come out of with so many young teams and young players rising through the ranks, through academy teams, and through even, you know, examples like Gambit youngsters. But this is where the experience matters, Harry. This is where the legends of the game, the Carrigans, etc., that's where they show up. And we're already seeing the effect that's had. It had it on Gambit yesterday, and it's doing the same to Heroic. Can they bounce back? Can they build in?
This is a lot faster. This is more like the Heroic we're used to seeing. They're quick at taking Banana away. It's a triple lean here for FaZe, and they just saw Carrigan. Are they ready for Brokey's AWP? It's now on the angle. Oh, he's seen an arm. He'll take more than that. You give this guy an inch, and Miles will be stolen from you. Fresh feigning the A play. Bulk of Heroic still grouped up outside of B. Rookies trying to get ahead of this, trying to read Heroic. And that's left just one man. This boost could catch him down. Spot JKS repositioning, but we still don't know just how many are in this B site right now. Only JKS. Brokey joins the fold, joins the fray.
Very ballsy to have a nade out there, right? They did the wall smoke. That allows Tees to cross into CT spawn, take those ruins, but it is a late commit with standard utility. JKS has one pole, one pillar to hide behind as Heroic try and get involved. They wait the final Molotov, and now they've got to go.
Yeah, that molly's going to force him wide. Back to the pillar again. This isn't where he wanted to be, but it's where he's got to make this stand. His last stand. JKS, there's damage. Only good for the first twist, but a smoke spam goes a long way. This AWP now removed from the round. It's Refresh opening up, making it happen for Heroic. This has been signaled. Wait for us to get here. And now with FaZe in position to attempt this round, so much is waited on this first kill. Refresh, 2 to his name already. He'll strike and take a third. Down here to help out, and it's only Rops left standing. Looked like he wanted to leave, but something's brought him back in. Something's made him reconsider.
Don't give it away.
Oh my goodness. He's threading the needle right now. They don't know about him. He's in the back line. They're running away. Rops with the kill, and he does have a kid as well. Tap on the bomb. It's not the commit. He wants the kill, and Refresh swings. Rops gets it, but is there time for the defuse? Hold your breath. No, it's just slipped away. Oh,
a valiant attempt. You could see him piecing it together in the back of his mind. Maybe there was a hope, maybe a chance, but Kaden was not far away, and Rops knew it. Very nice try. It's going to cripple the money, though, of FaZe Clan, right? That's why they saved in the previous. It has outstanding, devastating effects for FaZe. Heroic, they have been laid out a red carpet to walk, to come back in this game. It all starts now. Beautiful round out of Refresh and Stound as well. 2 of the firepower duo that we needed here today. Maybe waking up a little late, but better late than never. And Cadian's getting pumped as well. We might have a game on our hands.
Oh. Valiant effort from Rops again, right?
All the tricks.
Never put a gimmick past him. This should be the cleanup now, even with the full stack here. Very little you can expect these USPs to get away with. Down into the pit, Tessez leads the way. Damage done, and he's going to mop up the first man. There is one from the pistol of Carrigan, and they don't know about these 2 players still tucked, but should get cleared. It's getting a little bit dicey. Lots of damage, regain control, and Heroic, they do get that round. They suffer some casualties along the way. Your mind can't go there, not if you're in Heroic's position.
Sigh of relief, perhaps, as you go into a 5A stack. At least 3 stand. No AWP here for FaZe Clan, though. Cadian will keep his going. Drawing energy from the room.
This is Heroic's shot back into the game, though, right? They've got FaZe on the ropes. They're forcing these saves, these ecos constantly out of FaZe with every round they win. And if they keep that going, they can get back into this. That is a real nuisance, though, to have Tessez removed so early on. No chance at a trade. FaZe's back into a 5-on-4.
And they were doing this against Gambit. When they get that opening kill, they just fall back, they turtle in, they tuck, and they don't give you a way to trade, and they use their util so well. There's still 2 belts left of it, but both back at the other side. So FaZe, they've got to fight for this round, tooth and nail, and it's going to be quick, it's going to be fast, right out of apartments into the double setup. Crossfire cleans up a couple, and FaZe are ready to double down, to bite back. Cadian getting flashed in, Brokey going to get overwhelmed, but there's the bomb dropped by Twist, and Cadian hits a hop, but not the flick. It's going to be 14 for FaZe Clan.
I mean, just as we were saying, this could have been Heroic's way back in. This could have been a means to making this game close after all. That ship might have sailed. That pendulum, it swings back the other way and it devastates Heroic. Up against 14, they've got so little.
Making an eco call here is just so rough, right? You'll do it at 10, maybe 11 rounds, but 14-8, you don't want to give up 15 and play a 7-round flawless comeback. It's unrealistic. You've got to win the money game, and you've got to do it right now. It's going to force Heroic's by 3rd out of 4 timeouts used. but is there even time for the fourth? The Eagles text, AK on Stown. It's desperate times for Heroic, but they've got to make it work.
Oh dear, Brokey's got a mid-spawn. Brokey's got a mid-spawn. Oh, it's close. He won't tempt that again. He won't tempt fate. Kerrigan instead. Cadian out of the corner, but somehow still alive. Wow. Flashed in. There's Cadian's tech. Thing of legend, something that's won so many a game for this Heroic squad, and he's used it to open up. Robs even looked like he wanted to get stuck in middle there. We'll decide against it now, waiting in the boiler. And I mean, it's aptly named. He's in hot water indeed. Brokey with a flash out into middle. Rock swings, only good for one. Brokey now the man having to hold the line, and they're already flooding past him. He can't put a stop to this. They've sailed on by. Cadian could be the one to give over the 3-on-3. It's quickly kept in the advantage of Heroic thanks to Stown. Brokey's embarking on a solo mission with this picked up M4. He doesn't care what JKS is doing. He wants to win the round himself, and it leaves him on an island. Silenced by Stown, and JKS has got to run for the hills.
Stown put that gun to good use, man. He had to step up. It was a hero AK. They had a Galil and pistols around. He gets the double entry, or he gets the entry up twist, closes out onto Brokey. The only hope of that round is Brokey with the belt to try and get back in. So massive round out of Stown. He hasn't fallen silent in this series yet, and Heroic are not done. Like said, that force had to happen, and it did. So again, FaZe get put once more on the ropes, dangling in the Spodek.
That was a huge round to have won, though. Right? That's going to do wonders for the confidence. It reminds you that even though you come into that round with next to nothing, your stars can shine brightly. You can do it with less. And so now coming into this next one, maybe we get a different look at Heroic. Now it's FaZe donning very little to work with. Brokey just a deagle, doesn't even have armor behind it. What can you even expect him to do here? Wants to try something in middle, just lobbing that nade down, hoping to find some free chip damage.
Oh dear! JKS, another entry, another opener. He's always good for it, T or CT side, at least in this roster. Back to A with a heavy stack for FaZe. It's been freed up by this banana control and still utility available to stop a rush. Heroic grouped up with 4.
It's another one of these slow mid-round decisions. Where do they want to go? Where do they want to end up? Going up banana leaves you in the firing line of a man called JKS. And oh, they're way closer than he's ready for. He realizes that too. Has to drop the molly and fall back. While this is happening, Refresh is trying to find gaps, trying to find holes in the armor. And that's slipped up through the short side, now into CT. Kerrigan dispatched to deal with this. And the timing, it's very awkward. Refresh is in pole position. He could be the man that wins this round, because Kerrigan's entire attention now is on helping out with the B hole. JKS is going to be the man who has to stand and deliver. They're in, they're deep. He's not ready for this. They're about to swing him. And, he's dead with nothing done. It's a bit of spam damage in return from Kerrigan. But even he's about to get caught off guard. Refresh here. He was never prepared for.
To Kerrigan, that looks like Refresh walks the smoke. He had no idea how close he came with a CT flank there. And Heroic, they realized they couldn't wait forever. They had to eventually walk and clear into B. They wanted to give Refresh room, but no kills are getting gifted. Rob's looking to exit, should have this one dead to rights, but it's still a tense round for Heroic. And man, you got to give it to them for holding on in this game. It did feel like a wash. It did feel like they were going to get locked out of the map, with both pistols being converted by FaZe off the back of a 10-5 half as well. This is a really sick comeback for Heroic if they can keep it going. Acclimatized to the stage, perhaps. It's their first time here in the Spodek, and they don't want to go down with a whimper.
Yeah, I mean, the chance to build back into this hasn't eluded them yet. There were certainly times where they could have got more, or things could have gone so wrong, but we're here with 4 rounds of the difference between them after a 10-5 half that ended with FaZe even picking up the pistol. This one could have been over a long time ago, but Heroic is still hanging in there, still giving it all they've got. And that's commendable in its own right.
Surely FaZe won't piece much of a buy together in this round. Got to give Heroic a bit of respect. Player Nico. But this is the 2-for-1 effect of these T rounds. Once they've broken that money, they can just keep dancing their way to victory lane. Nothing to work with here for FaZe. An aggressive round wouldn't go amiss. But Heroic have been very slow in the starting seconds, waiting for exactly that.
All right. Okay, boost in middle, try to set up Rops for success. Goes up and over the smoke, but no one presenting themselves yet.
It's also a smoke thrown from spawn. They know exactly how it blooms, so it's some consistency for FaZe, something they've cracked before.
This might be one of these B pops out of Heroic. I mean, if there ever was a time to run one, it's in a round like this. You know that FaZe just don't have that stopping power. They can't slow you down. You're gonna have to do it manual mode. This smoke on Karrigan is really running the risk of just coming in far too late. You're not gonna have the info till they're already in the site. The gun's not out. Karrigan is a sitting duck, an easy target. JKS needs to hold the line, and with him dead immediately, Karrigan runs through, does what he can, but it's always gonna be in vain.
Very cool, man, out of Cadian, knowing the money's low, knowing they've been given all this room before. Think about every time that Heroic have gone up Banana, not only have they often been met by FaZe throwing down a full volley util and taking B early in many of these rounds with the triple B starts, but even when they haven't done that, FaZe have been jump spotting Car. They've been playing the corner, they've been getting info. They want to know when Heroic have that map control. So the first time they turtle down with no weaponry, no utility, Heroic just contact play into B. Very nice call out of Cadian. Warming his way back in, and FaZe can't get ahead of themselves, not yet at least.
All right then, at what point do we start to get a little worried? At what point do we start to believe Heroic can blaze a trail?
I think we're already there, Harry. It's slow, it's meticulous, it's drawn out, but it's working.
Heroic, no stranger to these impossible comebacks. I mean, FaZe no stranger to having them pulled against them. They haven't had to deal with this kind of pressure yet. They haven't had to. It's been easy picking so far for FaZe Clan, and now they are getting put through the ringer. Ian scopes up early, hoping he's given a chance at this banana fight, but FaZe, they taper off. They don't want to fight this one yet. Not on Cadian's terms, at least. But Molly's going to trap JKS in. He's down in a position where he could have a chance at the 1v1 here. Doesn't want to commit to it.
Heroic going back for all these nades. Look at the minimap. They're dropped everywhere right now. So just getting their early nades to Banana. They've got enough money to do so. Go back, throw them again. You essentially get 2 sets of utility. This is perfect for Heroic. Meanwhile, mid-take, that molly's a problem. Twist is going to have to smoke it as things get weird on the short side. Rops is covering from above at least, as Heroic make a lot of noise on A. They're going to keep this stack here for now. And again, it could be the perfect call to pop into this other bomb site. Molly is ready, but again, it's contact play. They can go through. Oh, good save.
Yeah, still, they ran this exact strat yesterday, and Heroic look aware. They've done their research. Oh, Karrigan so blind. Turned to dust. Tess says more where that came from. More still left in the tank, perhaps, as they do flush out this sight man in JKS. Look, he's already on the scene. This guy doesn't like to hang around. He wants to play into it here and now. And there's the first. Oh, swinging out. He's seeing another. Brokey. This isn't even a clutch, but he's doing it all alone. Incredible.
So cool, man. So damn cool. Brokey's a beast, and he keeps winning FaZe rounds. Solo dolo, needs no help. Clutch or not. 7 multi-kill rounds. Not even double-digit deaths. Brokey does it on his own. 15-11 now, and FaZe, a sigh of relief. Sweat off of the brow, at least for now. Locked in the guarantee of bonus play, but they don't want to get there. They want to kick the horse while it's down.
I mean, dude, these playoff stages, they've been dominated by strong AWPing presence. And Brokey, he embodies that right now. The confidence on this guy. You know, so many people, so many players would have fallen off, would have played the retake, played the numbers game, but not Brokey. So this is these pauses now extinguished for Heroic. The final time Exist gets to chime in.
Deep breath, Heroic. Final chance, 4 in a row or Dunzo and head to nuke. Double AWP as well for FaZe. Throwing everything at Heroic right now. Brokey's back to mid. Carrigan's left to solo his sight. Fast again, Rops hears this, catches Cadian unaware and doubles down in the apartments. Whose house? Rops' house.
Should be starting to set in now. This could be the beginning of the end. I mean, you need to have your best round yet, or FaZe are going to walk all over you. And Rops is no stranger to finishing strong, right? It's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. That's what people remember. He's trying to get stuck in mid, and he will get punished. All right, the point man and Rops removed. FaZe can't get too comfortable too soon. Twists over on the long side, and this would be a gift of a kill. It's a tag to Tesses, and they spot him going back. At this point, it should become clear. Carrigan's donning a secondary AWP in this round, and alongside him is Brokey. It's a double AWP B-hold to try and fight back Heroic. It's the final push, it's the final chance. Brokey looking to extinguish that flame, smokes down, but he's going through it. He's looking to fight into this one, and the AWPs will dominate. FaZe lock it in, dominance across the board. Carrigan to his feet, a map up now, and that leaves them one map away from a grand final.
I mean, listen, you already know what happens at DreamHack and IEM Dallas, right? Okay, first, you have to snipe tickets for all your friends, getting you access to the DreamHack Gaming Festival and IEM, the way to the stadium, the other fans, enjoying the music acts, the festival party, crushing opponents in the LAN area, meeting the stars, entering the arena, the nerve-wracking 1v1s. Oh, you like overtimes? Those insane clutch rounds. Watching with your friends. And when the whole crowd goes silent. The champions. The defeated. Lifting that trophy. Writing esports history.
There's actually a lot of respect about how you guys are playing about this event. This is like the peak Heroic that we've seen so far. Does it feel like that to you guys when you're playing?
I think it's too soon to say.
Okay.
You know, the most important games are ahead of us, and I think that's like what defines if we can make like a peak performance or not.
Yeah.
Reaching the semifinals, we've done that at the tournaments before. So I think for us to declare some kind of peak performance, it would mean that we would take it to the next step.
Did something change for you, like personally, individually, after you won the major?
I think nothing changed, just this. Finally, nobody will write that zero major for me. But yeah, like, it was a great feeling for one day. Well, okay, for 1 week, for 1 day. And after you just, it becomes normal and you just want to win next tournaments. Because I always say, like, people forget really fast, you know?
Yeah.
For example, who cares about 3 months before, you know?
Right.
Everyone think like this moment. Everyone enjoys this moment. Everyone forgets any wins.
That's what you guys have to look forward to. Win that event one week. 1 week of fun.
Yeah, 1 week of fun, it's nice.
Maybe for the major it can be 1 week, you know. I'm sure if he wins some other tournament, he'll say 1-2 days, you know.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's a good mentality.
Yeah.
When X's joined the team, he was, of course, a bit shy, as everyone probably can see, because he's a quiet person and not the guy that speaks up in the room. But as more he gets into the team and the chemistry, he is being louder and louder and have more control over the team and has more impact. And definitely after the player break, he has had more impact, because everyone has reflected over the break and how they wanted to be in the new year, how things wanted to be, and he wanted to have more impact, and I think he has gotten that, and we have gotten better and worked on a lot of different stuff. We have improved what we were already good at, but also at things we haven't really been good at, and tried to implement some new stuff and some new philosophies he is bringing from other teams and what we have seen this year so far.
Was B.
Second B.
2B.
One sync, guys.
More.
One synced.
Coming in.
Flash over.
Flashing pool now. In.
Boom.
Fine.
Good.
Top first, flash, mid first. Nice!
Too little, too late for Heroic to be mounting the comeback. A hot start from FaZe sees them take a step above, as unfortunately the flames of Inferno burn out the Danes. One day that is still standing tall and is on our screens at the moment, Karrigan. He was looking hot to trot throughout this map alongside his team, particularly after a really hot start on that T side, Janko.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for FaZe, we were talking about in the pregame, it's about, you know, players stepping up and winning some of the crucial rounds, and that's what FaZe managed to do to open up this game, right? Winning pistol, winning the second round, converting it first gun round, they win that, they lose the next round, reset round, another win, right? So early on, you get so much momentum, you get such a big lead, that just opens up the playbook. Like, it gives Karrigan a lot more to work with, it gives the players individual confidence. Then Brocky decided to step it up, right? Like, had a couple of great rounds of his own, and Heroic could just never get into the game. As you said, it was just too little, too late.
Yeah, I feel like one of the questions we had as, you know, Heroic's very volatile and very aggressive CD side, will it be able to hold its own against, you know, Karrigan calling against them, especially on stage? It crumbled. It completely crumbled, right? They were the rotations were being toyed with by FaZe, some great mid-round calling coming out from Karrigan as well. And it felt like their entire aggressive style of calling, which Cadian likes to do on the CD side, it was just getting stifled, asphyxiated by the fact that Karrigan was just controlling all the rotations, was pushing the extremities of the map. And as you pointed out, a couple of crucial rounds, Brokey with the 1v2 clutches back-to-back almost. And in the way at the end he closed out that particular map, it wasn't a 1v3, it was a 3v3. But it's like, screw this, I'm going in.
Yeah, he was doing it on his own. He made it look like it was another clutch moment for him. Again, obviously, you brought it up at the beginning, Janko, the fact that we see him having such instrumental impact, yet again, coming onto this land stage here in the Spode, hugely impressive stuff from him.
Yeah, and I think for Brocky and FaZe, the key word for this first map was decisiveness. Like, they were very decisive. Karrigan as well. You know, in a 4v4 situation, like, he makes the call pretty fast before Heroic can make a play like they want to, right? In the mid-round, we were talking about it. And they're already, you know, doing a full B hit. That worked well for them in this half as well. And Brocky, absolutely, in the clutch, he's one of the better clutches that we have, even though he's a he's a young player and he's proving it here on the big stage as well.
I think you nailed it right there. The fact that he's got now, what, 9 clutches tied with Shiro from Gambit, and, you know, Shiro's no longer playing. And the fact that he's, when you talk about experience and having composure under pressure on the stage in front of a crowd, it's not a player like Brokey.
This
It's
is also ballsy. Like this play is ballsy considering you're playing in front of a crowd. I don't think he maybe took that into account because usually they would be like, ooh, and then the player would turn, right, going for that grab. But hey, it went his way this time around.
Yeah, we've been treated to some really incredible AWPing today. Just looking back at that first series as well, m0NESY going really lights out as well. Yeah, this has really been the tale of the AWPers coming into this.
Yeah, and you can see them both. I love it. You know, these young players, young AWPers thrive on the stage, and it seems like they're really soaking up all the energy from the crowd, enjoying themselves, having some great rounds. So it's super exciting. But I think, you know, if you go back, we talked about JKS as well, the best opening, you know, player at the tournament, and we picked out a couple of rounds where one of them is him, the other one is Kerrigan, and those are those 2 early rounds, right, in the half, really, where they kind of just out of a default, just straight up going for map control. Kerrigan tries to put some pressure B. He gets like both entry kills, you know. Then they go for mid control 2 rounds later. JKS gets both kills as well, and that's, you know, 5v3 or into the side, the round is over. That's also pretty demoralizing for Heroic, right? Just to straight up, you know, lose those rounds to nothing special, really.
That particular round, he said, where JKS gets the 2 opening picks, they have the A bomb side, and they know the remaining members of Heroic are saving the B bomb side. What do? They don't go for the bomb plant. They start hunting. They set up for the B take, and then they plant the bomb. That is Kerrigan just thinking a couple of steps ahead and going in for the kill.
Just experience, just kind of, you know, playing with their food a little bit.
Yeah, well, we were talking about Brokey and singing his praises coming into this particular map of Inferno, and we do luckily have a few words from him, courtesy of Haku.
Hey everybody, Heiko here with my fellow countryman Brokey. Brokey, yesterday you won against Gambit and now you're 1 map away from the grand final. It is, I mean, in all honesty, I'm so proud of you. And I mean, all of the things that you did in the server, like, it was absolutely amazing. Like, the whole crowd was cheering for you. And it kind of feels like you are kind of the underdog right now because you went through like so many changes with the stand-ins. Do you feel like maybe like the fact that you have less pressure is kind of helping you out?
Thank you for the comments. I mean, I think it's definitely helping us, especially with JKS. I don't think we have really pressure. We're just playing our game and we are just practicing every day and trying to find the best place for JKS.
Awesome. Well, you just won Inferno, and the next map is actually going to be Nuke. And it is a map that Heroic played only 5 times in the last 3 months, and they lost the last 4 times. Do you think they're kind of like going full into the fact that you're kind of like maybe not super coordinated right now?
Probably because we have stand-in, and it's one of the maps where you really need to have a good chemistry on the map, so they're just risking it all.
And do you have maybe a special message to your Latvian fans?
Paldies visiem, kas skatās, un atbalsts spēlējot FaZe klanā. Paldies.
Paldies. Vēl veiksmi.
The Latvian dream team, thank you so much for that one.
It's like Lord of the Rings. Like, is that where he got the Elven language from? I like how Brokey also stumbled on his words. He's like, I haven't spoken Latvian in like years, probably.
Yeah, well, we are going into the second map of this Best of 3 series. It's going to be Nuke. We obviously heard from Heiko and Brokey there saying, you know, maybe kind of capitalizing on the bit of a mixed roster coming into things. So I just kind of wanted to preface this of how we're going to be seeing JKS slotting in for Rain on this map.
Look, here's the thing with Nuke, right? Just to add on to what Brokey said, it is a map where, you know, you need to have the right protocol. Just having that synergy is something when you have a stand-in coming in, again, replacing a player like Rain, who plays on the upper bomb side towards a squeaky area right towards Mini. It's not going to be an easy spot to play necessarily. And especially, what I'm actually wondering how Heroic's going to be taking advantage of that. Now, Heroic City side, we all know how that works. Aggression all around the map. T-side, against the fact that JK is a stand-in, I wonder what Cadian has up his sleeves.
And it's actually a crucial position because Stamen is one of the focal players, obviously, for Heroic. He loves lurking around that door area, similar to what Rops likes to do for FaZe on their T-side, right? So you kind of have to have a protocol just for that. You know, when they break door and throw the early hot molly, in the next 5 seconds after that, they have a upper pop that they do. Stamen can try to sneak down Vans. He can just try to play around the smoke and try to kill the guy top hot. Like, there's a lot of different things. So if you FaZe almost every round, the upper players need to have, you know, some way of dealing with that, like so that they're both on the same page and not caught off guard by those players.
I'm just going to say this. I believe in JKS. I feel like he's done his homework.
JKS.
Well, we're going to see exactly how it does go down. Of course, it's a heroic pick coming into this and the last chance for them to hold on to their tournament life. It's Nuke coming up next. We're going to throw it to a quick break, but when we are back, all the action is going down in the semi-final in the Spodek. Don't go anywhere.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
Welcome back to the Cathedral, ladies and gentlemen. This is a final of biblical proportions. Grand Slam on the line. This will be one for the history books. It's time, ladies and gentlemen. Let's light up the Lexus!
The first part of 2019 was all about Team Liquid, and for good reason, as this North American roster plowed through most events without breaking a sweat. And it was no different in the Cathedral of Counter-Strike.
Oh no, nearly got knifed. Smoke's down. He has to get around them somehow. And he gets it through the window.
As favorites, Liquid went all in during the tournament and soon found themselves just inches away from the trophy and the prestigious $1 million Intel Grand Slam. Only Vitality stood in their way, and even though the battle ahead would be tough, Twist set the tempo almost instantly.
WebBK doesn't want to let them go that far this time. He takes the fight to them. Twist even gets one at range. Down to just two. How does Twist find the second? He's got a bomb. He's got armor. Twist! He baits him out somehow! A third! And he's looking for it all the ways! RBK's gonna try and swing around the backside. Twist switches back to the Deagle instead. Confidence in his name. He's in his RBK is found!
Team Liquid, that's what it means to them. ESL 1 Cologne under their belt and $1 million bonus.
Unreal.
Here on the big stage, there's no chance for second place. Here in the semi-finals, only one of these two teams can go on to face G2 for the grand prize, the big share of the $1 million here at IEM Katowice. FaZe sit with a map in their pocket. Their pick of Inferno went swimmingly, but now Heroic, they have to dig deep. They have to climb a mountain, and they've got to do it on Nuke.
Yeah, it's a bit of a home map for the Heroic squad. We're hoping they can give us a little bit more, because FaZe, they were lights out back on Inferno. If that keeps up, this could be a dismal end for Heroic. Let's get into this one, though. CT side start for FaZe Clan. Heroic gonna need to give it all they've got over on this T side. Let's see what's in Cadian's bag of tricks, shall we? Fast for Tesses over the top of main, and he's looking to get involved from the get-go. Broky's holding on to this. Oh, he's gonna fall right away. That's clean from Tesses, a clean opener, goes untraded. Now they spot Refresh. Having a little look in. This is gonna trigger some lobby re-aggression. Karrigan, oh, the timing could be good, the timing could be everything, and instead they see him. They know about the hot player now, and they go back, but gonna take more than that to deal with Karrigan. They're in the sight, him and Twist, they combine, a killer piece, run down, but shots miss, oh no! Refresh, last man standing, and he can't do a thing! FaZe, in these pistol rounds, time and time again, put up the goods.
They did it in Gambit yesterday, 3 out of 4, all converted. They've done it in this one as well, 3 out of 3. FaZe are on the money. And they've got one place in mind, and that is tomorrow's BO5. My goodness. For Heroic, you said it yourself, home map. That has often been the case for this Danish squad. Recent times, however, not as pretty. They may have went on a 7-map winning streak off the back of Flashpoint 3, but here in the last few months, they have been struggling. 4 losses in a row. No better time to pick up the pieces, but Broky's looking to put them in boxes. Pushed up outside, Shush gonna cross. Silent as ever, but Broky snipes him from behind and backs out into the mist.
Yeah, that's so infuriating. He doesn't even hang around, he doesn't even give you a chance, and oh man, these MP9s are just clasping down on Heroic. There's a nice response. Refresh gives us something positive to talk about. Twist's waiting in the garage, and oh, gets delivered that one for free. This is a nice start for FaZe. They might have lost JKS down at lower, but there's already contingency plans in place. Broky's taken up the ranks. Oh, Refresh on the ladder. All right, Karrigan wasn't ready for that. But as they go into the Lion's Den, into Broky, a man who has denied them so many rounds, so many chances, the final boss that they've got to try and get past, and they can't overwhelm him. Cadian's left in a last-ditch attempt to get this bomb down, but he's dead to main. Twist comes in and takes that round away with force.
Strong start, Force by thrown to the wayside, and Heroic, they've got to pick up pistols with their tails between their legs. FaZe Clan, this will be quite a victory. Again, I want to reiterate, this has been a hard event for FaZe, not just in the standing situation, the quarantine prospects as well, but every match they played, coming out all the way through the play-in into BO3s in the group stage, they were all 3 mappers, they were all the full Monty, the full distance. As soon as we've hit the stage, these experienced players, Twist who won a Grand Slam, Karrigan at the helm, these guys have swept over 2-0. And this series could be the same unless Heroic's T-side comes in swinging. It won't be this round, though. We've got to wait for the rifles. And that is where Heroic will look best here on this T-half, you would hope.
Yeah, I mean, this is just Broky's time to try and make money. This is where he wants to get flush with cash, and him and Twist turn them into mints outside. Just a little anti-eco, it was always going to be clean. It's a FaZe, they pick up the pistol, they deliver on converting the follow-up rounds. Now's the true test, right? These bonus rounds have often even been kind to FaZe. Oh, I like this though. Broky doesn't want to play bonus. He doesn't want to play with an MP9. This guy isn't an MP9 player. He's bringing that AWP out from the get-go, and he's got no contest on the other side. That is very freeing for an AWP like Broky.
Look at the start as well, not just the heavy ramp, but instant drop for Twist. We had 3 starting ramp side. FaZe happy to make that gamble, make that lead. They're so assured that Heroic won't rush top in their first gun round. They want to get a little weird with it. Smokes outside to ruse. The Twist is lower to confirm that fact. It's going to be Refresh lurking, the rest on ramp. Brokey, his time to shine is now.
This is it. He's on the angle, starting to back up. Oh, don't second guess yourself now, Brokey. You're right where you need to be. In the meantime, there's a separate skirmish taking place over towards Secret. Heroic just can't gain any ground, and that molly's forced them into twists. That might make them feel the pressure to make a move, and Carrigan reinforcing this A site does get blindsided. As Tess says with the opener, chance at the plant now. FaZe left in a retake. They were not expecting this upper play, and they come down to the lobby lurk. Rops on this fast rotation, and oh no, Stound's looking the wrong way. Rops has cracked it open, giving them a reason to believe, giving them a reason to go for this. 2 to his name already, gonna need the third, gonna need the follow-up. Tess says out on an island, and Rops doesn't seem aware. This is the only man left in lobby, and Tess says wins that fight. JKS, the stand-in, the man who's showing he can do it all, and now he's entried like Rain, he's lurked like Rops, now expected to clutch like Brokey. And it's not going to happen. Time eludes him on this one. Just exits is the name of the game. And oh, he's going to get them all at least.
And the AWP to boot. Beautiful save, but Heroic on the board, and that's what I wanted. That's what we needed if this series was ever going to be convoluted. Otherwise, it would be free for FaZe. Heroic, I don't know what info they got, right? Maybe Refresh heard the second player down on lower after he died to Twist, but it was a realization that ramp was stacked to the 9s, and Carrigan was the only guy on the A site. Even then, he barely got into position, offering out a dink and nothing more. Heroic found that gap and they exploited it, but they need to keep it up. Cadian with the P2, saving for that AWP. He had nothing else. Rest of his team rifled, though. They got to dig deep in their pockets to keep this one up.
Oh, no.
Behind, and he finds Refresh. No info to go off. But that's never helped FaZe back before.
That's just devastating. That was your one lurker removed. Okay, missed smoke from Carrigan. Not ideal, not usual either. Not what we're coming to expect from the guy, but it doesn't matter too much yet.
Late out. At this point, they hope that Brokey's rotated round, but he hasn't. And they've even got a second AWP down B. They saw Twist last time, now it's Rops. Every round, something new, and Heroic have no idea it's even in play.
Will they even discover this second AWP? Will Brokey just deal with them before they even learn about its presence? They try to dodge it, they try to go in through main, but look who's found his way into the heavens. In the right place at the right time. Brokey's gonna be here to lend a helping hand. He's set up for this A crunch. They look to move in, but this AWP is a thing of terror. Just hearing it ring out with shots is enough to put the fear in you. And so Heroic are gonna have to look for answers elsewhere. Dead, that's the bomb. Dropped over in main. Cadian lost to the hands of time all the way over in CT spawn, and there's that second AWP. They learn about it eventually.
Very mobile are FaZe. They are not worried at all. They are not deterred by Heroic on this CT side. Rops gets so impatient, he pushes up Secret with a second AWP. Just gross. And there's the shot for Brokey. Nothing, couldn't even see over the smoke, didn't need to. And FaZe is flowing right now like a river. Heroic, this is a great round to test the limits, to try something faster, get that top hit in again. It's their one way in for a round. They throw in the util early, smokes outside to keep conditioning, but FaZe will go through with no fear. Twist makes that info happen. Now FaZe know that Heroic is stacked to the lobby. A setup utility coming through. But this time FaZe are in the right place.
Carrigan, first contact made. Wins that fight in the door. The Hut players now, it's all on them. JKS doesn't realize how close he came to dealing the killing blow, and instead, it's Carrigan just tapping them out. Cadian last alive. Reality setting in. There's no chance to even find a lick of damage here. Carrigan silences him.
He faked the reload, man. Carrigan, Eco Cobra. And, you know, when your in-game leader is fragging in this little group of stars on FaZe, that's got to feel even better. You feel even more invincible. Carrigan's not gone cold in this semi-final.
I mean, man, like, think about it, right? In that group stage game, the final one where FaZe faced down against Na'Vi to see who would make it to the semi-finals. It ended up being that very drawn-out overtime affair. Carrigan went silent in that third map. He shouldered a lot of the blame, a lot of the burden. But when we get him on the big stage, when we get him in front of a crowd, he's in his element. And that's showing, both in the cooling and in the stats we're getting out of this guy. That chicken cost $500,000.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
It was worth every damn penny.
Here we go, another broken buy for Heroic. No bomb plant in that previous, so they want to play for the long game. They want to play for the AWP, and I respect it. Another fast smokes outside round. Do they once again get the info? FaZe don't know. They rely on rocks down lower yet again, as this is once more a fake out for the Danes. Players will cross behind, or rather in front, as this looks to be a main split to the top side. Carrigan with the early spot, he's going to move away. Flashed off, though, it's good utility, and the entries come through. JKS can't double down, and Cadian eviscerates Brokey from heaven. It's a 4-on-2 with a bomb planted.
Yeah, you really should look to save this, right? It might be a pretty uneventful ending to the round, all coming down to those first few gunfights. Rops is still hanging around. Still looking to see if they give him a reason to go for this, but Heroic, just by not overplaying their hand here, they're destined to find this second round from the top rush.
This is something Heroic is so good at as well, like one of the best teams to fake conditioning outside with smokes. That's why we saw FaZe early in this game running double or running a double AWP or running a player lower from the get-go as soon as money was out, even pushing through smokes on anti-ecos. FaZe know what they're up against in terms of the conditioning Heroic want to do, and these top hits are the bread and the butter of this T side. Definitely where Heroic want to lay their hat this first half. They need a good half. They need a strong start, and we're already starting to see that at least.
Made no mistake, Heroic are in this one very much alone, but that's often been the case for this team. No strangers to playing the villain.
They say bad guys never win. Well, they've got to change the narrative, change the tone.
There's an effort being made to get Cadian's head back in the game. He was the one given the hero AK in the last round, now entrusted with his signature AWP. Looking like they're prepping for another one of these top hits, looking to get in the head of FaZe early. If they win a couple of these back-to-back, that sets a worrying precedent. So FaZe need to have the response here. Carrigan pushing into the hut, a nuisance again, but only good for the first. The push is coming in now, and the only defender's already fallen. This A bomb site is free. Heroic move in. No contest once they swipe Carrigan aside. 4-on-4 retake. Out of the heavens, Rops here alone, and he's got Brokey moving in to join him. This is both AWPs leaning heaven's side. From the high ground, they need to have answers. They need to have a reply. Mollies don't force a reposition, and the early tag does deter that initial push. However, make no mistake, the kills are coming in, and Refresh is suddenly, in the blink of an eye, the only man left standing.
Ow! How do they do it? 4-on-4 in a post plant. Heroic had all the time in the world to pick their spots, and FaZe just shoot them where they stand. Beautiful utility, locks Cadian back into the hut, and Heroic, they didn't want to die on that hill. They didn't want to be pushed back to lobby. They kept Tesses in the middle of the bomb site, and still that's a first kill, and the dominoes keep falling for Heroic. One by one. What a beautiful retake out of FaZe. I do not know how they keep that so clean. And that was a misread as well. Triple outside stack. Felt like Heroic had done enough. Fast around, perhaps. We've got double Mac 10s in this buy. They're going right back to A with a bit of vengeance on the mind.
Yeah, I mean, they think they found their weak point. Carrigan, gonna show them that it's as strong as ever. Out of ammo now, down to the USP, and blinded off the angle. They do get past the IGL of FaZe Clan. They get into the site, but once again, there's this Heaven retake primed and ready to go. Tesses is scarred from the last time, holding on to it. Wow,
what a line.
What a way to throw that little one-way retake smoke. God. Robson holding on to the lobby. Twists does not realize just how close that was. It's grinded to a halt. And in this silence, Heroic are hoping that FaZe overplay their hand and give them away back into the round.
The plant, that's enough, right? If FaZe hit that, they're going to move. It's a 3-on-1 essentially with someone sticking the plant, so they spam and they look for a kill. Robs has been spotted, and a missed shot is an opportunity for Tess as he takes it. Molly back into heaven, cut out one of the 2 routes back into the bomb site, but Brokey's smoke will stop exactly that. Nade does nothing with a main side plant, and the smoke allows a bit of cover. Brokey needs to move in. 2 players right below. Brokey waits. He sees nothing till this mist evaporates. And the same for Twist, taking his time. The eyes of Heroic look up and down.
They're firmly on the skies. They know that this Heaven retake's been a consistency. Brokey, this is going to be hard-pressed to find much. Swinging out, Twist. Oh, it's actually Brokey to steal it. Now they know that Tessez all alone back at the site. Time's ticking away. Twist can't find him. And to time, Tessez has locked the round in. That's more like it, Heroic. Keeping it simple. Back to back to back A hits, and they're winning more than they're losing.
Yeah, they found their way in. Lovely little 2-on-3 lock-in on that top site. Even though FaZe go cold for a moment. Look at this smoke lineup that Twist throws on the ladder. What a purposeful bit of utility. FaZe kept trying to put out those Heaven Molotovs, but even when they do, Heroic more than ready with that double site setup. Last time they got locked back into lobby, right? Refreshing door, Cadian pushed into the hut. Heroic wanted a little more room to play with, and they're gonna go back for more top hits. Carrigan keeps opening kills in the pocket of FaZe. And this one not traded even, as Cadian has to look elsewhere. Missed flick. It's going to send that player back down lower. Robs wants to re-aggress though. Head spotted. Cadian now got the angle, but Broker's moved in, and the scope has been hurt, but Tessis doesn't stop in time. Flashed, blind, mollied. Brokey goes back for more. He's going to die in his own Molotov. It's just to take him down. Robs re-aggresses. This is a brawl. This is murder, and it's all coming up in favor of FaZe.
Fresh lost to this lurk, right? Looking for a way back in. Carrigan looking to try and deal with him. Oh, timing on that fall out of the vent. Unfortunate for Carrigan, and that might lend a helping hand to Heroic. This was a 2-on-4 when it all began. This bomb going back outside late, but contingency plans are in. Twists is here. And if he gets this spot, if he gets this info, if he drops the bomb, that could be the round right there. Refresh is all alone in a world that's rooting against him. 40 seconds, crossing back out in the yard. It's a risk, but it's the only option he's got. He needs this bomb if he's to win the round. And he knows about the garage player. Isolates the fight onto Twists. Not out of the chance just yet.
20 though, he's got to go quick. JKS is his every footstep, shuts it out, and shuts Refresh up, 7-3. FaZe stop another top hit. And it was a panicked rotate out as that first vent player did not get anywhere. Carrigan has been at the forefront of so many of these opening fights on the A site. 4-1 right now in opening duels. Back to the drawing board, Heroic. Be lovely to see a commit down smokes outside, right? They've thrown them so much, they've not really done a lot with them though, other than lurking players that have often been locked out by Twists or Robs. They are in spawn, they are laying them up, but again, Brokey, it's a perfect round to get aggressive. Uses his spawn below the silo. Cadian comes over the top, but he's got the bomb. Got to be very careful with this. Twist will see the smoke start to fly through. Brokey's licking his lips at the prospect.
Oh, they check it. They don't check deep. Oh, man, Brokey. He doesn't know it, but the round is right here in the palm of his hands. He could steal it all the way right now. Not gonna peek, not gonna push. Brokey holds his ground, and that's let Heroic slip all 5 players with these smokes down into secret. They even turn and deal with the outside player. There's the response. Down's gone, but the AK's juggled over. Now it's Cadian's responsibility. With the bomb as well. That's a very audacious peek. Now rejoining the rest of the gang. Rops is here. Already in at the B site, ready to strike a bit of a defense if needed. It's gonna have to be flawless. He falls and gets nothing done. That's a route for Heroic to win this round. They've opened the door, they've thrown the smoke in.
Still has the bomb.
The commitment. Cadian still sat with the bomb in vent, still waiting to catch rotating players, and FaZe have got everybody out through ramp. They're here, they're meeting Heroic in the middle, and over the top, it's Carrigan in with a double. Oh, making a third! Steals their thunder, and only Refresh left standing. A Glock, that's all he's got. You can't win this round. It can't be done. It should be a lock-in, and he's spotted now, whittled down. FaZe, stellar response.
It's hard to tell if it's a call from Cadian, if it's a mega brain play, right, waiting for event drop to fly back up into that top site. They knew they forced so many rotations with that secret wall once they got spotted by Brokey, but even so, maybe it's the pressure getting to them. Heroic going cold on the T side of their map pick. And a delayed plant, which allows Karrigan to get very deep in the bomb site as well. Great round out of him. The beast on B and A as well.
It just feels like, you know, they're really expecting that some of these positions getting gained, they're going to force a lot more panic, a lot more fear into FaZe than we're seeing. I think they're expecting a lot more respect than they're being given.
There's one thing FaZe aren't, it's panicked. Did you see Brokey last map? Couldn't have been calmer. FaZe keep it clean yet again. This is the 4x though. Heroic have had a couple of pistol attempts that have gotten close. They've even pushed some over the line on this A site, but they can't be a one-trick pony. They can't only have one working T side plan because FaZe have locked them out of A in retakes gone by. See what the call is. Haven't had Cadian's T side AWP make an appearance, 2 and 10. Brokey's got his.
So many individuals showing up on FaZe, it just begs the question, you know, where are the stars? Who's going to fill that void for Heroic? Might have been left thinking someone like Cadian could be an ideal candidate, right? Hands down, the most experienced, the most tenured. But he's silent, the usual suspect in Stown. Normally a very dependable player. He's struggling as well. No one's in this so far. Smoke's down outside. Once again, they're looking to run it. This time they've got guns. They've got more to give.
There's still a gap. Even the little details can make the biggest differences, but Brokey doesn't see it. However, smokes are not walls. And as they fade, Brokey gets given a couple of chances. They're still lurking behind red, yet to cross. One player's already made it down. Twist is there, though. He's the early warning system, the alarm ready to ring. Heroic, hell smoke, they want to go deep. Brokey's blind, he hits a collat. That's 2 for 1, but only to tag to Tess as he doubles back. Now a bit of a lurker, it's a bit of a fake out. Heroic take beam, still with Stown to cut off rotations. He has to have a massive performance, but it won't even matter unless his team get out into the B bomb site.
Yeah, something needs to give. You either need to get past this man in B or Stown's got to do something. With so little time left, your hands are tied. They catch Twist lining up Util. That's the opener right there. That's given a plant over. Karrigan's here. He can steal the round away, but they've got him. They've got him boxed in. And oh, Tess says, hell of a round. Might have been tagged on the collat. Might have been wounded in the yard. They didn't finish him off while they could, and now Brokey just wanted to escape, wanted to elude capture with this AWP. He's not going to go back, not going to go back and give them a reason. Give them an AWP.
Yeah, I mean, they can buy fully next again. This is another, as they did on Inferno, right in those in that 1 3-on-3 on the CT side. It's a perfect call to save. Both your players living have no money, so if you want to fall by FaZe, you've got to throw in the towel, give it up. But that's a beautiful round out of Tess as you've asked for a start to step up. Stown and Cadian silent so far, and no better moment than for Tess is to triple up in the B-bomb side. Beautiful entry work, and he goes on to win the round for Heroic. I was worried if they were a one-trick pony, but good to see them show a little bit more face, not just the A rushes. They work it down lower as well. And suddenly, the prospect of a good T side slips into our minds yet again. FaZe's money on the rocks, and Heroic want to ice it out.
Yeah, this is a chance to be a far better showing for Heroic if they win this round now. Suddenly they're teed up. Try and make this a 3-mapper after all. Karrigan, my God, the balls, look at him.
Ah, man.
Goes running in and will eventually get punished, but there's aggression all across the map, all across the lands. JKS from down under. In with the 4-on-3, and if you try to go back to ramp, if you look for respite there, you're not going to get given it. Rops has already pushed ahead of this defensive smoke. Heroic go back outside. Repositioning all across the map. FaZe, they threw a big spanner in the works at the start of this one. Now it all comes down to the mid-round.
Here we go. Far jump going to get heard. Heaven player tries to spot, and he might have on the jump. If not, maybe on the minimap, you never know. That is info that FaZe require, and JKS Loud dropping in is now on a timer. Refresh can backstab bomb, heading lower. Brokey, it might not matter about this flank. He can drop the bomb right here, right now. One shot, overwhelmed. Refresh still trying to throw a spanner in the works, but there's no one here. They've disappeared. Apparitions on the A site, back in the hut now. JKS with a grimy angle, and it's Shush who can't afford to go quiet into this good night. 1v3 on the A site, 30 seconds to do it, and JKS trying to put it out before it's even started.
Phenomenal scenes, Justin Savage. Lights them up, right? Might have missed the timings in Heaven, but my goodness, does he make up for it in a very big way. Whenever they're gaining territory, whenever they're being given these positions on the side of Heroic, it's by design. They're getting played with right now.
Yeah, and I think those weaker A starts right off the back of the triple ramp with Twist or Rops going B, and then that triple outside round as well with York. Those have baited Heroic into these A rushes. Now we're starting to see those anchor players start on A and stay there as well. What a pace! Cadian right up in the face of Twist. That's more like it. A bit of oomph, a bit of aggression, and it's coming from Rops as well.
Oh man, he's fired off, but they don't know. Silenced M4, gone after one. That is such an important trade for Tesses, but Carrigan, oh man, this guy and the hut, it's a real love-hate relationship, and that round, you're gonna be left hating it. Tesses holds on to the lobby, still waiting, and oh, JKS with the swing, left in a 1v1, Refresh back in Heaven again. It's almost a nigh on replay of the last round. JKS swinging wide, looking for him. Refresh with the turn. JKS might have brought the fight to him, but Refresh is more than comfortable there.
Oh, good to see him still calm, right, in these rounds, in these hectic moments. Heroic hold on to a must-win. And I like the cooling change as well for Cadian. Just quick, just disrespectful. It comes both ways. It comes back to bite them for a moment. Carrigan, JKS double pushing hard, but still Refresh holds on. Needed more than ever with the stars gone silent. And Tessa's top of the team. Top of the server almost.
This is Heroic's chance to a very good T side, right? This is a horrible buy for FaZe. This is right where you want to be. Ooh. Brokey, there's a tag from the scout. They're still coming. They're still trying to flood him. JKS, oh, wanted the gun. Now look away for a second, but the bomb goes tumbling. Brokey's now armed. Oh, he's looking to go through. We'll decide against it. Elects to play the long game. Carrigan's wrapped the hut, but will get silenced by Shush. It's not surprising anymore. You know his tricks. You know what he likes to do. Minute left. You know where Brokey is. Twist is still a big question mark. And as they go down towards B, they might go walking into this man with the deagle.
Oh my God. Did he hear the door? That's the question. Doesn't look like it. He's doubling back. Brokey's watching his lower as well. These timings getting missed from Twist. He could have stopped them at the window. Now he's got to go all the way around the world. If they get the bomb and go B, that's fantastic. But with Shush in the lobby, they might want to just crunch ramp together. Twist has the timing, but he can't hit the shot. He's drawn their attention. Brokey needs to capitalize. He needs them all, and they're collapsing upon him. They don't clear the corner. Brokey lines up a double. And FaZe, they lock Heroic out of their map pick. This might be the end of the Danes on the big stage, and we'll be back after the break.
FaZe are eyeing up their spot in the grand finals. They're looking to get there. And if they have their way, this could very well be the last half of play in this semi-final. So Katowice, we need your energy, we need your voices. Let me hear you scream!
That's more like it. 10-5 of the half, and no second chance. Heroic had their backs up against the wall. The big stage is ruthless. And FaZe are running rife.
Oh, this ain't an A play. They made it look like one, but this is a ramp here, and in they come, double up here. Tess going up and over. He's in the firing line. Oh man, look at Carrigan. Look at him go. Cadian will. Flicks back down from atop the hut and now looks to get involved. All Beretta's in tow. Cadian pushing the lobby. Carrigan-esque play. Oh, just misses that timing. Gonna go back for more. Immediate dink. No second chances. Rops is here to finish the job, and the A site crumbles under the weight of FaZe Clan. Just down and refresh left in this one. 11 kills between the two of them, and Rops, he's about to meet them in the middle. There it is. Another in the round goes his way, and it's only Stown now dropping out of the heavens. He's gonna have to be the angel for Heroic. Gonna have to have that divine intervention. Stown, they just won't give him the peaks. They just won't give him the chances. He's left hunting, he's left seeking, searching for a way back in. Up close, oh, can't quite find it. Rops the anti-clutch. And that's now every single pistol round going the way of FaZe.
Yeah, and they've converted them all, Harry, every single time with no problem. We haven't had eco wins. We haven't had force buys flying through for Heroic. These little clutch rounds that we can always count on Cadian to pull out of nowhere. Nothing of the sort today. They locked Gambit out the same. 3 out of 4 pistols, all 3 converted. Just need to finish the job. Heroic have force. They have put their entire wealth into this round, but will it mean now? Twist just jumps the ramp smoke, and there is simply no one here, no one to stop the pace of FaZe heading down B.
Yeah, just one man. Tess says brushed aside, they make it look easy. That's the top performer for Heroic dealt with right away, and it's only getting better. Rops, that's phenomenal. Beautiful control. Was never even worried. Felt like he was destined to get them both.
And the stars of Heroic have gone silent. It's a shame. It is sad. 4, 5, 6, and 7 kills on these Heroic players. Tess is the only guy to stand tall. And at least in the first map, we did have Stown starring off, styling on the T side. He came back into that game. He looked good by the end of it. Cadian, he started strong with the AWP. He was 4-1 in opening duels in the first few rounds, but FaZe did such a good job of avoiding him. Didn't seem to matter. And he couldn't keep it going. For FaZe, they're just getting started.
I mean, this could be the start of something truly special for FaZe Clan. You know, the victories, they've been getting more and more dominant. The deeper into this tournament they've gone. his carefree style, having a standard. Maybe it's all to their benefit. We thought it was going to be a disaster. We thought it was so much so to their detriment. But the beat up of Heroic set to continue in this round. Very little to say or do about it.
It's a fake out. 3B for Heroic. They beckon FaZe in, but even with that spot, FaZe won't stop. They just walk out A and they lock in the round. Safe and secure. Rops eliminate Shush, and now Carrigan looks to make some moolah on the way out. They drop down the vent. Brokey's fragging as well. He wants to fight, and so he shall. 13-5 is an inevitability of this round. Heroic just left stuck ramp.
Like, man, Carrigan might look like he's all smiles on the outside, but he's very calculating in reality. They're hunting these players down. That's risks that they didn't need to take on things like the vent drop, but it's all just to get in the head of Heroic. Make them believe that this has certainly slipped away. FaZe up to 13. Chance at the bonus once again. You've even seen them move away from that in recent times. Twists, they are coming for you, bud. And there he is getting cancelled, but that's only the Mac 10. Nothing to celebrate, nothing to get excited about there, unless you're a FaZe fan.
This is it. This is the one chance, the one buy for Heroic. And it's got to mean everything. AWP has come through, all the trimmings, but FaZe, they're even going to stick on their bonus. They could have easily justified an upgrade. They have no need. The lead is more than enough. Carrigan on the Mac 10, he's been through hot on both halves to the same devastating effect. Brokey the brutalizer. Twist is faking outside. FaZe are ready to go though. One object and one objective, it's A.
In they go, Carrigan leads the charge. Up close, the Mac 10 tears through them. Shush is dead as well. And I mean, that's the round decided. 2 kills, all it takes. This could have been the only rifle round that Heroic were able to muster. And so they need to hold on to these guns. They've got to give it up. There isn't an option to go for this. And even as you look to save, FaZe are hunting you down. If you take these guns away, Heroic are crushed. They're done. They're left with nothing, and they're all removed. FaZe up to 14. They can feel the victory now.
You might want to call Heroic onliners, but if you do, make sure you call FaZe onliners. They're not even sweating. 14-5, and it's just another day in the office. G2, watch out. They're coming.
Carrigan might have flubbed that game that could have got them to the semi-finals, but all of that means nothing if you show up in the way he has in this semi-final right now.
Warm up on the stage. Maybe that's what Heroic wanted. They needed. And Heroic need your energy more than ever, but if there were ever a doubt in my mind, it would be in this moment. 14-5. And reality setting in.
What's the call gonna be? How do you want to go about this? You want to do maximum devastation? You might just go back to one of these top hits. JKS has already opened up and won the battle outside. There are a few more fights to be had. He's quick to realize that someone slipped by. Carrigan again, just no respect on this man. He's out in the A side, it belongs to him. He spent more time here on the T side than he did in the CT side, for crying out loud. Now into ramp. Not even going to test it. They don't even test the waters. Why go into the unknown when your captain, oh captain, has already secured you a route to win the round over on A?
Smoke spams to boot. Heroic can't catch a break. 5-on-2, and it's a plant to solidify things for FaZe. Just got to do their due diligence and shut out this round. spectacular for FaZe Clan this evening.
And I mean, just to reiterate, this is with a stand-in as well. It's so crazy, it's so wild. And to think that this isn't even out of the question, out of the norm for a guy like Carrigan. 15 now for FaZe, 5 kills away from going to the grand final. A grudge match between Carrigan's FaZe and Nico's G2.
What a storyline. Spoda has been chock full of them. But as some stories start, one must end, and that might be Heroic here and now. FaZe, they've had a pacey T side, safe to say. Wally outside has disrupted smokes. Twist is flying through. And swats down out. It's JKS with a kill instead. It doesn't matter who gets it. FaZe, as a unit, as a 5, are walking over that finish line.
Yeah, they're going up into heaven. This isn't info that Heroic have. Now they do. They know that JKS is here. They don't know about the second man. He's a nasty surprise. And as they deal with JKS, now they become aware of Twist. Doesn't make it any easier. FaZe are only getting cleaner, only getting faster. Twist has missed his timing. Flicking back to Evan now. Oh, they are here. Tessez with the timing. Backstab. There's the burst. Needs even more. He's been the one man able to deliver today. The one man to try and make magic happen, but it's always been denied. It's always been countered. Rops and Twist left up in this one, and Rops all alone. Another clutch to close it, and this time it sends them to the grand finals.
Just listen to that. Your name being chanted. You've missed this stage, haven't you?
I've missed it so much. It means so much for me, and I just want to say in Polish, dziękuję, Spodek.
You know how much they've missed seeing you on this stage. 2-0 straight through to the grand final. I take it playing with a stand-in is now the future of high-level Counter-Strike.
I mean, at this point, we can play with 10 different players, I guess. The performance today from the team, they did an incredibly good veto. We were uncomfortable, completely unnuked, switching a lot of roles. But in the end, I'm just proud that we can manage to change roles within 24 hours and play the map. And it just shows how good this team can be and will be with a lot more time.
I mean, a lot of it is falling on you. Calling plays, different times. Is this the future of Counter-Strike? I mean this seriously.
I mean, I was totally in the zone today. And obviously this crowd, I don't need anything to boost my energy level before the game because the crowd here is just doing everything they can to push us forward. So this is the third time I'm the final of Katowice, and I can't wait to play tomorrow in front of this crowd. So thank you so much, man.
Well, it's going to be great tomorrow. The trophy's down there. What do you have to do tomorrow to beat G2 to get your name on that trophy?
Again, we don't know who we play with yet.
So you don't know who's playing tomorrow?
Oh, we have to wait and see what ESL says, and we take it from there. But best of 5 tomorrow against Nico. And one of us at least gonna win the trophy tomorrow, which I'm happy because we have been together with Nico in final 2 times. But tomorrow I hope we can cement our names here and be legends of the game.
If Rain's available, does he play?
Of course he does. This is our permanent fifth, and we miss Rain. Rain needs to be on the stage. This is one of the guys I want to be winning a trophy with again. It's been many years.
Well, do you know what? The hat's on. Is the hat coming out tomorrow?
Is the hat coming out tomorrow?
The hat's coming out tomorrow. Listen, congratulations. It was amazing to watch. Ladies and gentlemen, he's straight through to the final with his FaZe team. Carrigan and FaZe! Which means, as he signs the camera, we're going to take a short break. No, that one over there. We're going to take a short break. We will break this down after a few short messages.
Only side.
Open side.
I'm gonna monitor.
They're going on heaven now.
I got it.
Progress.
Under me.
Flash first.
Side 10. I can flash. That's the end. Flash go to site.
I have heaven. Defuse.
Back door.
Nice! Defuse with kid.
Someone kid.
Retakes, boys.
Here we go. Look at retake. That was played off, man.
Yeah.
Hey Future Pros! Today I wanted to show you another method to take outside and find picks on the T side of Nuke. This execute will obstruct a lot of vision from the CTs and possibly force a warehouse player out into the open for a fairly easy pick. For this execute, you will need 4 Future Pros along with 3 smokes, 2 mollies and 2 HEs. Future Pro 1, you'll be throwing the bottom hell window smoke. To throw this smoke, hop into this corner. Aim at the top of this pipe vent and slightly to the right of the line. Run forward and jumping through the smoke as you get close to the wall in front. Save your molly as you can use this to block off secret as you spend more time outside. Future Pro number 2, you only have a warehouse smoke to throw, so don't mess it up. To throw the warehouse smoke, look into the center of this wall. Aim at the bracket on the silo. Then jump throw the smoke. After this, head into lobby and hold off any pushes. Future Pro number 3, you'll be throwing the A main smoke, mollying secret, and saving a HE for CT red. To throw your smoke, position yourself so half of this vent is cut off by the wall. Aim to the top of the cables, run forward and throw the smoke just before hitting the box. Then clear some close angles and hop onto this box. From here you can throw a molly to cover secret and hold the push. If you feel like it, throw your HE to CT red with Future Pro 4. Future Pro number 4, you'll be throwing the CT red molly along with a HE. To throw your molly, wait for the warehouse smoke to bloom, then make your way into this gap. Aim at the lower corner of the garage door and jump throw the molly. This will land behind CT red and possibly cause a counter-terrorist to rotate back towards the ladder area. After this, running through your HE behind CT red as you could get some chip damage on the rotating player. Then have Future Pro 1 boost you behind T red, and if you're quick enough you should be able to catch any CT trying to get out from warehouse to ladder. And that's about it. This execute is a nice way to find a pick outside. If you have confidence in your aim, I have no doubt you should be able to catch CT player out.
It's time for you guys to get involved, ladies and gentlemen, in our DHL MVP. You guys know the score by now. Use your Twitch channel points to vote who you think should be the MVP of this game. Of course, those points will be accumulated towards the end of the tournament, and we'll be crowning the MVP at the end of our best of 5 coveted grand final. We've got Brokey, Rops, Twist, JKS, and Cadian all in the mix for this one. Gentlemen, if you were going to be voting, who are you picking?
I mean, the obvious one has to be Brokey, man. This guy, we kind of expect him to drop off a little bit considering this all-out performances he's been having all tournament, but he continues to deliver again and again and again. Inferno, we saw him just handing down clutches after clutches, winning duels so very convincingly. And again here on the map of Nuke, who was able to deliver. Although this time around, we saw Karrigan showing he can frag as well, Janko.
Yeah, I guess someone at THL kind of mixed it up. You know, KD and Karrigan, they sound similar, so they just like put the wrong guy in. Or if you're a FaZe fan, you're like, hey, this guy helped us to win as well, right? He didn't really
he didn't even
much.
know JKS was in it.
He didn't really do much. He didn't know who was playing. Right, all the jokes get them all out now. But yeah, I mean, just super underwhelming from Heroic. I mean, we're talking about one of the 3 big teams or 4 teams didn't make any changes, came here straight into the semis, right, playing against FaZe, who has a stand-in. And it's not that they lost, it's that they fell completely flat. Like even that first map, in the end, it was close, but FaZe had a massive lead, like 13-5, 14-8, right? Like it was just a matter of time before they closed it out. And yeah, it seems like Heroic is still ways away from being a contender.
Which is such an unfortunate thing, because again, we speak about the elements which needed to really click for the side of Heroic for them to pull off the win here. Ston, the star player, second highest rated player in the tournament, just wasn't there in the server at all. In fact, it was Teslas who stood up a little bit, right? But overall, they looked very deflated. They weren't allowed the freedom and the respect they usually get online against other teams. You could see the crowd element coming into play. Karrigan just working with the crowd and just basically pressuring them throughout.
And they just couldn't get into the game, really, at any point in time. They lost all the pistols, and even early gun rounds didn't really go their way. Even if they would win, they couldn't win consecutive rounds in a row. They couldn't really break FaZe, you know, when even if you claw back a little bit, you know, you need a good start in the second half to build on that. But the opposite happened. Like everything they could build on late in the first half, FaZe was just, okay, yeah, that doesn't matter. It's not going to change anything. We're just going to crush you. And you can see the confidence. You mentioned Karrigan. When he's like, first they're like, you know, running out hot, then the following round he's just walking out hot on timing, right? Like that's something that you can do when you're 14-5 up. But if the game was 11-11 or 12-12, probably not the same approach.
Yeah, it is that just a characteristic confidence we know coming out of Karrigan. I'm just kind of reminiscing from some of the interviews that we heard during that online era, him saying, you know, when we're back on these LAN stages, that is when the team is going to be doing some really good stuff. And we have totally seen that throughout this game, throughout the tournament, really, since they hit the Spodek. It's just been strength to strength for FaZe.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a FaZe which is, look, I'll be real. Honestly, I felt like this fairy tale run they've been on with the stand-in, it was going to end eventually. But this is suddenly looking dangerous for whoever is going to be facing off against them tomorrow, which is, of course, going to be G2. And for Karrigan, I just want to add a little bit more onto what Janko said. You're looking at all these highlights, multi-kill rounds, and he had the most openings in this entire series, if I'm not mistaken, as well. Taking the lead, you know, being that sacrificial guy. And we've said this about Karrigan. Sometimes he goes in for unnecessary, you know, pushes through smokes and whatnot, gets a little too hyper-aggressive to get information, and sometimes he gets punished for it. Not this time around. He didn't get punished. He got away with murder multiple times.
Yeah, we talk about leading by example. I think Karrigan just kind of epitomizes that in terms of that in-game leader role. And it's great to see him be able to sort of fulfill that confidence when he comes out on the stage as well.
Yeah, and if he can also abuse a team in that way, right? I mean, we saw the series against Na'Vi in the group stages in the winner's game. He had 29 kills over 3 maps, right? So it can also go terribly wrong, right? If a team is ready for it, or if he's just not having a great day. So it's, you know, you live and die by the same way. But, you know, it brings a lot to the team in terms of creating space and giving information, right? It's just, when it works, it looks really good and makes their lives really easy, but when it doesn't, then things become much harder.
And I just want to add one final thing on the note of Karrigan is how we're talking about his individual prowess, but let's not forget, again, I keep harping on this again and again, but he's impressed me so much despite all the shit that this team's been going through. He's somehow managed to, you know, keep them together on the same page. And even tomorrow, they still don't know if it's going to be Rain as a 5th man or...
That's hilarious. After everything
insane.
they've been through, they make it to the grand final, and that's when they get, for the first time, the actual 5 players playing. And then
that'd be insane, though. Imagine Rain just walking into the stage and mapped his, all right, time to play.
That would be absolutely incredible. Well, fingers crossed for Rain for that one. Unfortunately, though, for Heroic, that does mean the end of the line here at the Spodek, but we do have a few words from Refresh before the team's departure.
Hey everybody, unfortunately Heroic is out of this tournament, but luckily we'll have at least Refresh here just like explain us what exactly happened to the series. We know that Cadian really likes to prepare for like all of the series. Did he have like some problems preparing for this one because of all of the standing stuff?
No, I think today was not a matter of preparation. I think sometimes you just have an off day, and I think today our communication was off, and we were a bit shaky in the beginning. I just think that today was an off day. We just played bad, and sometimes that's just a problem that you don't play up to the level that you are used to do. And I just think that if we go back and watch the games, I think we will learn a lot from it. And I mean, yeah. I mean, it's just unfortunate to have an off day when you have a match. So I think FaZe played like really good. Of course, they have some momentum. They also play great in the quarterfinals. So I think like right now they are playing like really good. So I mean, congrats to them.
But do you think if, for example, you would be, for example, first in the play-in and then maybe in the groups in the lower bracket, you would have like more time to actually get used to, like maybe, you know, like to the whole like environment of the LAN, you would maybe have better results?
Not really. I just think, I mean, as I said like earlier, that it's a matter of having an off day and not showing up. And I think we as a team, we didn't show up. I think we had a lot of good reads and good ideas, but I mean, if you don't hit your shots and if you don't communicate to the level you're used to, then you are just going to lose, and that's what happened today.
Well, if today you had an off day, that means that next time when we're going to see you maybe in EPL or like, again like on a big stage, you will perform and you maybe like finally reach the grand final and lift the trophy. What is your plan like for now, right now?
Right now, I think, of course, we are going to chill for a few days, but we are going to go back and watch the games, learn from it, talk about what happened, and then improve for the next time we have a big stadium match.
Okay, thank you very much, Refresh.
Yeah, thank you.
Heartbreak for the side of Heroic, but a learning experience nonetheless. It is a shame, though, that their debut in the SPODEC as a team, all 5 of these players, just didn't really seem to find their rhythm here.
Look, if I'm Heroic, I'm not going to be too beat up over this, right? They're still a very young team, and even though they've been around this particular lineup for over a year and whatnot, again, they don't have the big stage experience as opposed to the likes of the team that knocked them out, FaZe Clan. You look at the players on that team, but eventually there's going to be a time where we will have to ask, okay, when are you guys finally going to be winning the tournaments, right?
Yeah, and the problem is, right, they have to be more than the sum of their parts, and they need to kind of change the game in some way, right? Because they don't have the players that other teams have. Like, start from the opping department. Kering is not even a top 5 opper, right, in the world, maybe not even close to that. Then you look at the star lifers, like, yeah, you point to Stan, right? But, you put Stan up against an Nico, up against an Electronic, right, up against an Exile when he's playing well. That's, again, a question mark whether he's in the same range as those players. So you need to find a way to compensate for that. Like you can also see when we talk about experience, it's the moves that Carrigan is making, right? Like even if he dies 1-for-1, you know how frustrating it is that the guy just runs up hot into lobby. You have 4 players there and he still finds 1 kill. Right? Like, and then they get baited into pushing out of hut because they hear Brock is scoping and JKS is above them, right? And gets like 2 easy kills. So it's like small things like that you kind of need to overcome and get more used to and just do better.
Yeah, it's like you just described right there. It's a small little mini games that take place over the course of one particular round, right? In a round, there can be multiple small little stories you can see as an observer. And I think that's what Carrigan really shines for. And Cadian, again, still new lineup. I still have hopes for them, just like Gambit, but I do want to see them finally step up this year.
Well, FaZe do continue on a stellar trajectory here at the SPODEC. So let's get a few words from Twist as he secures that place in the grand final.
Thank you so much, Freya. And that's right, I'm stood by Russell, the Wizard, Van Dalken, a.k.a. Twist. Twist, congratulations, you've made it to the grand final.
Thank you, thank you.
Twist, talk to me about that matchup. Give me your overall thoughts. Sorry, about the matchup you just played before we talk about the grand final.
I think we played some amazing CS out there, and we weren't scared of Heroic. We kind of put them back in their place, I guess, even with the stand-in. So, yeah, I mean, I'm just honestly astonished by the CS that we're playing right now. JKS is slotting in really well to replace Howie for the meantime, and I think Kerrigan and Brokey deserve a ton of praise for the work that they're putting in and what they're doing in the server.
How and why is JKS fitting in so well? How are you guys making it work?
I think we just play a ton of CS together. I think we're up until almost 4 or 5 a.m. every day playing together, having fun. And I think he instantly just clicked with us. And yeah, I hope after this event, he can find a new home that treats him as well as we do.
Let's go to Inferno. 10 T rounds, such a strong start. Why was it working so well?
I think Kerrigan is undoubtedly one of the best Inferno callers in the game right now. And yeah, on T side, I feel like we're guaranteed 8 rounds most of the time. And I think that's why it's probably one of our better maps.
And then moving on to Nuke, were you guys just able to continue the momentum?
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, we're starting C side, and there was not a lot of pressure because it's one of their better maps, and we're playing with stand-in and tons of positions move around and playing outside again. So it's kind of just communication. The game's all about communication, and I think we threw a lot of wrenches into their plans.
Looking ahead to the grand final, you're going up against G2. How do you think you guys will fare?
Once again, there's no pressure on us, you know? We're just there to enjoy the moment, enjoy the best of 5, and there's a lot of talent on the server tomorrow night, and yeah, I think it's gonna be a hell of a match.
As OJ established on the stage, you guys are still unsure if it'll be JKS or you'll have Rain back, is that correct?
No idea who we're playing with tomorrow. Like, we don't know up until pretty much 3 p.m., or it could be even earlier this time, depending on what time he has to test at. So yeah, you could expect an Australian or a new regional on the server.
Russell, any final words to the people still in the crowd and everybody watching at home?
I'm so happy to be a fan favorite again, crowd. Ever since kind of our Grand Slam on time on Liquid, we weren't really a fan favorite anymore for the crowd. And to hear people chanting FaZe Clan and hyping up Kerrigan and loving him, it's super nice to have the crowd on our side.
Everybody, give it up for FaZe Clan and Twist!
Thank you very much for that one, Parla, and of course, Twist, for the words after that incredible victory. I don't know about you guys, but the vibes we've been getting from FaZe, it's just so positive. Like, we could hear them speaking very positively about each other, about their teammates, and the fact that they're coming in tomorrow going, you know what, I don't know what roster we're going to be coming in with, but we're just going to go with it.
It just feels great to have a North American in the grand final again. Counter-Strike is back where it belongs. And I love what he said about tomorrow. Like, there's going to be a ton of talent on that server, and both teams are in a weird position where he said, we don't have any pressure. I feel like if FaZe gets Rain back, they're the favorite, right? But even if they don't win, right, for both of these teams, they can actually just go out and have fun and play their game, right? If whoever loses, it's not the end of the world. Like, both teams are at their beginning, they both play good CS. I think tomorrow is going to be a banger of a game. I think it's going to be straight fire. I think we're going to have like tons of highlights. I think it's going to be an insane game because I agree with you, Freya, 100%. Like, they seem to be super positive and like in a great mood, but G2 looks the same way, right? Yeah. So that's how, when teams play their best CS, that's when they're at their peak, and I think tomorrow we'll get some peak CS.
100%. Like you talk about these two teams, I didn't expect the teams with the new players coming in, and in FaZe's case, a stand-in as well, and a new player coming in to make it to the finals. I expected the more established teams like Navis, Gambits, and VPs maybe to make a deep run. So 100% agree with you. I think it's going to be a banger of a series coming in, and like you said, all the firepower in those two teams.
And both teams played, both FaZe and G2 played their best CS today, yet in this tournament. So that gives you also a lot of hope and confidence coming into the final tomorrow.
I think I'm particularly excited just because we saw so much delivering from the AWPers on the side of the equation today. The fact that Brokey then delivers again on Nuke. Now he's going up against Munacy. I mean, Munacy has had a trial by fire, and he is all guns a-blazing coming out.
Listen, after his game yesterday, I was like, all right, fine, you had one great series or one great map, but let's see if you're going to deliver today. I almost tore my throat. He's just screaming when he pulled off that 1v3. I'm like, this kid's the real deal. But Brokey as well, superstar performance coming out from him. Currently, the second highest rated player in the tournament as well, and he is going to be that Brokey versus Munacy battle. That's going to be amazing. And don't forget, Nico is still there and running.
Yeah. And Nico is yet to lose to FaZe ever since he went to G2, right? And that's a scary prospect because statistically, eventually, he's got to lose, right? It would be hilarious if the first time is like in the grand final.
Although Kerrigan did say, he's like, hey, at least, one of us is going to be winning Katowice at the very end. But let's be real, he wants that cup.
Absolutely.
Well, we can take a look at the schedule going into the final day tomorrow. Of course, a coveted best of 5 grand final on the cards. It's going to be a true test for both of the teams in attendance. G2 going up against FaZe. 5 p.m. if you're in Central European time zone. I think everybody, no matter where you are in the world, set your alarms people? Because as you were saying, Yenko, this is going to be straight fire.
Absolutely, yeah. I really think this game is going to be amazing. Great time as well for everyone to tune in, to watch. Don't have any other plans. You can tune in before that. There's a show match as well, Freya, StarCraft Grand Final. You can do that to get warmed up.
Hey, StarCraft, don't shit on StarCraft. That's a fun game.
I'm not shitting on him. I like StarCraft. My life for hire.
I mean, any closing thoughts from you, Blair? This is the last time up here on the desk. It's been an absolute pleasure to be working with you gentlemen for this Katowice.
Likewise. I feel like, yeah, it's been a fantastic couple of weeks. But for me, I feel like this event, the first event of the year, right, in front of the crowd, the Spodek, it means so much to the players, to myself personally, to the talent, everyone watching Counter-Strike. And the fact that we had the opportunity to see the 6 best teams on the planet make it to the playoffs and to have these storylines converge in a FaZe and G2 in the grand finals. I don't think we could have scripted it any better.
And you just see the results that we've had in the playoffs. It tells you why we've been saying the same things over and over again during the online era, right? And we'll be waiting for this moment. It's just different online, on the stage, with the crowd. Like, that's where you separate the men from the boys. And I think tomorrow, yeah, it's just going to be, I'm super excited for it.
Is Monacy a man now?
Well, he's playing like one.
Maybe tomorrow determines that factor. Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me up here. Thank you guys so much at home for joining us as well. We're going to love you and leave you with some Monster Energy moments coming your way, but make sure you set your alarms before 5 p.m. tomorrow is when the coveted Best of 5 Grand Final is going to be going down. Make sure you join us then.
I faced myself in the mirror not so long ago, and I told me, do you know? I told me, do you know? All alone in your head, but you don't have to pretend that you will make a change, 'cause you don't want to change. I'm gonna be real honest this time. I'm okay with it, I am more than fine. I'm gonna roll all less red dice now. Tell me I won't get out. Tell me I won't get out. I wanna walk the sky alone among the stars, without forgetting who I was, or have to look back that far. And I don't want to forget who. And are you just fucking around in my mind one last time? I'm gonna be real honest this time. I'm okay with it, I am more than fine. I'm gonna roll all less red dice now. Tell me I won't get
Really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to step out.
And it's all done. A Trollocs win it. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Norby! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.